fun. One moment, guys. One moment. Okay, let's put a 2-minute timer on and we'll go. Alright, well, we got everyone ready a little bit quicker than I thought, so let's actually just get into it and get ready to cast some StarCraft 2 today. More WardiTV Team League action as we get here for day 2 of the tournament. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We've got some fun games today. Did I? No, okay. The bracket's already updated from yesterday. The only thing I will say, guys, is today there will be no Spirit games. So on Wikipedia, there's a full schedule. No Spirit games. Spirits games will be played at the weekend if they're needed. So if this is a 4-0 without Spirits games just get walkovered. If it's not a 4-0, this series will not have an official result today. It will get concluded at the weekend at some point. Spirit just couldn't play before then. So, yeah, Spirit wasn't able to kind of play before then. Hence, that's just kind of what we did. So, just creating something of a scenario. So that's true for both of the series today, that Spirit, I believe, is not going to be here. Unless something changed. Unless something changed, but I don't think it did. So, yeah, that is the way that things will go. And this is, of course, best of 7 as we start off in the bottom right side of the map. Our red Protoss player here is going to be Zaun. And in the top left, representing the Polish power team, which is Geralt, Cristiana, and Elazer, it is team captain Geralt in the upper left-hand side here on 10,000 feet. As we get underway, we get it all going. Hello, hello, everybody. So good to see you all. Ready for some Team League action today. We have got, are you ready for this? We have got 4 best of 7s for you guys. If that doesn't satisfy your StarCraft needs, then you are very needy people. 4 best of 7s, like I say, we'll be missing a couple of maps here and there. We'll be missing 4 maps that are maybe meant to be played today. That will in the end be not be because of the Spirit games. But other than that, it's just going to be a full day of SC2s. So, yeah, we got lots to go. Obviously, we warmed up yesterday with a single series because of some scheduling stuff. Kind of knocked our other couple series away. But it was a banger of a series. Let's hope for more of the same today. We're going to start off with some PvP, but plenty of different matchups over the course of today as well. And everything, apart from the matches that will not be played at all, will be live. There's no one that sent me any replays or anything. So unless we go horrifically off schedule because the games are really long, everything is going to be completely live as well. So, yeah, just fun day. Like, everything's lining up to make this awesome fun. Everyone's coordinated. Looking good. There's no such thing as too much StarCraft, so how could we not want more? Well, you can't possibly want more for the next 6 hours, because for the next 6 hours, we've got you covered, right? So how about we just agree on that? It seems like a good in-between. Proby, nibbling at a Proby. Stalkers and the Adepts coming up on either side. The Robo Facility building from Zaun as well. Just going to see that battery, the Stargate all coming up here for a little bit. We get underway, and we see where this game takes us with obviously the Robo on one side and the Stargate over on the other. And that is going to be the aggressively placed Robo from Zaun, which Geralt is about to see right here, so he's going to have a little bit of heads up that this is going on, so we'll get that little bit of info right now. And otherwise, we continue through looking pretty decent for a couple of seconds here. A couple of Adepts going to shade about. See those Stalkers coming over as well. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to come by. Get that on the way. And see where we will continue to move to right now. I'm going to see 2 Workers going down. I'm actually going to deep power the Robo, which is obviously a pretty big deal to begin with. So that's a pretty major factor straight up. And we are going to see the couple of Adepts and Stalkers is going to come through. A couple of these Stalkers coming about. And we are going to have the, again, Oracle and the Immortal continue to come through as well. So Oracle Immortal continue to come about here. Stalkers will be on the way. Again, Oracle and Warp Gate continue to come through. A couple of sentries in the Prism continue to come about as well. Just going to see the sentries in the Warp Gate. Going to be moving about. Just going to be seeing a pylon getting cancelled. A couple of Stalkers still coming through as well. Continue with that for the moment. And the Oracle will continue to move through for just a couple of seconds. Prism, sentries continue to go about. You're going to have the Robo Facility coming up. Gateway and the battery both coming in as well. Looking very reasonable right now. Oracle activating. It's going to be 2 very natty 3 pros, but the battery is going to keep you safe. Repowered the Robo, and we are ready to go with some aggression now. So the unit's heading on the other side. The Oracle of Geralt is going okay. Oh, missed microed on the stasis, by the way. He tried to attack it, then he just pulled into it instead. So that stasis actually gets a big connection. A lot of the probes caught there. And Zaun going to continue to poke at the front door, looking to see what more he can do as he pushes in for the early stages. I'm going to get rid of one of the gateways, so definitely not a bad starting point. Definitely a pretty reasonable place to begin things, if nothing else, as we get this all underway. So that gets set up, and we're just going to see the units just going to sit here and do what they can. The Immortal does have a position where it can hit the gate, but it's going to be a little scary. Going to force field. Oh, that's a great second force field, actually. Oh, I thought he had 2 Stalkers caught. He just got the 1. So maybe not as great as I thought it was maybe going to be, but still not bad. Can't really complain when you're getting catches like that. Any free kind of unit pick-off is going to be great for you. It's going to help to negate your opponent's army size a little bit and just help you get into a little bit of better position. We do see those Adepts are going to shade their way up into the main base. It's going to see the Stalker lifting back up, the Pylon taking some damage. And again, the Immortal, the Pylons continuing through for a moment. A couple of these Adepts still getting to business. 5 Workers going down to the shade in. Extremely effective overall. Just seeing the 6 probes dropping. The rest of this army from Zaun chilling on the low ground, still yet to decide what the plan is. Step over to the right. Pylon will be picked away at. Probe continues through. Adept is on the way. And again, Adept Probe, Warp Prism on the way about. Immortal on the way through as well. Just going to get on the way from Zaun. Bring that over. The Adepts will shade up, head in toward the main mineral line. Yeah, a couple of Stalkers and the Immortal will continue to put some shots out onto this gateway for a few moments and continuing to dish out some hurt right there. You are going to see another force field and a couple more units stepping back yet again. 3 Adepts, Immortal, all building by. The warp in of a few Adepts continuing through also. I like the Robo Bay from Geralt. It's a very Geralt thing to do, to kind of throw the Robo Bay down and to kind of set up there. You can see a nice little force field coming down. A couple of units getting trapped and caught. Going to be pretty reasonable. As you do see the... again, just Adepts into the mineral line and able to get a serious amount of success going. The Oracle nearly kills the Pylon, but not quite. And we do lose the Oracle, which is going to be kind of a kick in the teeth as well at this point in time. I just feel like everything is just on a trend in Zaun's favor. Like I say, I see that Robo Bay coming up, and I'm kind of excited for it, but I feel like it's still a long way off being very substantial in this. Obviously, one Disruptor can still hit very well and do a lot of things, I see a bit of an elevator up to the high ground as the Prism of Geralt moved away. Obviously, we do shade the Adepts already, so they're already making that move. This is a good call from Zan. I mean, I don't hate it because the Immortals are out of position here, but you're going to have to go because the moment these Immortals get back, this gets much worse for you. So this is your moment to go and to strike. I mean, he's immediately going to start working on the gates, try and force his opponent. Geralt will step up. Obviously, there's a lot of force fields to manipulate this position as well, but escaping out of here as Zaun is going to be extremely tough. Like, this is such a commitment from him. You can see these units going to stare each other down for a couple moments. We are going to see those force fields continue to rock up into play, and we are going to have a few more shots coming about. Adepts going down, Stalker's going down. The army going to sit up in the corner for a few moments as Zell gets picked off. The Warp Gate is taking some more damage. And we'll just be seeing the Disruptor continuing through. The Immortals trying to jump forward a little bit. It's going to be seeing the Adept also coming about. Just going to see another Warp in. Sentries, the Immortals trying to get a little bit more done. Cybercore going to get picked off too. Obviously just feels as though this is very rough at the moment. That Prism feels like a prime target, but we don't actually have that much anti-air. So funnily enough, the Prism is flying overhead. Still kind of safe. Probe's going to pull into this. Geralt supply has been going downwards, and Zaun looks to strike first for onside in this best of 7, looking to get an opening game for his team. And those two Immortals in the back are not going to last much longer. Don't think the Prism's even going to really try much to micro them. Game is called, and Zaun is going to take the opening map of this best of 7. So Zaun opens with a 1-0 lead for onside here, and that'll be a nice strong start from him. We're going to take a second, guys, because we've got to hop over to the European server. Elazer Cristiana is up next, so we'll hop on over to that, and yeah, we'll get ready for Elazer Cristiana on Ruby Rock for a game 2. I'll just run ads just to get them out of the way, and while everyone's server hops, it usually does take an extra moment or so as well, so I'll just get that all sorted. Get this hosted, and we'll get ready to go, guys. Make a referee, no match history. Perfecto. Alright, lobby link is dropped, guys, which means we are not far from kicking in to this. Everyone going to be joining us here. Get the casters in. We've got 5 casters. I think that's how many we had before. Oh no, we had 6. Oh geez, I'm already losing casters on the day in my mind. No. Alright, in that case, we just need some players who we are finding, and we should be able to get going here in just a second. So Cristiano representing onside. Obviously, onside is the kind of the Vitality guys, but since Vitality dropped the kind of partnership, they rebranded back into onside, and the offside players, Rex and Cristiano, rejoined onside. Because onside actually was just partnered with Vitality. It was a weird thing. Vitality kind of picked up the onside team, and onside, they didn't pick up the entire onside team, so some of the onside players played under offside for a long time, such as Cristiano and Rex. So, yeah. If our players are ready, everyone go into this lobby very quickly. We'll check if they're all set, and we can go into game number 2 of this best of 7. Ready, set, Elazer. And if Cristiana is feeling the same, you can get him readied up and into play as well. Go. Perfect. Let's do it, guys. Straight into game number 2. That was nice and speedy. Nice and speedy still takes a couple minutes, but still not bad. Not bad at all. We take those. We take those. Let's say is Ruby Rock coming through as our next game. All the SC2, all of the SC2, yes. All of the SC2, guys. Alright, let's go into this. In the top left-hand side here on Ruby Rock, this is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Elazer, who is obviously down a game because his teammate Geralt did not get it done in that game 1 here in this event. So there's a top left, Cristiano bottom right, game number 2 of the BO7, and away we go. Polish power meeting a Korean team with a Polish guy randomly added to it. It's like that Spider-Man meme. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You know, actually, in general, there was some confusion with what was happening as well, because Cristiana originally got announced under I originally got told Cristiano would play for onside, I think it was. And then the Polish team messaged me and said, hey, Cristiano's going to play with us. And I said, are you sure? Because he's playing with onside. And then we got told that maybe onside may play as Vitality. And then Cristiano might be playing as offside. And then the Polish guys were like, yeah, we don't really know. And then it went back to kind of how it was originally, which is that Cristiano plays for onside here in this season of the league. I like that, though. And I like that he's getting given games right from the very start as well. It's not just like, yeah, we've got him for backup. Like, no, he's getting his chances along with everyone else on this team straight away here, as you can see. I think that's actually very cool, so I'm into that. I think that's very awesome. And did you see that probe just taking a little bit of a chance to patrol around, seeing what's up for a couple moments. Nothing really too crazy yet, guys. PvZ this time. We know Cristiano likes to play a couple of fun things in this matchup, but honestly, so does Elazer a lot of the time. Like, Elazer can be a very fun player in this matchup as well, so kind of intrigued what Elazer's stance is. I know his Twitch streams, I saw a good Reddit meme the other day, which was Elazer going through the stages of grief, and it's just his Twitch streams slowly kind of becoming more and more of like a descent into madness, essentially, of him playing, yeah, descent into madness of him playing PvZ, being like, it is Protoss's fault. No, it's my fault. I'm losing. And yeah, that was a good one. So yeah, Cristiano is trying to put the Polish power into the Polish power and knock the Polish power guys down a bit. And you see a couple lings are going to gather up. Just going to be seeing the queens and the drones all on the way in. Had that ling speed on for good measure as well. And yeah, Stargate and the Nexus coming through as well. Get that set ready to go here for the next few moments as the Stargate, the few probes, the Stalker, the Warp Gate, all coming online as we settle in for game number 2 on this one. And we'll take a shade. Again, that link speed just coming up. The Stargate going to be done fairly soon, so we get all of that on the way through right now. And that Stargate is about to finish, and Dep just chilling in the center a little bit. Stalker going to come forward. The Overlord will take a couple of Stalker nibbles. And that Dep puts a bit of pressure on. Spore Crawler gets placed down. Again, there's that link speed. The Warp Gate and the Oracle all continue to come by already. And that Stalker is going to get the Overlord just now. Starlight Council building from Cristiana. 2 more gateways coming up. Again, the Oracle and the Warp Gate all building through as well. So bring a lot of that online. And Zerglings pull back over. He's going to see an Adept in good position straight away. Just going to be able to handle this very nicely for now. Again, Gates in the Twilight all coming online. And we have ourselves the Warp Gate coming through too. A couple of Queens and the Drones continue to produce on up. Early stages of this game number 2. There are extra Gates from Cristiano though. I mean, kind of feel like we're going to see something build in a second. I mean, we have not started anything on the Twilight. Starts Glaives now as Warp Gate is finishing. Did he just forget to start Glaives? Because right now he has, you know, he could be warping in Adepts on good numbers right now and be across the map. He's gonna have Glaives eventually. Okay, I don't really know where Cristiano's taking this one. It feels like it's gonna be, like, I mean, Stargate into Glaives. You're not meant to have Glaives super fast, but like, just has so many gates already that I guess you just start warping in, building up those numbers, and when Glaives is done, you can have a lot of Adepts. Queen's going to hit the Oracle as it flies into the main. Just going to get pushed out through the top side. And again, those extra Lings coming through. The Overlord coming up at the lair and the Lings on as well. Keep bringing that through. As the Adepts will take a chance to shade. And Resonating Glaives will be straight on through here. So bringing that straight up, the Adepts going. This is problematic for Elazer. Man does not have any defense apart from Ling Queen. It's a later Adept attack, but man, you can see him starting to build spines. That's a sign as to where this is going to go. Glaives is about to finish. We're going to kill the Evo Chamber placed down to block the Adepts. I like the stasis there as well, something you could just accidentally run into. These Adepts are not going to shade into all those Lings. They're going to stay stacked up. Gets the stasis ward. Actually could have probably stood there and probably kept himself from being surrounded as much. Steps away. The Adepts will have to trade. The Oracle getting some shots in where it can, but this is pretty much going to be done in terms of that attack. There's going to be more Adepts threatening the shade on the left side. But Elazer is going to hold this off. He is going to defend this, and now he's able to start stepping towards his Hydra Den which is going to be the next part of his tech tree. So Hydrogen coming up. We do see the Adepts having to recall home as well to reset at this point. So reset we go. I don't think, Cristiano found as much as he wanted. I really thought Elazer was going to be in some trouble, but had enough lings in the end. The Queen's buying time, the drone's getting away. She's not really leaving anything really exposed for long enough for, like I say, advantage to really be taken of. So that works out rather well. Alrighty, just going to be seeing the Adept still shading. The Hydras and that Muscle Organs coming through. Going to shade in right now. A couple of drones begin to go down. Just going to be seeing the Queens. Going to be fighting as well. The Lings are going to come back through. A couple of those drones going down. 7, 8 workers. 9 workers dropping very quickly here. It's going to be 12 drones killed. So the second wave is actually going to be pretty successful. What's funny is having Adept is pretty good against the Ling Hydra in some regard, because Adepts are going to do bonus damage against everything. The issue with the Adepts is that obviously if there's enough Hydras, they're just going to melt before they kill any Hydras as well. If they can't even get through the Lings before the Hydras kill everything, that's the issue of not having any splash damage. The Templar Archive's on its way down, so we're starting to get that set up. We're starting to bring that through. Getting that ready very shortly as the Adept count continues to grow for the moment. Again, that Baneling Nest is on its way. The Evolution Chamber building up. Spinecrawler will be setting up in place. Ling Hydra will come about. A couple of Adepts continue to come through. Adepts are going to go shading again. The Ling's going to move over to the side. Adepts stepping forward. Spinecrawler taken out. That's nice, man. There's so many Adepts. The good thing about these Adepts is they have the ability to kind of jump around, so they might be able to capitalize on this and get away from the Hydras for an extended period of time. Could be kind of cool. 4 drones going down. The Lings still chasing in. The Adepts continue to run. A couple of Banes are going to morph on up as well. You want to try and turn back around into this. Again, that's 4 drones going down at the moment. The Lings still chasing by, trying to see what else is going on. Seeing the Adepts continue to fight. Hydra's coming over. And just going to see a little cancellation going down. A couple more drones getting picked off. The Adepts will shade again. The Lings still coming about. A little bit of the Ling Bane elsewhere as well. Again, just trying everything we can to, again, keep moving and to bring some activity into this whole situation. Couple of pylons going to go down over there also. And just have the couple of Adepts still moving about. Hydra Bane coming up. Storm Gate coming through. There is charge as well, so we are moving into kind of Zealots as a follow-up. I like where Cristiano is at. To me, he's been able to put on some good pressure in the end. It took a while to get there initially, but it got there in the end. And he's been able to put on good pressure while teching up his own army into a very good, solid composition. So he gets, to me, into a very solid place. I like where he's playing from right now. And yeah, okay, you know, Elazer's starting to get some answers, like the Bane speed and Banelings in general are going to be very good, but that's what Storm is already here for. Storm's going to help you against the Banes already. I mean, Storm's just so good. Everything in Ling Bane Hydra dies to Storm. That's why Storm is almost like an essential when you're playing against this composition. And that's going to be very true here today. So yeah, I like that we're seeing that coming into action here. Like I said, I think it's going to have a good setup for Cristiano, but we'll see how the fights go. There's always a chance you whiff the Storms, or Elazer finds a really good counterattack to initiate the engagement from as well. As we do see a few more warp-ins just on the third base. It's a couple of Archons even going to get added to bulk up this main army. Archon's obviously really great because you can tank a bunch of the Banelings with the Archons. If the Archons do some Baneling tanking, that's obviously just going to naturally improve your position over the course of this game, so expecting that to be effective. A few Zealots here getting caught. Cristiano trying to sneak his way around the map. He's got Zealots on the top right side as well. The Elazer is on top of those two. So again, in position dealing with this. A couple of drones I think are just truly misrallies. I don't think there's some secret tech that we're missing here. I think that's just a bit of a misrally, like I say. Hey, yo, what's up? Thank you so much, God. Thank you for the 38-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, man. Let's hold that thought because these lanes are going to run through. They get killed on the Nexus. No fourth base of Cristiano yet. Obviously, the army stayed pretty safe with the Storms able to protect. We need a second Storm on those Banes. It's not bad. 5 probes for all those Banes. I think a High Templar went down as well. A couple of Zealots going to cause, again, distraction back on the other side as Cristiano's actually going to move out onto the map. So feeling as though he can make a bit of a move forwards here, and we'll see if that's going to be something he's going to appreciate doing or not in the end. as that Lingbane Hydra force continues to gather up. Yeah, Stemgod, thank you for the 38, man. Not much, but more than zero. Appreciate the resub, mate. I really do. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and have a great day. Enjoy the games. There's a couple of storms come down here to try and soften up these Hydras. This army of Cristiano will sit very nearby at the moment. A couple of Lings still running forward. The Zealots taking some shots as well. A couple of Banes still rolling through. Another couple of storms. The Banes still getting struck. Going to take a turn, and a couple more of these Banelings dropping down. And this army now continues to chase on through. Probes going down the other side of the map, by the way. Counterattack of Elazer. Cristiano, remember, doesn't have a fourth base, so it's actually very bad for him if he loses the third here. Or even just taking damage on the third in general. Like, he gets a hatchery, but he needs to keep his own base alive. He really needs to reestablish probes right now because he needs to get his economy back on track. He's floating so much gas as well. I think Elazer is doing... Okay, that's 9 high tempo open in. It's going to help you, but like I say, we kind of need to stabilize here as Cristiano, and he's not really stabilizing. He's moving a bunch of Archons. There's no response on the right side, so that Nexus is just going to be given up, basically. We are not making a move to protect that in the slightest, so nothing's going to happen over there. The Ling's still trying to break their way forward. So it's holding out for a little bit. The Hydra's trying to step through as well, just for a little while. Again, Hydras, the +2 missile attack upgrade coming by as well, just for the moment. Just going to see the other units regathering. The Zealots joining back up. Plus one attack the simulator on the way. Zealot Stalker, Archon, High Templar moving up through the middle. So we're going to make a little bit of a play forward here. Again, the Lingbane still coming about. The Queen and the +2 missile upgrade coming online. A couple of hatches will be building as well. So we got a lot of that ready to continue here. I mean, the lasers maxed out. Cristiano, I still don't hate his army. It just truly is a question of, does he have enough? And it's very slow and clunky to get up a ramp like this as well. Like, you kind of want to be somewhat in a concave. I mean, this is better now because you can actually use some of the storms to your advantage and actually get some kind of value here. The Banes crash into Archons. Some of the Archons get low. Like I say, Cristiano doesn't have a lot, and that's really the scariest part of this. Now he doesn't have any High Templar left to kind of deny a chase down. And that's obviously very scary when this, opposing army can kind of chase you down and just hunt you. It's going to be kind of not great in the long term, plain and simple. So, yeah, a couple of things to be cautious of there. As you see, the Ling Hydra production continuing from Elazer. Melee upgrade coming up as well. And those couple High Templars warping in. Start to gather some of those storms. That's going to be a big deal breaker as this game continues to produce some action. Things wrap it around. Zealots will fall. The Hydra is obviously able to play cleanup on that. For the moment, at least. And the Banes come over. Again, the Lings and the melee upgrade still coming up as well, so we continue bringing that through. Archon shots to get some damage done. Another storm coming straight into place, and those Lings and those Hydras still trying to get through onto the battery, onto the Nexus. The Nexus is going to die. Cristiana is shooting his way through up the top side of the map. Bane Hydra just in general there, kind of going for a little bit. Things going down, the Baneling's getting struck. Again, Overlords and the melee upgrade continue to come about as well. Just going to see the Zealots still trying to get in after the Queen. I mean, again, there's points where Cristiano's army seems very scary. If you get some good storms here, maybe you can do a lot of work. You need to zone these Banelings, but that's every single storm already used, and you've not even touched the Hydras yet. I think he's like almost overstorming the Banelings, which I get it, like you want to make sure the Banes don't connect, but at the same time, you've got to have some way to soften up these Hydras. Otherwise, that's very bad. Cristiano gonna have to say GG, and the Polish power will belong to the Pole on the side of the Polish power, as Elazer ties the series 1-1. That does mean, guys, I will just clarify that we will not have a resolution of this first series today, because Spirit cannot play today. So if Spirit is not here and we can't play Spirit's games, that means we obviously will be means we'll obviously be unable to resolve this if it wasn't going to be a 4-0. So just letting you guys know that we also play through the rest of the games in this series. Just when we get to the Spirit games, we basically come to a stop, and then we'll continue. We aren't going to stop the series altogether, but basically we're going to have the 2v2, Geralt versus Maru, and then, like I say, anything that involves Spirit will be played at the weekend or so. They'll be sorting that out later on, now that we know it's going to be necessary. Our next map will be Yellow Jacket. Let me get this hosted up, guys. Take a second to find the resource trading tax mod. And start getting this hosted up. Coolio. Coolio. Alright, alright, alright. Getting everyone online, swapping over. Like I say, just 7, so guys, get ready to roll here. I had to remember that ByuN was playing. I had to stop him. I instantly moved him over to the caster spot. There you go. That works. Cool. Awesome. Alright, if these guys are ready, we are pretty much ready as well. We can kick off into some 2v2 action, guys, as we continue the games here in the WardiTV Team League Season 10, sponsored, by the way, by Crate Entertainment. Just going to drop that link in the chat right now. They are the entire reason this entire tournament is happening, so go give them some love. Buy their games, play their games. And go support them guys doing their thing while they support us doing our thing. It's greatly appreciated. Alright, ready, go, 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 ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're Gucci. Sweet. Alright, countdown's gonna wrap up, guys. And we'll get this ready to start. Yellow jacket is going to be obviously onside, and Polish Power all tied up here, looking to break this tie. As we have in the top right-hand side, the blue team will be the Polish guys. It is going to be Geralt and Elazer taking on the orange and red, ByuN and Cristiana. Obviously, Cristiana's still here. Poland fighting Poland. Actually, kind of curious. I have no idea what to really expect from ByuN Cristiana, because obviously I don't know if, like, you know, obviously you talk about 2v2, you think about voice comms and everything and so on, so kind of wondering if this is going to be something that works well, kind of wondering if they're going to look very kind of coherent as a team. I think is a pretty fair question, honestly, so I think there's some good questions as we set up and get ready to rumble here for game number 3. 2v2 time. There's going to be 2v2 in game 6 of the series as well. Again, that will not be played today for this series because it's a spirit matchup, so that is going on. Can someone explain when they play the 2v2? So it's a best of 7, and the first 2 maps are 1v1. The third map is 2v2. The 4th and 5th map are 1v1, and the 6th map is 2v2. And then the 8th match is 1v1 again. And yeah, that makes up the full BO7 series that they play over the course of this. So yeah, that's cool. I like it a lot. I kind of like the format. Maybe some fine-tuning of some rules for like player eligibility, but that was something because I didn't really think about the fact that one player could maybe play 4 out of the 6 games, but then I don't know how big a deal it is considering 2 of those is 2v2. So yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Alright, Reaper in the orbital, coming online. We're going to have a little pylon dropping into place. Cybercore coming through next to this building. And the barracks and the command center coming up as well. The SDV coming about. Playing speed, the queens and the lings. All building through. A couple of depths in the warp gate coming online as well. It's going to drop a little Stargate on that right side. So Cristiano going to bring the aggression in the early few moments here. And then the Reaper will step up. First drone going to take some nibbles. And we will just start to put a bit of damage out right away. Again, the barracks coming up. The command center coming through. Add a couple of Marines in the SCV on into play. Stargate coming online. There's a Baneling Nest from Elazer. See if that is, 31 supply. So it's a very early Bane Nest and Lings. And obviously an extra gate coming up from Geralt, who's still on one base. Feels like they're going for the aggressive approach in this 2v2 right now. Looking to come across the map aggressively and hit hard into the heart of ByuN and Cristiana, trying to break them down early in this game. So, let's see how successful that may turn out to be as Cristiana and ByuN. Yeah, I mean, ByuN has not expanded, right? He's actually playing the... he's high ground expanded into 3 racks. I don't think I hate it, because ByuN's expansion not exposed. Obviously, Cristiana's is. Bane Nest about to finish. 7 Banes on the way up. Cristiana was going to have an Oracle. Probably needs a, like I said, that's proxied. There's going to be a battery. You could maybe stay sword, but it does mean you're not going to have reinforcements there. There's the proxy pylon and gateway from Geralt to get his fast warp-ins here across the map as well. A few additional stalkers warping in right now. They're going to be coming through. The Ling Bane still building up. And we're going to see the Oracle just activates. It's just going to try and drain the battery. Honestly, right now, even if you force your opponent... Oh, ByuN just hit his teammate's freaking stalker. Holds on the high ground. The Banes are an issue here for ByuN. As you see, those Banes are going to come straight through. ByuN going to try and pull back. Cristiano does not have a lot defensively. Oh, this is a disaster, I think. ByuN and Cristiano are going to be exposed very quickly here, and you can see these Banes are running after the probes. Geralt and Elazer looking good as Cristiano in some trouble. Extra gates only just now warping into warp gates, so it's taken a while to even get that up and online in this scenario. And again, the Marine Marauder stim still building up. You can see that orbital coming back over. A couple of Lings are going to try and make a run at these probes as well, trying to get a little more out of this. Trying to get a bit more final bits of damage. Cristiano and ByuN are down to 21 and 27 supplies. The Polish power is powering through. This Oracle's finally killing probes on the other side of the map. The problem is that Cristiano and ByuN are just not going to stabilize here. As Geralt has already so much in the main. The Lings of Elazer are going to continue to power through because he's not having his economy hindered during this either. So that obviously just looks very fine. GG. Sad, says ByuN. Not sure if that was intentional, but... yeah, the Polish power is going to come through strong, guys. How about that for a strong second game victory? And they're going to go up 2-1 now in this best of 7. So looking very good there. Like I say, no Spirit match today, so we'll hold off on Spirit ByuN. We will instead have Geralt versus Maru coming up next. So we'll get that ready to go on Celestial Enclave. This will be central because the Spirit match would be west. Cool. 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 Geralt here, in that case, we're actually, I think, pretty much only missing Maru. Sweet. Boom. Alright, let me just take a couple minutes. I don't know if they realized this was talked about in the team chat channels and stuff, but I don't know if they quite remembered or realized, so yeah, we'll just wait for Maru here for a second or two, because I think ByuN was expecting to be about ready to play. So, yeah. Yeah. Everyone's leaving lobbies and stuff. I've got no idea what's going on. All right. 55 minutes in. Danny missed a game or two. We are 3 games deep already. 4th map of the day coming up. So again, guys, I'll just reiterate. So this is going to be the last game of this first series. So yeah. It'll be celestial enclave when we do get into it, but we just wait a little bit, like I say, wait for player to hop on over and get ready to go. The second match, by the way, Shopify Rebellion versus Onside. It's due to start in about half an hour. Obviously, we'll have this yeah, we're going to have a I can't talk. My brain's not there. I did not sleep well last night. I'm feeling it right now. Yeah, I had a very what am I trying to say? Stop and think. After this game, then, we will not have a resolution to the series, but it'll be put on pause. Like I say, it'll get kind of wrapped up at the weekend whenever we can get Spirit to play with everybody. Then we'll go into our next series, which is Shopify Rebellion versus Onside, which is going to be ByuN versus Maru, Harstem versus Cristiana, and more after that. ByuN Lambo. And we go from there. Cool. Sorry, just communicating. I feel like the guys did not actually just didn't read my message at all. It is the TLDR. Cool. Alrighty, guys. I'll get this ready to rumble and kick off into Celestial Enclave in just a few moments. So we get this ready to go. This format does seem to step up in difficulty of logistics. I mean, it's not so bad, but then the issue we have right now is that it's week 1, is the first play day for some of these teams, and then, like, you know, we also have some teams who are kind of mixed and matched together, and they're just a few players joining forces. So they don't have as much clear organization. So yeah, it's a little kind of messed up, and especially for this first week, for example, what happened was that basically, you know, they finally communicated to each other that, hey, we play on what day is it today? Thursday. And Spirit's like, I literally cannot play. I'm away all week until the weekend. So then I either delay the entire matchup, which I don't want to do because I already moved a lot of matches, and moving entire matches is kind of a pain. And so what we said was, in this case, just, you know, basically we will not play the Spirit games. And if it's 4-0 for Onside, the Spirit games will just get forfeit. And if it isn't 4-0, which in this case it will not be, Spirit's games will be organized to play. I'll get Spirit to organize with, you know, Ryung, and also with, I think, Zaun and Maru that he plays 2v2 against. They'll organize to play at some point over the weekend. And then we'll just get the replays and we'll play catch-up. So it's a little awkward because we will not have a final result of this series today. I know that's weird. Just, like I say, trying to keep as much kind of scheduling in place as possible. Because the moment you move a full match, The problem with moving one full match away is that a lot of the days are planned around, for example, today, Onside play 2 matches back-to-back, Shopify play 2 matches a day, Polish Power play 2 matches a day. So these 3 teams today that we're seeing, and Villains of SC2, there are 4 teams today that play 2 matches each. And if you move 1 match away, all of a sudden you're kind of leaving teams with only 1 match to play. It just makes the scheduling actually worse. So for the sake of, we could have moved the entire match up to the weekend, but then I also can't cast it live on the weekend because we have other matches on the weekend. So, yeah, that's all it is. It's just like I say, we're just doing our best to kind of schedule it along and try and keep it as simple as possible for everybody. Like I say, better to reorganize a couple of players to the weekend for a game or 2 than it is to reorganize a full BO7. You thought Maru was Vitality. Vitality dropped their entire SC2 organization as their EWC contracts ran out. So, yeah. There's no Vitality in StarCraft 2 anymore. The Vitality team was actually the entire Onside team originally. If you remember, Onside was at first was originally like Maru and Solo and people. But then when Vitality picked them up, Onside kind of partnered with Vitality, and then we didn't really hear the Onside name for a long time during that period. But when the Vitality contract ran out, they are still with Onside. So it's the Vitality team now essentially plays as Onside. So yeah, they basically picked up Vitality as a name sponsor for their team for a couple of years, and obviously Vitality got some EWC money out of that. So yeah, that's kind of how that all went. That's kind of what happened there. As you see, the Twilight Council, Adept and a Warp Gate coming through. Stalker actually going to get an SCV. That's quite nice. Just going to be seeing again the Twilight Council, the Gate, and the Blink coming through. Warp Gate coming up, Stalker, and get a grab. And an SCV guild. I'm just going to see that Stalker retreating back home for the moment. We are already on the Indie Cam. Beautiful stuff. Alright, just going to be seeing the gateways going down, the Warp Gate coming through. Again, the Blink continuing by, and the Barracks coming up as well. So we got that Barracks on the way. The Command Center about to finish here. Geralt versus Maru here in this game, which obviously, I mean, for Maru, you win this and Onside get tied up 2-2. Leaves you in a good position with ByuN versus Spirit and a 2v2 to go. I feel like if you lose this and Geralt and Polish Power get up to 3-1, there's a very good chance you don't even see an ace match. I think one of the 2v2 can go wrong, or Spirit. That's a shot against ByuN as well. ByuN's TVT is very good, but I think there's always going to be something of a shot there. As the Raven comes up, the Widowmine's coming through and online for a moment or so. Just going to see there's a little bit of a drop through and into this main base in the next few moments. So we get that move in. We're going to see a couple of Widowmines unloading. Oh, no, that's actually, look, the Widowmines. Indeed. Oh, yeah, he's like, look at this medevac. He kept one inside. But, like, what if these Widowmines actually blew up on stuff now on the natural? Oh, yeah, Indy, my boy. Yeah, it's not very often I'm more awake than Indy, guys, on the observing. You're going to see this Widowmine handling being done. Maybe he would have been fine. Maybe he wouldn't have missed anything, but for a moment I didn't believe. It's a very rare situation. I don't believe in my boy Indy, so yeah, like I say, I was momentarily afraid on that one. As you did see a couple of Stalkers coming about, there is the Widowmine boosting back down, charge coming up, Stem and the Barracks coming online as well, so we keep bringing that through for a couple moments, get that all on the way. And yeah, charge probes, the next in the battery coming online also, getting these bits and pieces brought up at the moment. Folks will just gather, and everything else gets settled in to go. Stalker full shoot, again charging a few probes coming online. The Widowmine going to unload into the back of this natural mineral line. Another probe stepping over for a moment, going to go bang, and probe gets picked off already. Hold a turret into the back of this main mineral line as well, and we do see the probes continue to get chipped through for just a little bit. Marine Marauder on the way, Stimpack coming up. Temple Archives will look to come down in the next few moments as well. So drop that into place, and Geralt is starting to get ready to go. The problem is, I feel like Geralt typically likes playing into like the longer games and the longer setups. That does not really bode well for playing against Maru, who is one of the probably absolute best at playing the longer games and the later game. So I am a little, I am not just a little, I am going to be straight up very intrigued as to what we actually get over the course of these next few minutes here, because, like I say, to me, Geralt is setting up into a game plan which absolutely gives Maru a very big smile on his face, because he's just getting to play his thing. Stim and combat shield's done soon, medevac's out. We'll see if Maru wants to push with those upgrades. I'd be kind of surprised if he did nothing. There's a chance he gets across the map in Siege before Storm is ready, and maybe a chance then to find some opportunity and find some damage early as well. So that is a possibility. Biotank just coming over. A couple Stalkers going to get shot at. A couple Marauders and the Marines still coming through. Just going to see the Medivacs and the Raven back up to the top. Stalker looking to get rid of that mine. It is going to get cleaned out. And then the Stalker's just going to blink over that set of rocks already. The charge will allow you to jump onto a few of these Marines. A little feedback hitting one of those Ravens as well. Now going to continue forward. Siege tank goes down. Rest of the Bio chasing through. That High Templar gets killed. Probe gets picked off. Zealots and the Stalker still going to sit here, but I just don't think Geralt really has enough right now. The Zealots are dying. We recharge the battery with energy. Storm just finished up. Well, the High Templars are dead, so that's not really going to do much. And as the probes pull into tank, that's just a sad sign, because it means that your probes are going to die. And if nothing else, Maru gets some very effective trades here. We blink in. We actually clean out a medevac, but Geralt lost 8 ways. To be fair, I mean, Geralt's actually still alive. Like, he's not completely kind of rolling over and dying right now. Man's going to stay kind of alive and kick in at the end of all that, so we ain't gonna kind of clear just yet, as Maru's supply's actually going to be fairly even. Wow, Geralt, I'm going to say, I thought he was dead, but, like, actually, just when he pulled the probes, I thought all the probes would die, but he actually only killed 8, so I'm actually, like I say, a little bit surprised, a little bit impressed. Geralt is going to be not dead just yet, so Maru is not going to succeed straight away. The good news is Maru is obviously not all in. You know, he was, setting up for a longer game in general here. He has a third CC down. He's got a Ghost Academy up now as well. Ghost on the way through. He does get 5 more probes here as he drops around and continues to poke about for damage over these next periods of the game. And the High Templars gonna step forward, so maybe Geralt tries to go across the map and put some pressure on himself, and be like, hey, I can bring the fight to you as well, So maybe that's a possibility. Getting the Ghosts, the Marines. Might have I continue to build through for a couple of moments to get to the upper left-hand side. A couple more kills. Medevac just loading them again. A few Stalkers want to get underneath. The Medevac is going to get shot down, so the Medevac will fall. Bio mine heading to the upper left-hand side as well. Continue to get moving over there. I see a bit of a stim going in. Just going to see a scan coming about. The Widow mines looking to try and set up for a little while, and going to go bang bang. A couple of these Zealots going to get jumped on. Another Zealot there we're going to be getting rid of. We just lift up and try and make a runaway. We'll eat some feedbacks as we go, but obviously keeping the units alive is still #1 priority, and that has been achieved. I got a Ghost showing up. We're actually going to see Maru pulling more units into this fight up to the upper left-hand side. Geralt's still actually holding on very nicely with the supply lead. Obviously with Ghosts and EMPs it becomes a bit of a different game, but Geralt is actually on a very big wonder. With these couple of High Templar, they were off and away looking for the biggest wraparound you were going to see today. Didn't quite come through in the end. Still kind of on the way over. I can't believe they're still chasing, to be honest. This is a very long chase down. And a couple of mines getting dodged by the prison play. We're actually going to burrow and keep the fired one alive. We're going to give up another Zealot, and that Widow mine should get cleaned up. Don't think we do anything to stop that. Well, and everything else coming back through the center there. It's just going to start to make a couple of moves. Indeed, have the Medivacs overhead. This big army of Geralt kind of eyeing up the idea, the possibility of diving in. He's got a lot of minerals banked up as well. Geralt could spend his money. He'd actually have a bit more of a supply lead, and actually really might be in a very dangerous position right now with the ability to really get something done. That's a nice EMP, and we are going to get enough damage to actually push the Prism away. That's a huge factor. Prism getting pushed back and KO'd there. Going to shut that down very quickly, very easily. A bunch more Stalkers warping in alongside this right now, and we do have Prism sitting tight for a moment or two. Took a bit of damage. Going to be seeing the Zealots getting chased down for a little bit as well. We go back and forth. Another Storm coming down here. A bit more damage being done. Stalkers get underneath, and again, just a little bit more being found. Another Storm coming into play. It's going to sit on those Stalkers, so again, a bit more damage being dealt for a little while, but I'm going to pull out of that. Well, Maru's still expanding through the bottom side of the map, and as he continues to expand through the south, we continue to get set up very nicely for the moment. Again, Ghost coming about, +2 and +1 coming over, Disruptor on the way through. It's going to be seeing the rest of this army still coming over as well, continue to move across right now. Pival is going to work on these rocks. Tutu coming about, the extra gates coming through. He's going to be seeing the Tutu and the cloaking coming up as well. Everyone getting those upgrades ready. A lot of this setup continuing to build by then. Get those few ghosts ready to fight. The Bio going to get in after the Zealots as well. Going to be more shots coming about. That Bio army still firing. You can see the Zealots, the Archon, the Stalkers continuing to come over just for a couple of seconds. You can see an EMP coming down. A couple of Vikings going to chase over. Oh, the Vikings get knocked down. The Prism is going to get the warping off. However, is that going to be enough? Maru with some extra units showing up. The Zealots are dying very quickly. Now there's just Stalkers left. That ain't going to be it. The High Templar, there was one left. I didn't even see it, but he does come out with a storm that did nothing. Maru was already stepped through it basically as it dropped down. So that really didn't go anywhere, and Maru is going to get a massive win in the bottom right corner. Geralt has money to spend, but mostly minerals. He actually isn't very gas heavy in his bank account right now, so he's not going to be able to rebuild a lot of the tech units. He really is going to be stuck on a very mineral-focused army from here, so a lot of Zealots very likely, if anything, will kind of get pulled in. Bio starts a vital, EMP comes down, Disruptor shot lands for a bit of the Bio as well. He's going to see a couple of Disruptors, Zealots, Stalkers coming around as well at the moment. He's going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to come down this run. We're going to see another Widow Mine shot, but that's going to get dodged from with the blink. Now we see the Bio actually going to give chase, and again, a couple of those Stalkers take some big damage straight away. +3, +2 still coming up. The Medivac Marine Marauder coming by. 3-3 starts from Geralt. Again, still closing on being maxed out. Still has, I mean, I love this left side forward base, by the way. So much of Maru, because he's expanding through the bottom of the map, he isn't actually taking a lot of central positions, so actually taking that forward left base is one you don't really see taken very often here on Celestial. But it's going to work for Geralt because of, like I say, the way that Maru is expanding is not really naturally taking him in that direction. Solid Stalker coming in. Like I say, Geralt is really desperate to add a bit more gas into play. I get it, you're probably going to be Zealot heavy here, but I think we do need a few more, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with still adding in like some High Templars and so. Just wish he had a bit more gas so it wasn't just so Zealot heavy on the reinforcements. There's a point where the Terran army is actually set up to deal with mass Zealot forces, and once that's true, this kind of army from Geralt really does kind of suffer and kind of get punished very quickly at that point. And those Bio units coming up with the Medivacs +3 attack on the way through as well, bringing that in. See a couple more Disruptor shots getting hit. Disruptor's going to land. Stalker will come over. Still got the 3-3 coming through on both sides. The Zealots and the Disruptors continue up. The Reactor's coming by. Bio. Continue in just for a moment. Most of the Zealot Archon still stepping through, looking for the chance to get underway here. A couple High Templars setting up as well. EMP's coming down. This Bio now going to come from the other side. 2 Disruptor shots landing towards a lot of that Bio. Army spreading. Actually getting a good jump on the bottom side of this force. However, the few Disruptors on the top need to be protected. There's only a few units up there. They're going to mostly be able to fight themselves free. Geralt with a massive warp in. Maru passing forward is going to step towards that warp in point. I'm going to say that's a very scary Disruptor shot. Maru has to split from it last second. Needs another Disruptor shot as well. Marine Marauder Medivac continue to come across. Just going to be seeing the Bio continuing through. Another Disruptor coming back in. gonna be seeing a little bit of what else is going on here, moving about a little further. Just gonna see another couple of disruptors firing through again, so just again get some more damage out. A little bit more being done. Another disruptor getting picked away at here. Disruptor is going to get picked off. The Stalker's blink. The Zealots are going to start charging through. Another disruptor shot actually lands. Maru's making progress kind of forwards, but I just don't know how far he can get to. Geralt with a lot of bases at this point. Maru going to start adding on liberators as well. We're adding into a pretty deep state of the game right here. Bio Force still setting to try and do a little extra. Let's see, the disruptor shot firing, a couple of marauders going to get hit. I'm just going to see a few more shots coming through. Medevac still coming across, another disruptor landing for a bit of bio right there. Just going to be seeing the pylon and the batteries being picked off as well at the moment, so a little bit more being done just at the moment, a little bit more coming through. Just going to see the storms dropping down. We're actually having a little bit more army supply than previously. Geralt still has a ton of money if you can just spend it. He's actually going to kill a bunch of the Medevacs on that right side as we try and play getaway. A few Medevacs go down, not too many. A few Zealots are going to be gathering up as well. Still bringing those numbers in. Zealots will charge. Stalker's going to hunt. A couple of disruptors coming through too. Another couple of Wintermine shots coming off. And just going to be seeing again the Liberators setting up and zoning back the disruptors. Another Marina Marauder going down. And another disruptor firing. Oh, that's going to be a big disruptor shot. Man, Maru's supply is going the wrong direction at the moment, guys. Geralt is just breaking forwards. I felt like a lot of Maru's fights were kind of fine. Like, yeah, maybe they weren't all that. Maybe they weren't kind of progressing entirely, but they were, like, good enough, I thought. But right now, he's being pushed back, and he does not have the stability here to really deal with this. Again, Geralt's had a lot of bases for a long time. And Geralt is going to see this opportunity, and he's looking to seize it. The Stalkers are just going to jump on the libs as soon as they move forward. It's an instant jump. 5 new ghosts on the way from Maru. Can he hang on? He might be able to hang on, honestly. Like, his army supply is not terrible. He's playing a defensive position. If the disruptors don't land, that's army supply that's not achieving too much. Like, I think there's a world Maru survives in this moment, and like I say, kind of incredible in some ways. He's going to lose a couple of Marines. That's a nice split. I'm surprised the Marauder lived. I was like, why even split? You're just going to lose a Marauder, but he saved a Marauder, lost a Marine instead, so that's worthwhile micro. Wow. Advanced Ballistics coming through as well, so you can see Maru still wants to try and get into those libs. It's just about getting there without dying at this point, because obviously his opponent is permanently on the kind of on the boundary of his base, ready to kind of pounce if the opportunity is going to give itself to him. So Geralt is hunting for blood and hoping that he can succeed at some point soon, I would imagine, or guess. Because he definitely feels, he's got to feel good after a couple of these fights. The problem is Maru remaxes. Maru's army supply is massive because he's 30 workers worse off, but he's going to have that available as army, and that's so difficult for you as Geralt to actually be able to kind of take the fights again, because Maru will just have so much at any single point in time that will once again be kind of a permanent issue. Another disruptor, not going to be close enough on this one. The Liberator's poised and ready to see what's up. I like this. A couple of libs already rotating over here. And Geralt tries to poke up this area, does not get very far. There's an important base for Maru, an extra base he can take. Geralt is still controlling a lot of this map. Resources lost is not bad for Geralt. We'll see how the fights go that now Maru is kind of maxed out fully again. Because I think these are the kind of fights that are going to probably determine a lot of what the future looks like and show us a lot of kind of what is to come here as the bio going through. A couple shots coming out straight away. Just going to be seeing the Liberated. Siege up again. Marauders caught by a Disruptor. Everything else gathering together. Fire just going to jump. Disruptor gets caught. A Ghost or two going down. Another couple of Disruptor shots trying to fire in. A couple of these Zealots getting blasted. Honestly, decent split away there. Ghost tanking some damage. Oh, those Ghosts need to be careful. They hit another Disruptor shot. Fortunately, they don't one-shot anymore. Otherwise, that would have been a few dead ghosties, and they're expensive. That said, Maru at this point, a new base established. I do think he starts to really come into his own a bit defensively at this point again. But he can't just sit back forever, because Geralt's going to have... It's going to be the same issues before. You sit back for too long. Geralt has a ton of economy, so I like that Maru gets forward, tries to deny this. I also, like I said before, I love that Geralt has this base, because that's actually a really hard base to hold as this game goes later. So the fact he's mined half the minerals out of it, it's incredible, right? Like, that really sets you up for success here as Geralt deep into this game, because this is a base where Maru is going to struggle to take the same base on the other side of the map. So yeah, having had some of the resources off this base is huge. Nice move around, going to catch a lot of the libs on the side that they're just not really defending right now. So many libs keep showing up though. This time the disruptor shots are landing as well, however, so damage being dealt. Disruptors finding damage. Geralt could really do with a few more gases, man. He's got some bases where there's no assimilators taken right now. That just seems crazy to me when you look at the situation of things. How can we not be trying to prioritize that? Feels like we definitely need to kind of move on over there ASAP at the moment. Female Liver is going to see Jub Zealots, and Sorg's going to get zoned backward. Again, the disruptors continue to come up now. The +3 shields coming online as well. If these Liberators get to just siege a position like this, I mean, they start to do so much damage. We can't just sit in those liberation zones, obviously. That would be truly a disaster through and through, so we can't go with that. Gotta be a little bit more kind of ready to kind of set up and handle things there as a couple of Stalkers take some shots, going to move through, it's coming into place. Disruptors are going to fire, aiming for some of the ghosts as well, trying to find some success. Bio, Liberator, Ghost, all joined together at the moment. So again, a lot of that coming through just for now. Bringing a lot of this into play. Shadow Stride on the way up. The shield and the disruptors all coming in. Nice Liberator siege. Those disruptors kind of missing, honestly. Like, they went through the Terran army, but they didn't land on the Terran army. So a lot of those disruptors actually way less effective than initially it seemed like they would be, honestly. It was a little bit surprising, in fact. I feel surprised by that altogether still, as we do have another disruptor shot landing through. Bio still joining up together. Still trying to get set to go. We're going to see more Liberators sieging over on this side. Shadow Stride, the +3 armor. There's a pylon going down as well. Another couple of libs just going to siege. You are going to see Maru has been successfully pushing this army back. Again, I'm terrified for Geralt just running out of gas. He's got 300 gas, and I mean, he's so much right now. If you warp in Zealots, it's just not going to do very much. Maru continues to run his bank account dry as he just fights and fights. Again, has had this 30 army supply lead throughout the game, and is just using that now to start finally knocking down bases. Obviously, again, Geralt's been mining like a madman with 99 probes, and yet an assimilator is not one, because yeah, we are just completely gassed off still. He has taken some extra gases. I just think it's a bit too late for him to actually make up for some of these that he's been missing for so long. You know, you don't mine 6,000 minerals and then just kind of catch up on the gas in a moment, right? So, and unfortunately, I don't know if he's got really a long-term kind of situation here, because Maru's going to be pressuring him. The disruptor count is very low. EMP's over the Zealots, and that's exactly why the mineral count isn't ideal, because Zealots are not necessarily going to do enough here. We're at this massive bio where the Zealot count is just not seeing success. Now pushed into the natural, now pushed behind a wall off. That is going to be a problem. He's going to see the rest of these Liberators sieged up and continue to hammer home the point. 26 minutes here between Geralt and Maru on Celestial Enclave. And Geralt, this was such a trap of a game, I feel like, for him, actually, because I feel like he was just like, he had it. And I feel like when he had it, he could have just maybe turned back and teched up a bit better, and instead he was like, he pushed to kill, didn't get it, and then that is rough. Well, Bio going to be there. Liberators setting back up as well. You can see that rest of this Bio army still firing through. A bit more damage being done. Again, this next is going down. This main base going down. And Geralt does not really have much of an answer right now, as Maru is going to get the win to put onside 2-2 in this best of 7. At the end of this one, that really is something. Jeez. This was a hell of a game, man. This was a hell of a game as that Bio army still continues to try and chase forward. Zealot Stalker in some trouble. A couple Liberators will siege up on top, try and chase those Stalkers away, trying to make sure they are pushed back. for a little bit here as well. And it's going to be Maru taking game number 4. And it is going to be 2-2 between Polish Power and Onside. And like I said, unfortunately, guys, we'll not get a resolution of this one today. I know the start of this team league has been shaky. One match yesterday and a match that won't finish today. Like I said, just scheduling issues. So we are going to wrap this series up and move on to our next, which is going to be Onside versus Shopify. So that one is ready to play in full with no issues. So that one's ready to play in full with no issues. So we're going to kind of move on into that. Get ready to go. And going to get resumed in just a second. Let me just communicate this. Cool. So we're going to get ready for the Shopify versus Onside matches. That will begin with ByuN versus Maru over on Korea. So we're going to get some TVT. Maru getting warmed up with a little bit of Geralt PVT to take him deep into a later stage of a game. Nice warm up. And now some TVT next. Like I say, guys, we're going to switch over to this... I'm going to switch over to this next series along. I know it's a little confusing. I know I'm doing a lot of explaining. Just bear with me, like I say, on this opening week especially. Just a lot of moving parts going on. Getting everyone to figure out how this works, etc., etc., etc. And once it's started properly, like once week 1's done, more players will be more kind of anticipating like, oh, I can't actually play that day you asked me about 3 weeks ago. Maybe I should actually do something about that. So, yeah. yeah. Alrighty, the start of this series is going to be played on Winter Madness. Alright. So yeah, we're going to change matchups, guys. Like I say, I appreciate it is a bit confusing. But yeah, we just gotta make do. Just be just like roasted to death in this room. Helen shut the door and then never reopened it, and the heating's on, and I'm just like dying over here, but yay. All right, all good. Looks like we're pretty much set to go. We had 6 casters before. We've got 6 casters now. That seems good to me as well. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I think we're good. So like I said, we're going to move into the next series, guys, which will be Onside versus Shopify, which we'll be seeing the starting match being some TVT. So yeah, Maru versus ByuN. Well, I guess because Spirits games don't play, we're actually going to be bang on schedule. Incredible. Accidentally on schedule because of the the schedule issues. There's some irony to the schedule issues keeping us on schedule, isn't there? All right, ByuN and Maru coming up. Game number 1 of this TVT. And we are going to be ready to go into Winter Madness, guys. Again, after this, This is obviously just Series 2 out of 4 today, but after this we also have the Villains of SC2 versus Polish Power, and also Villains of SC2 against Shopify. We've got a couple of great matchups coming up later today. The Villains of SC2 are the number 2 seed, actually. So when we did the seeding for this event, we did the sum of the Aligulac ranks for the top 2 players on each team. The lowest rank is a higher seed. And Villains of SC2 as solo MaxPax is like a combination of 11 Aligulac rankings. So that's their seed. They are seed 2 in the overall tournament, which is pretty nuts. So they're gonna have some big games today. I mean, honestly, like Villains versus Shopify is gonna be a big one, because Shopify we always expect to be kind of a very good kind of solid team as well. It's not going to be an easy group for them at all with only 3 playoff spots available. It's actually going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. So interested to see how that plays out. So day number 2 of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. Our second series starts off with the red Terran in the top left from onside. This is Maru. And in the bottom right, it is going to be our blue Terran from the Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Cool. So like I said, guys, I appreciate it's a little confusing. If anyone's got any questions, you can ask and I'll say the exact same things again to try and explain it further. Trust me, I only understand what's going on because my brain has lived in the Team League admin land for the last week and a half or 2 weeks. So yeah, it's I only really know what's going on because my brain has been one with the Team League schedule and everything that's happening and so on. So. But yeah, but we got Maru versus ByuN, and this series in general is fun. The game after this is Harstem Cristiana, so I actually think it's 2 very competitive 1v1 best of ones to start, and then 2v2 comes up. I could honestly see us having any possible score available actually by the end of this, the first 3 games of this series. I think Harstem Cristiana can go either way. I think Maru ByuN can honestly go either way. I think the 2v2 can go either way as well. So I really do think there's quite a bit of volatility in terms of what can happen in this best of 7. So that's obviously very exciting. We already saw yesterday the potential for upsets in this league, where the Stanley Ball squad came in, bam, first game of the entire tournament, Nicorakt beats Serral. What's that second game of the entire tournament? GG Machine beats Raynor. Okay. That, Basilisk, number 1 seed in the league, down 0-2. Then they have to play 2v2. That goes wrong. Oh my god. They're down 0-3. What? And they brought it back in the end, but man, what a crazy way to start, and shows you just how close and how quickly you can kind of get into trouble some spots in the Team League. At the end of the day, it's just, it's just a few best of ones strung together, and best of ones can indeed be very volatile. Oh, look at the Shopify Rebellion Twitter's tweeting us. Oh my goodness. Been a hot second since we've been tweeting people. Jesus, it's like 2012 again or something. Maybe not 2012, like 2016 perhaps. Yeah, I love it. Alrighty, everyone's feeling the passion as we do get this TVT underway. Lots of Hellions from ByuN. He's going to get a Raven out as well. Maru a bit more aggressive. That tank early in this game definitely says that he wants to come across the map and maybe try and make a few things happen here. So would be expecting something to kind of, something along those lines to probably become prevalent here in the next little bit of time. So we'll keep our eyes on that, see what happens, see what goes on. And, yeah. Let's see what takes place as we settle in for a few early moments. Just going to have the medevac boosting or pulling down towards the bottom side. The Reaper Hellion all gathering together. I'm just going to get this tank sieged up. This is where ByuN is going to have to use the Raven well, but also the Hellions. Hellions can be very effective against a lot of this army. Not as effective against the Siege Tank. And the Siege Tank is going to be the big question mark here. That's what the Ravens are going to be very useful for. The Ravens can absolutely auto turret toward the tank and play cleanup. Is Maru going to play the getaway? He is going to unsiege. That means we will not kill the tank. He did. I like that from ByuN. He actually started target fire the medevac. Very good way of nearly guaranteeing yourself a cleanup on that. A Cyclone locked onto Marine. Good pickup by Maru. Micro already showing here in this opening game. Just going to see the Cyclone still pushing through. Tank saved again. A little bit more lifting up. A little bit more resetting being done. And go back and forth. One Raven goes down. That Cyclone's still going to be there. Just going to see the tank sieging as well. I'm just going to see the extra Marines and the Raven coming up. Cyclone going to get another kill on the SCV. Orbital Command still taking damage. Orbital takes a few more shots. We're going to see the Hellion gets picked off as well. Just going to see that also going down. And Maru killing a couple of SCVs, but ByuN is going to be alive and okay at the end of this. And repairs the Orbital a little bit as well. I think actually very, very good control from Maru is what's going to really be the difference here overall. Because what really happens in this is that, I think the biggest part of this, honestly, is just the fact that... yeah, I think the biggest part of this is honestly just the fact that, like... I don't want to say this. I think one of the bigger parts of this is just the fact that, like, you are... so close to losing so many units. So the fact that we're able to keep our units alive here instead of losing them, it really does make a big difference. So, yeah, I do think that's actually a really big deal. Yeah, good control from Maru. Really well taken fight. Really well handled. Love to see that from him. As ByuN gets himself set up. A couple of Vikings on the way. Tank and the Marine and the Stim coming through for a couple of moments as well. So we continue to bring that up and online. Tank setting up. We are going to get a little bit of movement. Obviously, TVT typically becomes a very defensive matchup, so kind of expecting that to be a factor as tanks will siege, looking to defend. And a couple of Vikings and Marines continue to gather up as well. Stem combat +1 all coming through, so we get a lot of upgrades. Now, ByuN is going to be on a bit of a faster stem. We'll see if that's something you can actually utilize or not here. I think there's a good chance that it's going to be one of those scenarios where maybe you can get a little bit done. I mean, Stim will eventually catch up. The bigger concern for me is maybe the 1-1 upgrades, and they favor Maru. Because 1-1 is something that kicks into 2-2, then it kicks into 3-3. So there's so much time in this game until upgrades like that get evened out. Whereas obviously when you're talking about the, you know, the Stim, once Stim is done, it's done. Stim doesn't really access you to, give access to anything else. Well, it gives access to combat shield if you're only on one tech lab. But there is a much kind of closer stopping point of those upgrades kind of being ahead. And a much kind of faster kind of catch-up point, I suppose. I'm just going to see the Vikings, the Medivacs, and the Ravens will gather. And the Marines will settle into the center. We will have ourselves a few shots of damage coming in just initially. Just going to see the Vikings, the Ravens stepping to the front. A command center wants to go down. It's going to be blocked by his own units. You can see Maru is kind of staying on the map, but he's not being overly aggressive. Kind of similar. ByuN only just recently kind of pulled back into his base as well. A similar vibe. Just not really getting too aggro too early. Doesn't want to get too caught up in those kind of scenarios. You see the Vikings. Going to get some shots off. Raven will take some damage. Tanks are going to get sieged. Vikings and Ravens going to sit there. Army back around into the center. 1-1 upgrades coming through. Medivac's going to go for a little jump over and going to try to get into this position. Tank's going to siege. Marine's going to take some damage. Vikings and Raven going to be there. Going to drop another Matrix down for a couple of moments here, and again, just going to keep those tanks at bay for the moment. Command center about to finish up. We're not going to scan. We're going to have a look at each other for a few moments here. Try to see what else is going on at the moment. Not scan available. A couple of tanks will unsiege. Marines poking on the right side, trying to see what they can do. Going to be seeing the pullback. Again, both players just letting this macro up into a nice kind of later stage of this game at the moment. 2-2 coming about. +1 vehicle weapons on the way in as well. Everything looking pretty comfortable there for the moment. I really wish your Cyclones were more powerful. I feel like that's a crazy thing to say watching a TV team, man. The matchup, which anytime Cyclones get any sort of buff, which makes them slightly better than average, it's like, bam, mass Cyclone wars, non-stop. Most silly StarCraft you see nowadays. It is funny how so many different Cyclone changes and variations of the Cyclones led to mass Cyclone TVT war. What a weird unit to be able to kind of do that repeatedly, no matter how it's designed. Two coming up. I'm actually going to see armor quite late for ByuN, so there's going to be an advantage there for Maru, but ByuN did catch up on the attack upgrades. The attack upgrade's equal, but ByuN will be behind on the armor upgrade. Having those Marines gather up, the couple tanks and sieging. Yeah, I think we might be in for the long haul here, guys, on this TVT. It does feel like that kind of a game right now. And 2-2 coming up, vehicle weapons coming through. When he comes over, just going to take a second. And the 2-2 will be about to finish up on the side of Maru, but yeah, this is just accelerating to late game because we got Ravens on the way, tanks and Vikings. Like, everything about this just says we are going late, and we're going to see what happens in that late stage. And yeah, all of this on the way right now. So yeah, a lot of setting up, continuing through just for the moment here. Let's see. ByuN kind of stepping forward, obviously going to start spreading out into some extra bases. Maru already taken his 5th base, so that's something that ByuN's going to have to try and match very shortly, or fall behind him. I imagine he'll try and match it instead. Generally speaking, players don't like falling behind, so they'll do what they can not to. But yeah, that's kind of where we sit right now. That's the kind of state of things as we, like I say, go through and figure a couple of bits and pieces of this out. 3 upgrades on the way through, the couple of Ravens, and the Liberators still producing by as well. Going to be this army stepping towards each other. Lots of sensor towers. This positional war is about to really begin as we drop a bunch of matrices down. The tank's going to stim in. Tanks in the back coming through. Anti-armor missile on some of those tanks as well. You anti-armor missile the Vikings in return. Some mortar turrets come down here. The main thing that ByuN is going to do is he's going to survive long enough to actually see the end of this fight with the matrices on his tanks. And so the matrix is coming free. Then he got a couple of tanks back into the fight, and that went a long way to helping him out and giving him a little bit more freedom continuing through. Medevacs, the tank, the Marines. Going to step forward again. We continue to scan out for the moment. Liberators are an issue, though. Air control in general is an issue right now for ByuN. He's actually only down 3 Vikings, but it feels like there's a much more oppressive Viking force in the sky. Maru pushing forward with those in the moment and absolutely showing us that right now he's going to be taking no prisoners. He's just going to be shooting down tanks one after the other. That does clear the way for the ground army to potentially make a move through on the floor. So perhaps expecting that as a possibility here. Over the left, the Marines going to have to gather together again. Marines get pulled out. Again, the Ravens coming up. Upgrades all coming through. Man, 4 Ravens at a time for Maru. You know he loves his Ravens in this matchup. And look at him just expanding. He's just... It's almost like he's playing PvT in the TVT, right? Like, he's just like, oh, cool. A reasonable position for me. Let me just expand everywhere. It really feels like what's going on right now. And to see those Vikings, the Ravens all gathering up. We do have ourselves the couple of units going to step over still. Ravens still on the way by. Starport's being added on from ByuN as he preps for even more Raven production of his own, perhaps. Let's see a Matrix or 2 from ByuN. Actually going to net him a couple of tank kills at the price of a few Marines. And there's going to be a lot of smaller trades like this over the course of this game. If we're setting up for a long one, there's going to be a lot of, like, I'm going to give a few units to get that unit, and that'll happen, like I say, a few times over, no doubt. advance into here. And is actually going to be in a little bit of trouble and is going to be a cancel. I mean, Maru has many a base. Losing this building base is going to be one of the least concerning parts of this game for him at the moment. Marine step through, trying to see what's up. We've seen the CC getting caught as well. Maru is trying to stop ByuN from expanding into that upper right-hand side. Well, that is, in theory, meant to be probably Maru's base. Sure why ByuN wouldn't just try and throw another base down into the bottom left-hand corner instead, to be honest. Anti-armor missile going to strike the Marines. Couple shots coming through, a couple of hits coming about. You know, good Matrix is coming down, going to knock a lot of these tanks out of the fight. This might be ByuN's opportunity to clear out a bunch of this in the center. Anti-armor missile on his Marines, but nothing to fight back. He gets most of the tanks. A couple in the back will stay alive, so not going to be a complete clear out of this setup. Not just yet, at least. Maybe. He's still actually moving through. ByuN with the power right now, powering up. Trying to get up that ramp as well. Not quite going to get there just yet, though. ByuN really finding the opportunity and just a gap in the defense to actually strike and to deliver a little bit of damage himself right there. Couple of tanks still firing, commencing to take damage. We'll be seeing the Ravens coming about, and the rest of this army continue to gather. Tank gets shot down. A few more hits going through on the left-hand side. Tank gets picked. The Marines stepping forward. A couple of SCVs coming through. Sense Tower as well. Vikings looking to land onto these siege tanks as well. Just going to see the rest of those Marines continuing to come on through. Big push for the next couple of moments as we continue to settle that in. Both players obviously still maxed out. Both players be mining a good amount in this game. Resources lost sits in Maru's favor. ByuN is going to start expanding to all of the corner bases himself, working his way to the bottom left-hand side of the map. So this kind of starts to become a very kind of split map game at this point. Tank picked off. One Marine tank coming through. Little Matrix landed on the tanks again. Big fight here, and the missiles are apparent on both sides. ByuN kind of fighting with his tanks, whereas Maru is fighting just kind of away from his tanks. So in the end, I think ByuN benefits from this engagement more than Maru will. You can still see that weapon refit, so the Yamato cannon is being added to the battlecruiser switch that Maru is currently making. It's day 2 of the Team League, and Maru is getting battlecruisers. I think we're in for a good season, guys. Auto turrets coming down en masse as they will deal with other auto turrets. That part's a bit silly, but like I say, the countdown to battlecruisers is almost up. BCs are going to hit this map, and we are going to see if we can deal with those as ByuN. He's got a lot of Vikings. BCs are beastly, though. He also has a lot of Ravens. Matrix is obviously very good against them. It'll be a big thing to kind of catch them and to kind of keep them locked down as well. Again, a few more tanks firing away. A couple shots going in different directions. Tanks and the BCs all coming up. Weapon refit on the way through. Ravens producing. We are going to see this army of ByuN looking to strike around through the center of the map. Tank going to get picked off already. I see a few more shots coming through. Another Matrix coming down as well. A few more shots coming over. +2 ship weapons coming in. The advanced ballistics coming online. Tanks and the command centers coming up. Them battle cruisers about to make their arrival. Maru has been kind of a step ahead in this game just in total. Sami comes through. Matrix goes down on the tank. You can see another scan coming about. This comes by again. The BCs float over to the left side. Yeah, it's going to take position for a couple of moments here, and well, like I say, there's the power of the BCs. They can kind of float away and just sort of do their own thing. And then bam, teleport back into the fight wherever they're needed, you know? They are so effective, unless they get matrixed. Then obviously they are kind of sitting ducks, but yeah, it's kind of amazing. They're actually a really good kind of later game fighting force at this stage. And they're an amazing harassment unit. As they want this planetary fortress. Here the Ravens! Matrixes go down, but too late. Teleport is already active, so the Matrixes do not catch. And the BCs get out of that. But the base survives, so ByuN actually does protect it. Yeah, there's the Matrix. So the Matrix does land on the BC, but the teleport takes precedent because it's already casting. And so the teleport goes off, and then they come out of the teleport matrixed. Couple tanks coming through, auto turrets coming down, a few shots going back and forth, anti-armor missile landing as well. Six Vikings coming up, all these auto turrets dropping down here. At the moment, just going to see a few more Marines and the Ravens gathering back across. Vikings, starports, +2 ship weapons, all of this building by. Another scan on that right-hand side as well. Trying to see what else is going on here. Armies will collect together a little bit. I can see these anti-armor missiles landing down. Going to run back and forth a little bit. Auto turrets going down a plenty here as well. We're not going to see ByuN supply dropping. Maru staying solid. A lot of tech units, a lot of BCs and Vikings still on the way from Maru in production. ByuN's still building Marines. He's building 9 Vikings at a time, to be fair. Definitely knowing the need to kind of get into this proper anti-air army at this stage to be able to deal with what Maru has got. Matrixes again here. A bunch of auto turrets went down to try and help this fight. Well, the Vikings trying to hold out. If the BCs come out of the Matrixes, they're going to start adding a lot of damage output to these anti-air units and could maybe make a big difference. Bam, bam, bam. Yamato cannon striking yet again. Once more, finding success. Still stepping through. The BC is still chasing in. At this point, BCs are probably going to start going down. Wow, we actually teleport that one away low HP. Great save. As the battle cruiser continues to get to work, we are going to have to teleport back one more time. And again, a couple BCs still gathering themselves together. But really could be a whole lot worse for ByuN. I actually felt like there was a world in which he maybe could have died there. Obviously, he did not. He held on. He has drained a lot of Maru's bank account, but it's not like he has a super healthy bank of his own, and he needs to get remaxed, whereas Maru is going to replenish his bank account because he's already remaxed. The few BCs and so coming up, so a lot of the rest of that coming through as well. Tanks is going to hit that orbital command. Viking Raven looking to move through. Couple Viking shots coming in. One Viking goes down. Medevac goes down in return. We're going to see ByuN just again going to struggle to fight these battle cruisers specifically at the front. Tanks getting chased away. Yamato's probably on the tanks that are retreating, so a bunch of those guys go down. In fact, all 3 of them go down. That remained. And you're going to see Maru kind of stepping forward into position. There's a lot of stim Marines. Maybe just ByuN trying to overwhelm on the ground. And if you can overwhelm on the ground, maybe you give yourself something of an opportunity here. Maybe you give yourself something of a chance for something to happen. We do see Sensor Towers coming into play. The Vikings all coming up. The Marine tank coming on into play as well. The Viking BC continues into place. Plus 3 ship weapons. They're not even done yet, by the way, for Maru, so those BCs are going to get even better before this game is done. Just feel like it's so difficult for Maru right now, for ByuN right now to take any sort of fight into this, which looks semi-reasonable. The BCs dominate, the Yamatos go off onto a bunch of the higher HP units, the Ravens of ByuN are dying, ByuN supply in general just plummeting here, and Maru continue to push through the center. Second 25-minute game in a row for Maru, but a second one in a row he is going to get victorious on, obviously in different series, but overall representing onside well. We know Maru's going to be a beast. He's definitely someone to watch out for in this season, and he's kind of shown it in these first couple matches, that onside play in the league. Obviously there's only 6 matches for each of these teams, so each of these days, especially if you're playing one of these days where you play 2 matches in the same day, it's very important to get off to a strong start, not mess around, take advantage already. One bad day is going to put you in a very difficult position, so it's definitely one of those things to be very cautious of. As a couple tanks will siege up, planetary fortress will take some damage. Sensor tower And so going down as well, so the rest of that being picked away at. As we continue to see the 6 BCs in the production tab. I just can't tear myself away from the production tab and just all of the battle cruisers that keep being produced. Resources lost now, 15k difference favoring Maru. So he's been extremely efficient. It's not like ByuN has had the base, the base advantage or something here that's going to change things. All these tanks sieging up really do just kind of seal the deal in this scenario as well. Not much else to say, my friends. Really not much else to say. I think this one is truly coming to a close. The Vikings are going to land to clean up these tanks. And while we're still maxed out, I just don't see ByuN finding a good enough fight to take this Maru army down. I know that's very unexciting caster talk, but I just do not have an explanation of what ByuN needs to do here to find this success story. It just seems impossible. Feels like ByuN was on the back foot since his first air army got wiped out. I mean, that's the issue with TVT, right? Especially in a game like this where it's being extremely air-focused. If you do lose air control, it's going to be extremely bad for you. Like, that's extremely difficult to recover from. You can see right now the BCs are just going to come absolutely floating their way forward. It's going to drop the recall in the end, just going to bring them back. BC's getting all the way back home. Guys, I will just say, I've had to snooze the ads a few times already on Twitch. We've had 2 very long games in a row. There's a possibility ads are going to run over the end of this game. I apologize if it happens. Like I said, I can't control them. I've done everything I can. Just 2 25 to 30-minute games in a row will do that, so apologies in advance. I don't feel like you're going to miss much. I feel like any fight kind of looks like this one. ByuN steps up. Maru just has a lot. ByuN can't do anything about it. It's just a case of really waiting to see kind of the final fight, which is probably just going to be ByuN kind of committing through, or Maru finds a chance to commit in fully. Yamatos thinking of going off. Obviously, anti-arm missile here. A few of those Marines going to get hit. We are going to keep chasing through the center. Maru continue to push up. I think ByuN's is going to send it, guys. He's going to run at this. Anti-arm missile is still active. The BCs are going to shred these Marines. As ByuN, the supply is going to drop. I mean, you got the matrixes on the tank, so at least the Marines don't die super duper quickly. They just die very quickly instead. And you can see ByuN's supply is not going to hold out here. The battle cruisers still push up. The missile turrets are going to try and be a thing. But this one is going to come to a close in favor of Maru, and Onside are going to get the opening game. I did that whole speech about ads, and the game actually does end in the next minute, so it does not have ads during the game. And it is going to be Maru and Onside to take the opening map here against the Shopify Rebellion. So ByuN puts up one hell of a fight, but man, it's hard to really feel that that was anything other than just Maru being in control for the majority of the game. Like, honestly, you guys know me, I'm a massive ByuN fan, but like, I just felt like Maru had the edge here the entire way through. We're going to swap to Europe. Up next, Harstem and Cristiano will take to the stage on Taito Citadel. So we'll be getting that up and running. Hey, what's up, Ankappa? And thank you so much for the 2-month membership on the YouTube. Another workday made better by Wardy. Thanks. No, thank you. Thank you for helping us do our thing. As we swap on over to Europe, like I say, guys, and get ready for our second map, which will be played on Taito. Let's get this one hosted and ready to start. Bacon Particles as well came in with the with the fresh new Prime sub as well. Appreciate you, and totally not a pile on resub with 52-month resub half an hour ago. Missed that one during some long games. Thank you very much for the resubs, guys. Thank you for supporting the stream and the StarCrafts. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we are just waiting for pretty much everybody to hop on over to Europe, it seems. Who are we actually missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing a caster, no? Rex and Decrank TKL. Alright, waiting for our French stream, guys, and then we'll be off and away. Back to business. Why I'm gonna have to make these weird starters. Alright, good luck's called. Let's get into some PvP, my friends. Alright, we're going to jump into Tyto Citadel. GLHF and GG's in the bottom right. Up a game representing onside Maru, taking that first one off of ByuN to start that team off in the right direction. This is Cristiana. And in the top left, from the Shopify Rebellion, it is going to be Harstem. WardiTV Team League Season 10 brought to you by Crate Entertainment! Exclamation mark Crate in the chat, guys. Amazing game developers making awesome games and loving StarCraft and RTS. I'm just wanting to help the RTS scene continue to thrive. So thank you so much for the support from them, guys. Like I said, check out their games. They're truly doing this just out of their love of StarCraft and RTS. So shout out to them. And like I say, give their games a little check if you fancy. That's all we ask. Alright, a couple gates coming through. It is going to be a fast nexus, though, from Harstem. So Harstem getting into a very fast expand. And that's going to be off of a single gateway here. He'll be on a later Cybercore 2, while Cristiano taking the double gates. He's about to scout what's up, so Cristiano are about to see that Harstem is playing the greedier playstyle here, and maybe start to look to do something about this. So, get that ready. Couple of probes going to nibble at each other. Cybercore and the Nexus coming up. Getting that ready to roll right now, bringing this through. And just the Stargate and the Debs still coming about. Nexus, probe in the Sentry coming about, that Wolf Gate coming over. So you get that into play just for a second or so here. Bring that about, and away we head. Just gonna see the center and the Wolf Gate coming through. It's going to be seeing the Oracle and the Wolf Gate coming about as well. And a couple sentries gather. Adept's going to shade about. Let's get a nice little force field. Going to grab a probe. Sentries will shoot. Adept going to take some damage. Adept actually gets trapped in a little bit. And we're going to see Cristiana getting a second probe kill. He's still down 4 workers because Harstem's expansion was just that quick. Now moving into 2 more gateways. I actually like this for Harstem so far. He's going to be on 3 gates. Up against an Oracle, which is very defendable because you're going to have 3 gates of production. Oracle steps over, 1 probe going down. The sentries get to business onto that Oracle for a couple of seconds. Onto the main, gonna grab a few more probes as well, so just gonna knock that straight through. A couple of Stalkers getting after the Adept. Adept still taking shots, hits the Assimilator, unfortunately. And there's the Robo facility and the battery still producing by. And Robo and those batteries continue coming to play. A couple of Stalkers going to be there. Oracle taking some shots. A bit of damage being done. Again, the sentries and the probe will continue to make their way over and see what we can find. As Harstem actually being aggressive with those sentries. I could get it if there was something else to kind of back them up, but I feel like we're missing the extra at the moment. I guess those stalkers in the pylon is going to be the extra, though. Hallucination going after the Oracle. And then just the Oracle moving about. Just going to see the few stalkers in the center are going to be there. And Hallucinations move through. A couple of stalkers in the center getting together. Also, I'm going to poke at the front for a little bit as well. A couple of force fields coming straight down. Shots coming through. Units going to go up against each other for a little bit here. One more force field dropping straight into place. And again, that Immortal coming up from Cristiana. Stalker and the probes building by as well. Again, lots of the building blocks of this game just coming into place at the moment. Getting set up and seeing where we get to. Sentries do so much damage in PvP. Yeah, the shields just get nibbled up by them. They really do kind of take things down initially so quickly. Next is Twilight Council, the couple of probes coming through, the Prism, and those couple of simulators coming about as well, so lots of those little bits and pieces coming online currently. And that Hallucination moving over for a little bit, and that Oracle still just heads around far left-hand side, going to start moving up to the top left for a little bit of time. Next is joining for the moment. Oracle activating. A couple of probes already going down. Stalker Sentry together. We'll push back against the rest of this. Couple of shots coming back over. Sentry's going to drop a couple more force fields in. The Adept going to get chased. Stalker Sentry able to clean up the Adept. And you see the Oracle coming back through for a stasis. It's going to catch massively. Harstem doesn't see it, so Cristiana gets a major stasis just as Harstem was really looking to kind of keep the ante up. Now he's going to be losing a lot of mining time, makes up for some of the resources that Cristiano lost. Harstem would have loved to get counts on his third base. He might still be able to. He's got some force fields available. See how he controls this. 4 sentries, handful of force fields. I love the Adepts in the natural. There's the cancel, and he's going to get probes as well. Harstem playing beautifully so far as he looks to try and get the Rebellion back on track in this match. 3 probes going down. The Prism going to pull back over as well. The blink is going to be finished very, very shortly. +1 attack coming through. Charging the Nexus, continue to build in as well. Oracle activates 2-3 probes. Go down immediately there. Resonant Enclaves will start. Again, the attack upgrade coming up. And charge coming through. Temple Archives building. Couple Stalkers dancing in the background. 3 workers being killed. Just for now. Like I say, Glaives is fun. I like where Harstem is at, and I feel like he's opened well. He's going to look to capitalize on that with that Glaives. This Oracle just gets deleted, which is nice. One less thing to worry about from Harstem, one less reason to have to look back at home and, like I say, really have to deal with anything of that, so that's going to be beneficial for sure. I see a couple of Adepts coming around there as well. Just going to be seeing the Adept to shade in, but Harstem's really on top of the harassment, where Cristiana has definitely struggled in comparison. So, interesting little note between the two. You still see that Resonating Glaives coming up, +1 attack upgrade, +2 attack, the Archon, the Immortal, and the Gates building as well for Cristiana. And yeah, the few extra probes continue to come into play also, so we bring a lot of the rest of that up and into action. Stalker gonna shoot. Hallucination gets taken down. Yeah, it was one that Glaive is really just continuing up and through for the moment. And now the +2 starting from Harstem. So upgrades are pretty even. Like I say, Glaive is done. Harstem's already gonna say, let's move into the Robo Bay here. So he's gonna try and switch straight to a Robo Bay, do something a little bit different. Hallucination continues to move up for a little while. Go for a depth sentry. Got a hallucination right there. Take that down. And the rest of these units coming back about, and we have got ourselves the... It's about to get a little feisty here, perhaps, in the next few moments. Again, +2 attack upgrades coming through on either side as well. Just going to see that cannon's also producing by. Across, see a couple of results already going down. 2, looking for the 3. Stalker just going to be trading again. The Stalker Sentry Adept continue to come over. The Observer setting up for a little bit as well. +2 attack. Disruptor on the way. 5 more pros going down. Harstem will continue to be the bullier. However, this is going to be what it comes down to, because they have kind of bypassed each other and they're both going to end up running into a base trade scenario. Now, Harstem may have a Disruptor or 2 defensively. We'll see if that can help hold off Cristiano a little bit. Cristiano actually recalls. So Cristiano recalls back. He's going to kill off this base. It's kind of interesting because Harstem's going to realize... I mean, did Harstem not realize the recall came down? He wasn't moving this army. Is he just going to run to the back and what? Recall the store because he just shaded the Adepts, which will go for a bunch more probes. Cristiano coming down in supply out of this. Yeah, Harstem able to make a getaway, especially if these... The thing is with the Adepts as well, they're very much so something which, over time, if we lose a few of them, we're not as worried. And like I said, behind this Harstem making Disruptors, I think it was right for Cristiano to come home. Because I think if he stayed on the map and played against those Disruptors, he was going to end up in a bit of trouble. But as it ends up here, like right now, I look at this, I'm like, well... To me, there's just no way that... I mean, Cristiano's army is still very good. Like, Harstem is maybe more of a harassing army, and Cristiano's army is A, bigger, and B, better teched as well. Like I say, I guess a lot of reliance on these Disruptors from Harstem, which we're yet to really see make an appearance, so we really are kind of hanging our hopes on Mr. and Mrs. Disruptor here to try and get something done. There's the first. We'll go for absolutely nothing. The second might get a quadruple hit on the Immortals. Wow. There's a bunch of damage done. The Immortals taking an absolute beating there. Going to get another big hit. That's going to chip a lot of the damage away, a lot of the shields away. Lots being done at the moment. Great stuff so far. Also going to keep these Disruptors going. Another nice hit on the Immortals. Going to soften them up, but needs to actually finish them off if he wants to actually be able to stop them from doing too much damage. The static defense aiding you in that, as the cannons actually came in for a big kill on the top side. We'll see another Disruptor shot. Going to turn around onto the Archons. Now the Immortals and Harstem going to have enough. Shopify are going to bounce back with Harstem taking the 1-1 scoreline, tied up 1-1 now in this BO7. And we go into game 3, which will be 2v2. ByuN and Lambo are going to play Cristiana and Ryung. So ByuN Lambo up next. And we're going to swap on over to the NA server for that one. Get that ready to rumble. Alrighty. It's undercurrent the map. Let me get that hosted. There you go. I gotta put those ads on as well. Those long games are putting us very dangerously in position for the ads, unfortunately, so I gotta be careful there. Cool. So yeah, it's Ryung Cristiana versus ByuN and Lambo. Perfect. Lambo. Cristiana up here. Missing one observer. We're pretty much set to go, guys. So straight to the 2v2, keeping the games moving. Alright, good luck, have fun, go, hi, go, waiting for ByuN and Cristiana. Yep, we're good. Alright, into a Terran Zerg versus Terran Protoss 2v2 situation here, guys. So, some 2v2 coming up. As it's 1-1 in this series, 2v2 will break the tiebreak right now, and then we get games 4 and 5. Again, games 4 and 5 will be Lambo versus Zaun and ByuN versus ByuN. Actually, a couple of cool games coming up there as well. And then Maru Zaun will be the 2v2 team for the final 2v2 on the day against Harstem and Lambo as game 6 of this series. So that's what's going on. That's what's coming up. Let's keep it going as we jump into game 3 here and see what Lambo and ByuN bring against the ByuN and Cristiana combo. Got some pings early as we figure out where things go, and we'll see if it's going to be aggression. ByuN and Cristiana in that Polish power game earlier got overrun by the aggression early, so that was definitely a factor. And away they went. 1 second, guys. Got a Discord ping. Just going to be lower FPS for a moment. Cool. Alright, Refinery's coming up, and Depot's on the way. Hatchery coming through. And again, I hope everyone's having a great day so far. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. And yeah, excited to keep bringing you guys some StarCraft 2 in the form of the Team League. If you are enjoying the content, do consider supporting it. And we'll take just a moment to say, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, is a great way to support these events. This entire prize pool was put together by Create Entertainment. But obviously, supporting the stream during the course of the Team League means that we can obviously put on more great WardiTV events even when the Team League is done. So if you do enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the content, do consider supporting. Like I say, patreon.com/WardiTV is a great place to do that. If not the Patreon, obviously you can like and subscribe on YouTube. You can become a YouTube member. You can follow or sub on Twitch. You can use those Prime subs as well. Always a great way to support. All of this allows us to keep on pushing out SC2 content for you guys. Alright, Reaper on both sides. The Terrans fairly similar in terms of their build. Obviously, Lambo already on an expand. Cristiana expanding as well. So everybody going to take an expansion here on Undercurrent. Obviously, there is one backward safer base, and then there's going to be the more forward base that someone has to go to for their naturals. That's going to be the interesting kind of split. Not uncommon to see the Zerg go back, because obviously if it does become aggressive, the Terran can lift their command center and kind of pull back into the main. The Zerg doesn't have that luxury, so... And the same element is applied across the map. Cristiana gets the in base, ByuN takes the outside base as they set up initially. They're building through, a couple of drones coming up. That's the already difference with ByuN getting a factory. ByuN going to go multiple barracks here, so he's going to get a few barracks up and running. Get that underway. Couple of pings here and there. That lag coming up very quickly at the moment from Lambo. So bringing that straight through. The 8 drones continue to come up as well. Yeah, lag drones, link speed all building by. Cyclone, a couple of Marines coming by as well. Just have ourselves the 2 Stargates in the main base. So Cristiano going to double Stargate here. So it's going to be very Phoenix heavy, more than likely. Probably be the plan there as we set up. A couple of units coming around. Couple of shots coming about there as well. So again, a few hits coming through, nothing too crazy or anything. Just playing cleanup on a Reaper or so and seeing where we go with that. Cyclone able to play cleanup there in the background too, so just going to pick that off. And on we continue. +1 attack upgrade. Cyclone on the way over. Ling speed and the Spire building up as well. And the Marines, the Cyclone gathering up for a few moments. Just gonna see that Overlord taking a bit of a float through in toward the main base. See what else is going on. Trying to figure out what else is happening. Yeah, there's a couple of Phoenix come flying about. Seeing what else they can get to. Helene's the Reaper coming over. Phoenix will continue to make their way across also. Just for a little bit, Cyclone does get the lock on to return some fire there. And we are going to see a few units already kind of showing up, so Cristiana can lift up the defenses of Lambo and ByuN. Meanwhile, ByuN can then obviously just power through on the ground. That is the plan at the moment. Cyclone of ByuN is going to go down already. The few SCVs pull away. Hellions going to get through. A couple of Marines getting roasted and toasted. These Hellions doing some serious damage. I mean, just in general, Cristiano and ByuN having a pretty good start here. I mean, ByuN's supply is just dead. Like, he's just lost a bunch of SCVs, all of his Marines, his Cyclone as well. The problem is Lambo is being built in Aspire and so on, and now he's going to be building Corruptors to try and, hold off the Phoenix. Not really ideal. We're just going to be seeing those Lings still coming through, just running straight up. And that's going to be pretty brutal in the end. Just going to see the Phoenix still getting some extra lifts off. And it's a lot of Phoenix already in this game. 9 Phoenix down, up in the game. Little Banshee's coming over as well. And yeah, this is Cristiano obviously just sipping Wolfgate, pure Phoenix. Nice Corruptors coming over and trying to help out, but I just don't think they're really going to be able to make enough of a difference, unfortunately. Shopify look as though they might be losing out on this 2v2 as the Corruptor's going to continue to hang out there. The Phoenix going to be here to help as well. Continue to hold this away for the moment or so, and the Vikings will continue to chase after the Banshee. Going to take that down. Banshee falls, but man, it's pretty brutal. Lambo and ByuN, 110 combined supply to the 140. And obviously, when they've got a Zerg in their midst, usually that supply is a bit higher naturally anyway, so the fact that it's still trailing is an extreme concern. Magfield Accelerator coming up. The Cyclone production continues. Factory in the Armory still coming online also. And we'll just see the lane continue to bat. The Corruptors continue to move through here. The Phoenix in the center. And the Corruptors still looking to try and chase those Phoenix as well. How did we go from 1v1 to 2v2? Games 3 and 6 of the best of 7 are 2v2, while games 1, 2, 4, and 5, and 7 are 1v1. So, when you go from game 2 to game 3, it is the magical 2v2 to 3, 1v1 to 2v2 effect. Just like that. Well, still coming about, Marines continuing over. Oh, Widowmine shot coming about. Corruptor's getting chased. And the Corruptor's going to come over. Just going to see the Phoenix getting jumped on. Bit of damage there already. You'll see the Corruptor's going to try and turn back around. Corruptors come back through, trying to see what else is happening. Just going to see the Hellions, the Cyclones coming back up. Tanks will siege, aiming ourselves at everything else here. I'm just going to be seeing the units going the other way. There's a lot of forces here from Cristiana. I mean, they are up at like 200 plus supply. ByuN is down at 60 supply. GG says Lambo, GG says ByuN. They have to tap out of here. ByuN and Cristiano will take this game. Alright. We get through the 2v2, and it's onside to retake the lead. ByuN and Cristiano, not the ones getting rolled over like they did in the earlier match. We're going to stay on NA as we go to Lambo versus Zaun up next. Some ZVP. I actually kind of like this one because Lambo's obviously usually very good and thoughtful about prepping for opponents, so knowing he's playing Zaun on Mothership for a couple of days now, I would imagine gives him a good chance of coming up with something that looks very good here. So we'll get that on track in just a second. And yeah, we'll get this ready to begin. Alright, Zaun joins us. Everyone's really fast at joining, which I appreciate. We've got lots of games to get through, so the big concern when you have something like this is that you just have, you know, different players playing, and it just takes a while to get everyone to suddenly kind of be there and not be AFK, but I'm appreciating everyone being quick and eager to get in game. This is helping us out a bunch right now, so that's awesome. Players are ready. Let's do it. All right, see that turnaround? It's like a 30-second turnaround from 2v2 to 1v1. Love it. All right, Lambo Zaun coming up as Lambo looks to keep onside from getting onto match point. After Lambo and Zaun comes ByuN versus Ryung, and then Harstem and Lambo will play Maru versus Zaun in the final 2v2 of this series as well. Again, all 6 maps are guaranteed. We play 6 maps no matter what. We only play Game 7 if we get to 3-3, though, so that is the state of things. Players have 2 lives for 1v1, so let me get in game, and I'll just do a quick rundown of how it works. So we have Zaun in the top left-hand side. His team will be up 2-1, with Lambo in the top right. Looking to try and equalize things again for the Rebellion. So the way the format works is obviously it's a best of 7. There are 4 1v1s, but don't count the ace match for now. So there's 4 1v1s. And across those 1v1s, you must use 3 different players. And you can use 1 player twice if you would like to. The only downside of using 1 player twice over those 4 1v1s is if you go to the ace match, you cannot use that same player in the ace match. You have to use somebody else. So basically, you have to use 3 players, but you can also use only 3 players if you want to. So you have to use 3, but you can get away with only using 3, which obviously opens up the door to, like I say, using some repeats. And for the 2v2s, you have to use a different combination of players in the 2v2 within the 2 games of the series. So you can't have like Harstem and Lambo playing both the 2v2s. It has to be a mixture of those guys, kind of, Harstem and Lambo, for example, the first time, and then Lambo and ByuN, for example, in the other 2v2. So it has to be a different 2v2 combo in each of those games as well. Hopefully it gives you a good explanation. Got any questions? Very happy to answer. I'm just happy to take you guys through. Like I said, I've been living and breathing this format and the rules and stuff for the last couple of weeks. We're really deep into it now, so I know we've just started on stream, but like this has been obviously an ongoing project for a little bit, getting this team league ready. We've been prepping the team league actually since late last year, so this is not the kind of event which just comes around out of nowhere. It takes planning. We really have to find like an empty block in the calendar where there's going to be a lot of player availability to kind of minimize just issues right off the bat and everything with like scheduling and so on. So yeah, makes sense. It means Scarlet can't play. Scarlet can play if they want to. I mean, they are going to send Scarlet out later in the Shopify Rebellion versus Villains matchups. Shopify are going to send out ByuN, Scarlet, Lambo. And they could, if they want to, they could obviously send out all 4 players as well. So the only reason Scarlet would not be able to play would be if they think she's a worse pick or something, and so they just say you can't play. But the rules don't stop her from playing or anything like that. And like I say, she'll be playing later against MaxPax for some ZVP. It's going to be a tough one, but she's playing some 2v2 as well, I believe, actually. Yeah, she's playing with Lambo for the 2v2 later as well in the Villains matchup in the 4th series that we have today. So you will see a couple of Scarlet games later, guys. She will come through later on in the day as Zaun and Lambo start with the Stargate, 3rd hatchery coming down. Very regular opening here on Mothership for the moment. Really nothing too crazy to talk about just yet, I guess. Except is just going to shade about a little bit. Couple of Lings and the Queens gathering around. Oracle on the Wolf Gate is going to come through. It's going to be seeing the couple of Oracles going to take some shots, couple of Queens coming through. Just going to see the damage coming around. Next in the gate coming about. That's the Oracle activating. A couple of drones going to get zapped. We get 3 workers going down initially. So we get some damage done there right away. Nice little starting point as we get set to roll. Couple of shots coming through, so a couple of hits coming by. The Oracle's going to sit there. And Twilight Council Forge, the gateway coming about, and we have ourselves really very peaceful stuff. I'm super intrigued because, like I say, to me, I expect Lambo to kind of come up with things in these matchups when he's had preparation time. He knows who he's going to be playing for a couple of days. He knows what the map's going to be. Like, Lambo is one of those big thinkers in StarCraft 2 where, like I say, you definitely expect him to be a kind of guy to kind of punish his opponents a lot of the time for kind of how they play, because he'll figure out their strengths and weaknesses and what is good against them. And like I say, the prep time definitely adds to that. So let me allow a roach on for now. So overall, currently not really too crazy or anything. You can see the few depths are going to go shading around for a little bit as well. And a couple of queens going to fight. Oracle takes some damage. The Lings will continue over. Just going to be seeing the queens able to get rid of in depth already. +1 blink still building through. Oracle's going to activate in for a couple of drones already going down as well. So a little extra coming through there. Roach, lair, drones, missiles continue to build. Alright, so 3 workers getting picked away out. Again, the +1 and the blink continuing through. Missiles and the Hydra Den all coming up. Just gonna see those few stalkers there to get after the Lings. Hydra Den still building as well. Temple Archives coming up, no surprise from Zaun, gonna play in towards Storm. Very common way of getting set here. And we're just gonna have ourselves bunch of this coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple of queens going to shoot back onto the oracles. They get pushed away. Hydrogen still coming in. The infestation pit coming up as well. Uh-oh. One oracle goes down. So unfortunately for Zaun, loses one of those. Tell you what, it's been a pretty solid early game from Lambo. 5 adepts and oracle killed for 6 drones. I feel like Lambo is pretty okay with this at the moment. And again, +1 and blink still coming by. The gates and the probes continue up. Infestation pit, hatchery, hydras building as well. And rest of these stalks come about. A few Lings on the right side. And again, Storm and the Charge continue to produce. And extra Hydras coming up. +1 missiles and the Muscle Augments building. Get that Hydra speed still coming by. Oracle drops a little Revelation in. Just going to catch a bunch of this already. Again, Hive, Lurk Den building up as well. So you bring a few bits and pieces there. Online for the moment, the Stalkers continue through for a little bit as well. Yeah, Lambo's just going late into this game, into the Lurkers quickly. Just happy to kind of move in that direction from a super early stage. I think Zaun's very capable of playing a very solid late game. But yeah, Lambo just kind of tanking this Mothership matchup and just saying, cool, let's just play it late. Let's not do anything too weird or crazy or anything early on. We're just going to play into this big setup, this large economy, and this large kind of tech tree. And you got to kind of get aggressive at the Zerg, as a Zerg at some point, right? Because there's a point where as the Zerg, unfortunately, in this matchup, you just don't really trade well into the... you just don't really trade well into the super late game Protoss unless you got to do a bit of something, because if you just let the Protoss sit there, they kind of do as they wish. Their army improves. They just navigate it into something that is really difficult to stop. See Lambo doing a good job of microing here on the edge of his creeps. He has the speed to help him dodge away from potential storms. And just, like I say, pressuring onto that army if it steps too far forward. Not overcommitting himself. He has the Lurker Den upgrading the Seismic Spine, so the Lurkers are going to be much more effective very shortly, as you see the Nexus go down from Zaun. I mean, what? So he just throws a Nexus down to get an instant fast warp in of High Templar? Oh my goodness. So Zaun with the warp in Nexus in the middle of the map. Well, there's a bunch of High Templar in there. Like I say, Lurkers are going to be available. They don't have range just yet, but they are still here. And they're still going to be useful if your opponent attacks into you. Like I say, obviously range is a massive upgrade for them, but it's not like they can be completely disregarded. I can't believe Zaun is building a Nexus in the middle of the map for faster warp-ins right now. I'm just going to be seeing Lambo going to counterattack. So he's going to go and work his way to cancel that 4th. Obviously one of the main things to try and... Oh, he actually runs past the 4th. I'd say getting rid of that 4th is one of the main things where it's like that's really the point where the pros can afford to do a little bit more of whatever they wish to. The Lings is going to set out over here. He did see the 4th base, right? Oh, he ran past it with the Lings. He didn't see that. You'll see a couple of Zealots coming from the bottom side, so now maybe he realizes. And that base is like a sitting duck. There was nothing on it. The Lings could have wrapped and at least forced Zealots more out of position. So Lambo's going to start pushing through the center, through the top. Yeah, with this army, good amount of Lurkers here, going to back this up. No Lurker speed yet. That Adaptive Talons is on its way. just not finished for the moment. Obviously, when that gets done, that will help, as we see Zaun actually taking a couple of lurkers down around the backside of the engagement. A bunch of Zelds on the other side of the map ready to fight as well. Good storms hitting a lot of the Hydras. Lambo having to move some of those lurkers out of distance as well and out of reach. With the storm coming down, Hydras and the lurkers still fighting. A bunch of damage being done currently. You can see these Zelds still taking some shots from the spine crawlers too. A bit more being done here at the moment. I mean, these lurkers are going to do a lot. Killing High Templar as well is massive. They're not going to recharge. They're not going to become Archons. This base is in trouble, and this is Zaun's third base as well. Zaun's supply is not looking great right now, as Lambo is hitting before these Tempests are out. Once those Tempests are here, there's going to be a much more difficult scenario to bring through into your favor. We're just going to see this commitment into this from Zaun to try and clean out these lurkers. He's going to get rid of a lot of these units, but man, that Archon is super low. Shame we couldn't quite grab that. Lambo is now going to send a few Lings down to their bottom side fourth base. Hey, that Archon's still very low. If we could just finish it off, that would be amazing. But this fourth is completely unprotected. So Zaun is down over 100 supply as Lambo looks to bring the Shopify Rebellion back to 2-2 in this series. He's going to see the Hydra in the center just killing the Archon as it came back in. One Tempest in the skies. I mean, we morph in an Archon there. That's in trouble. GG says Zaun, and Lambo just playing the long game on Mothership, positioning well, and then bam, once the lurkers were here, he hit hard. And Lambo is going to take this to a 2-2 scoreline in this series. And we're going to go back to ByuN, as ByuN will come through to play against Ryung in this next game. So it's going to be Korea for ByuN versus Ryung. And then obviously we have another 2v2, and then potentially an ace match if we can get all the way to that point. But we will see. ByuN Ryung in a TVT is an interesting one for sure as well. So we'll get that started in just a couple seconds, guys. Get this ready to kick off very, very shortly. I'm just stuck on the loading screen, of course I am. Double check what map we're going to be hosting. It's going to be Ruby Rock. Perfect. I'll just run ads just in case it's a long TVT, because the last one was. Oh yeah, Rock. Alright, so Lambo and Harstem delivering in the 1v1 so far. Can ByuN deliver to put Shopify ahead and give them a chance to win in the 2v2? The 2v2 adds such a cool element to this entire league, because the 2v2 really kind of puts in a position where it feels like almost anyone can win a 2v2 game. Like, some guys obviously pretty advanced at 2v2 now, but you can't have like a super insane 2v2 combo dominate the entire series, because you've got to use a different combination of players each time. So there is some elements to like, yeah, the 2v2 is volatile, and there's some elements where it's like maybe the 2v2 is a bit predictable, but generally the 2v2 is a volatile game. So the winner of this series really does have a very good shot at just taking it down without an ace match, or the winner of this game now has a very good shot at making that happen, I should say. Correct myself, as I believe we are waiting for Frank to join us. For a moment or so. There he is. Cool. Let's double check the players are ready, and they're all set. Waiting for ByuN to ready. Alright guys, Ruby Rock coming through. Let's get this on into game. Let's get this into action. Don't know why I've put it onto the loading screen. I really thought it was just moving all the way over, but it stopped for a second, so we'll give it a moment here. Get back on track. Alright, 2-2 in this best of 7. That we have got down in the bottom right-hand side. The Red Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, excuse me. This is ByuN. And he's playing against Onside's Ryung in the top left corner of Ruby Rock. Alright, away we go here. Let's kick off into this. Let's see what we get as we get up and rolling. Game 5 of this series. Being joined by Ellie. You just nudged the microphone. Hello, Ellie. Sorry, guys, it's doggy love time, so just gonna have to take a moment to give the doggo loves. I'm sure you understand. This is a necessary break in the opening of this game. Thank you. All right, and get back to it then. So away we go. Let's set the rumble here. Game 5 of this BO7. Ruby Rock, another TVT. ByuN playing that long game against Maru earlier, but unable to see the win. Like I said, did feel like Maru was very comfortable pretty much throughout that game. Again, you've got 2v2 after this. Harstem and Lambo taking on Maru and Zaun. I think Harstem and Lambo have pretty good synergy, so it'll be interesting to see they maybe get the 2v2 strats over the onside Korean duo. Be interesting. Has to be moving about. Reaper coming over. Just going to be seeing the barracks. Getting those Reapers on the way. And the factory already producing here from ByuN as well. So he'll be faster to the factory. ByuN will follow his factory in a couple of seconds. Already building a marine. He has the gas now. Not the minerals for a few more moments though. Yeah, just seeing that Reaper coming up and running. CC on the way, SCV is producing. All of that coming by, the SCV gets up in toward the main base, reactor building on the barracks, and factory coming through. And yeah, we get a lot of that up and running at the moment here. So CC, SCV, all coming online. Refinery will build. This Reaper comes down to the bottom right. Couple Reapers just going to be there. The Reaper of ByuN chased away through the bottom as well. Alright, the Reapers just come stepping through, going to help up to the high ground. There's going to be a couple Marines and a Hellion here, but not much to really defend at the moment. These Reapers will get to work, so I'm going to get one SCV initially, and the Reaper of ByuN does make a return into the main base. Just going to be able to step back over here and join in. A couple of Reapers, as you can see, getting joined together too. Bringing this about for a couple moments. Raven on the way online as well, just for a couple seconds. So again, we get that set up here. Try to see where we're going to and see what we're setting up for. Seeing the Reapers and Hellions going to start fighting. A little grenade or two going to go down. A couple Marines are going to get caught. You're not going to see those units continue to sit around for a little bit. The push from ByuN just sitting out the front for a few moments. That CC is already building up very quickly here from ByuN. ByuN not on a super aggressive setup. No double starport or anything, right? Which is one of the main things you look for early in a TVT. Those two base double starport pushes. But yeah, ByuN's the third. Going to be nice and quick. What ByuN is missing is the starport. That's why his third is so quick, because he skipped over the starport here. That does give ByuN a Raven advantage, and man, Ravens and tech advantage in TVT usually do have so much power added into them. Hard to imagine that's not something which we're going to struggle with a little bit here as ByuN, but I suppose we will see. Obviously, he chooses to do this. It was his choice to kind of step over the starport. The order turret kind of sees the timing of it as well, so ByuN is going to be very aware of what's going on. He should be very in the know. And I'd be very surprised if ByuN didn't do something to kind of make a push here, because he's still not going for a third base of his own. He's going into more and more units, and it definitely feels like ByuN wants to get across to the other side of the map and potentially dive in and stab through for some damage there. So big expectations on that as the Raven moves over. The two Reapers, the Hellion and the Cyclone, gathering up for a little bit as well. The other units continue to join back around. Hellion on the high ground, just going to move over the Cyclone and the couple of Reapers as well. Just going to keep that cruising for a little bit. Upgrades continue in, engineering base building up, reactor on the way as well. This is going to be that tank. He'll get into a decent siege spot initially. I mean, Ryung can't really fight onto that side. Someone with the lock-on to guarantee the kill on the Hellion. Just pick away the Reaper, and then obviously the Reactor, sorry, and then you've got the triple Raven to kind of punish and bull your way around. You might even be able to move the tank into a more aggressive position. Goes after the Deeper for a moment. Steps in a position that's quite a deep dive here. Water turret went down. We're going to get rid of a couple of Marines. It was quite a deep dive, but I think the main thing is we're going to be able to kind of put our next tank in position. Now, the stim is about to be done. Okay, ByuN needs the second tank to be sieged up. The fact it's kind of having to run away from a cyclone at the moment is not ideal. There's the stim. 2 of the Ravens go down, but we still have a tank, which I do think needs to be a bit careful. Finally, we're going to siege this up. It took a long time for ByuN to decide to siege this. He's been playing with my heartstrings because I've been absolutely convinced this has been about to die a couple times over. Tank shot's just going to go off onto the bunker for a few moments. We'll just continue there. Bunker slowly going down. The counterattack from Ryung loaded up and moving, though, and it's so dangerous because stim is done. Stim makes these counters really, really, really powerful. So you have to imagine that that's going to be a big factor here in these next couple of moments as we get up and into play. She currently just looks like he's shutting off reinforcements. The triple tank here holding its own. ByuN on his way to his own stim pack, so will not be far until he sees the ability to kind of play the stim himself. And then obviously we'll be a bit caught up in terms of upgrades. There is combat shield already done from Ryung. He's also already on 1-1. That's something that ByuN is catching up on, and no armory from Ryung means that he's not going to move into 2-2 anytime soon. So that definitely gives you the chance to play catch-up. There's the bio over here. There is a tank high ground defensively, so you know what? It's a pretty solid defense from ByuN. He's going to come in and push those units away without too much difficulty. We got to be getting ready for a breakout on the side of Ryung, right? If he just lets ByuN sit there for much longer, it's going to be bad for him. He does knock the Raven down. It's going to take some of the power of this away. Triple tank should not be able to do too much if you just stim on this with a good split. And then Ryung could really do with obviously just not having to constantly repair that bunker. Remember that super fast third that was built as well? Obviously, it's just not being allowed to land here, right? So that fast third base is doing you no favors right now as Ryung. It is not benefiting you the way you probably wanted to. As the SCVs, so we're going to pull through into this. Stim's actually done. We actually have the units from the other side of the map going to come in as well. ByuN will lose everything here, unsurprisingly. But he takes 9 more SCVs down in the process, and he's going to be down a bit of army supply following this. Like I say, he just evened up the upgrades. He's very far ahead on the armory, so 2-2 will be great for him. He just needs to survive right now, and with some defensive tanks, he'll probably be in a good position to do so. He's just going to double drop himself to the other side. He might be able to kill the third with that, but it obviously exposes you over here. There's a lot of marauders. This army is a bit tanky, and that does give you maybe a bit more potential to kind of come diving in. That's a horrible moment for Lag Spike.
Game paused.
Yep, that was just lag through and through. Didn't see who it was, but I think everybody felt it. I don't think they think it was an OBS because they obviously felt the lag themselves quite seriously here, so otherwise they'd probably ask. All right, I'm going to get back to it.
Game resumed.
Well, Ryung was just moving in on this side. Remember, ByuN is about to drop. He's actually maybe going to go to the main base with his double medevac. The tank defense is so important right now. No, he lands on the third base with the double medevac. I think that's the right decision. Because if you can kill this third base, that is absolutely massive for you in the first place. There's less risk of reinforcements saving the day. ByuN is going to get the third base, so Ryung is completely all in on the other side. Doesn't mean as well ByuN can play quite defensively around his own third. I think he's got a bit of a checkmate on Ryung, because his tanks are too good defensively, and he's killed the third base off, so Ryung probably has to just commit in. He's starting to pull back home, which I'm not sure I really love. Oh, ByuN, a little bit of misplay there on the lift up, but he kind of solves it. It's fine. The units from Ryung were coming back. Ryung's just going to have to send it one more time, guys. ByuN is about to finish combat shields too, so he's going to completely erase any upgrade deficit that was in this game. And the way that Ryung opened now is going to be falling behind him as ByuN sits 140 to the 126 supply. The couple of Vikings hitting those medevacs. We're going to kill one. Okay, well, killing off the double medevacs really nice. Ryung at least getting a big win there. But I don't know if ByuN needs to be on the map. You killed the third base. You do not need to be putting yourself in danger by not having a defense in case something like this catches you off guard. That triple drop heading over. That's a lot of Marines. Those Marines, by the way, from Ryung are so hurt. Just They're battered and bruised going into this. The tank doesn't even get a shot off. There is another tank a little bit deeper that's just now finishing up a siege. That might be enough to turn these Marines away for the moment. There's the drop on the other side. Tanks will siege here defensively. The Marauders going to make a dive for the tanks. The Marines over here just going to trade out. Goes okay for ByuN. One medevac going down. Again, the issue is there's no third base for ByuN. And again, long term, that's not exactly going to keep you in a great position. That's going to keep you in a very troubled position, in fact. So that leaves you in a bit of a rough place as well. So yeah, definitely a challenging scenario as we continue to work through this one. Medevacs will boost away from ByuN once more, just looking for another drop across the map. Feels like there may be another opportunity for himself here to make something happen. Sense Tower gets picked off. The Marines gather together. Interception. This is why I don't like what ByuN's doing. It just feels unnecessary. Like, don't get me wrong, he's seen success with these drops, but he's just putting himself in danger when all he needs to do is not die. ByuN is only just now starting to rebuild his third command center. Maybe ByuN doesn't know that exactly, but that is, that's why it's so frustrating for us to watch, because we know that ByuN doesn't need to do much, and ByuN is definitely overworking this game. I mean, that's the second set of full medevacs he's just lost in this game. And don't get me wrong, the first ones already had done work, but just losing two moving across the map actually is very painful. That really does add up. That is going to be, like I say, a pain point for sure on that one. Vehicle weapons coming through. The Marines and tanks still building by. Medevac back down into that bottom right-hand side again. ByuN going to keep threatening these drops. There's been some tanks around. The defense from ByuN against drops has been pretty decent throughout the game. Been keeping you in a pretty good position for the most part. Marines are going to fight. Tanks are going to fire. It's going to be seen to stem through. Those tanks going down. Those Marines taking big hits. It's going to get all the way through here. Another tank going down. This is ByuN kind of winning. Like I say, he's so far ahead that even with the couple of kind of bad moments, it hasn't really mattered, and ByuN is going to get a win to put Shopify Rebellion up 3-2. Now, I will just say, guys, I think it's very important that Shopify Rebellion capitalize on this lead, because if they don't win this game, they will have to go to an ace match, and because Maru has not been used twice already, Maru is eligible to play in the ace match. ByuN is not eligible to play in the ace match because he's played 2 games already. So I actually think this 2v2 has a lot of pressure on it for Shopify to win out now rather than having to go to the ace, which would probably be Lambo versus Maru. And hey, Lambo did net a best of the 3 win against Maru not so long ago. 3 weeks ago or so. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I'd rather see them win it in the 2v2 than have to potentially face Maru in the ace, where it's absolutely going to feel scarier. There's just no doubt about it. We're going to play Gem Garden. Oh my goodness, a massive 2v2 map. Didn't even realize this one was in any of the map pools. Beautiful. All right. Gem Garden coming up. Throw the lobby link down for this one. I'll get this set up in a couple of moments. I'm very curious as to what will happen. I've just hosted on the wrong mod though, so give me a second to rehost this. Cool. Alright, we got Maru. Got Zone. I am missing a Lambo. Alright, just missing Lambo here, guys. Get him in. Get a couple of guys to swap off some colors. Perfect. If they're ready, we go Gem Garden as the Shopify Rebellion sit with the lead. And a chance to win this series right here and now. On we go into Gem Garden, 2v2 Shopify Rebellion, looking for a big first win in the group stage. They were a seed 4, surprisingly. A seed 4, and they're taking on the second seed of this group. So it would be a massive win because, again, there's only 3 playoff spots available. So a win against Onside puts you into a position where you're going to start kind of, you know, really pressuring for one of those playoff spots. I'm really regretting not having 4 teams from each group advance to the playoffs, by the way. But I do feel like with 3 teams, it's going to really keep it very tight and very intense. So, yeah, I think that'll be fun to see later on down the line in the tournament. Gem Garden it will be to wrap up this this series, maybe. There is that ace match possibility, of course, guys. So, ace match possibility. We'll see if it gets to that point, as it is. Harstem Lambo versus Maru down. Game number 6. Back to a bit of 2v2 to, like I say, potentially round this all up. Very exciting. Again, hope everyone is doing great in the chat. Thank you for joining us today. You're watching the WardiTV Team League, sponsored by Create Entertainment. If you are enjoying the games, we do suggest you support the channel by subscribing, following, liking, Prime subbing, and all the rest of it. We are consistently putting out StarCraft 2 content every week with $400 WardiTV Monday Cup. We just wrapped up the $5,000 WardiTV Winter Championship. We've got the Spring Championship coming next month as well. If you like the sound of all of that, do consider supporting the channel. Like I say, everything helps. It allows us to do more and more content. We cannot fund these events without you guys, so whether that's like I say, a sub or some bits or a super chat, a donation, or maybe you want to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. All of it allows us to keep on running these events and pushing this awesome StarCraft 2 content out for you guys. So, like I say, consider supporting. I appreciate it if you do. Let's just have our Nexus coming down, and our expansion is coming in. We get this one ready to rumble for a moment or two. Cybercore Nexus continue to come up for a little bit here. Get settled down for a few moments. Again, the Cybercore Nexus coming about. A couple of Lings and the Queens and the drone coming through as well for a little while. We got the double orbital coming through, so a bit of greedy start from Maru, just getting that command center first, and he is going to get away with it. So, cheeky Maru opening here to begin with. Couple things around, as they discussed, like I say, Maru and Zaun looking to stop this from ending and to be able to force an ace match on this series. Lambo and Harstem looking to get Shopify their first win of the season. It's been very fun so far. We've had, obviously, that earlier match didn't quite get finished because we'll see the Spirit games later, but that's paused at 2-2. And you've got to consider as well that this right now is a situation where, you know, this has potential ace match potential. Yesterday we had Basilisk and Stanley Balls go to an ace match as well. It's been all kinds of it's been all kinds of fun, honestly, so far. It's really been very competitive start to the league, which is awesome for sure. Alright, Adept's going to fly, a couple of Adepts going to go back and forth. Stargate coming through, Adept in the Warp Gate all building. Continue to get this going for the moment. Phoenix, the Warp Gate continue to build up. Just going to be seeing the Hellions and so coming through. Oracle in the Warp Gate. Continue by, the Adepts will be here. I'm just going to shade a couple of those Hellions. Going to shoot back and continue to play a chasing game as we just go after some workers. You got the Blue Flame on the way from Maru. So we're going to see Mech from the Terran in this game. And going to combine that with the Phoenix of Zaun, while Harstem's getting an Oracle initially, and then Lambo just kind of making a few Lings for the moment right now as well. Hellions will shoot. Probe will take some damage. SCV's had to pull away there from the Oracle. There's no anti-air nearby initially. The Phoenix will chase that Oracle down. Might lose it, as we're going to drop the recall. And bring that back over, so bring that back through. couple more Phoenix is going to be on the way, and the Oracle still activating and zapping. Playing a bit more defense here and there. Melee upgrade is on the way from Lambo, so we're seeing a bit of what he wants to go into. And Harstem going to build his way into the Blink upgrade, which is not too surprising either. There is the additional Stargate from Zaun, so again, they're going to go big on this kind of Mech Phoenix combination for the moment here. Again, the Armory's on the way up, a couple of those on the way through. The Hellions building. Command Center still on the way in. And the Feelings going back the other side. Phoenix is going to get forward. They're going to go straight after this Overlord. So Overlord is going to get jumped on for a moment. Just going to get that grab. Obviously, at this point, we're going to be trying to do as much as we can with those Phoenix and just harassing about with them, trying to, like I say, find some of that damage. The Hellion's going to get through for a few drones over here, so Maru is going to go roasting. And that's an entire mineral line going down. The Stalkers are currently fighting the Phoenix off, but we kind of need to get some damage out on these freaking Hellions, otherwise they're just going to keep going. Hellions get pushed away finally. Lambo has lost only 11 drones. He lost a bunch of Zerglings as well. Second Oracle of Harstem just went down. There's only one Phoenix dead from Zaun. His efficiency is definitely going to be maybe one of the storylines of this thus far. As those 1-1 vehicle weapons continue through as well. Continue to get that on the go. And the Hellions move about. A couple of Stalkers coming over. And it's going to be getting going. Just going to see a bunch of these drones continue to go down. See the Lings still continue to come across. The Forge and the Probes coming through. The Phoenix going to get after the Queen. It will fall. The Overlord's now being jumped on a little bit as well. So that's one Overlord that goes down. The Stalker's still coming up after those Phoenix. Just going to chase those away. Spire and the drones continue to play out here. The Ling's going to get a wrap around onto this battery as well. So just going to see that battery also continue to go down at the moment here. Just going to see those Lings still pulling through, going after some little bits and pieces. I think Orbital still also setting up. The Lings get through. SCV's going down. Well, Phoenix is gathering together there. Those Lings still there, trying to join in on the fight. We do see the Stalkers just going to get back up into the center. Harstem and Lambo's supply definitely trailing by a little bit right now. Lambo's about to get to the Spire, has a little bit of gas floating. Harstem also going to get the Dark Shrine available to add some extra harass in this game. Definitely going to try and get the Zaun and Maru moving around against that harassment and trying to, see success there. It's going to be one of the main points of the next phase of this, it would seem. So we get into that stage. Just going to see some of the Lings, some of the Stalkers going to come through, and there's the power of the Phoenix just lifting a bunch up. Some of the Lings do get to the tank. Zaun's already getting carriers out, however, and that is a very fast tech up to carriers that I just don't really seem to feel like we have much of an answer for still. The spot does not feel great right now. Just going to see those Hellions roasting up a bunch more drones. You see them just getting dropped off right here straight away, and this feels like it's going a bit of the wrong direction right now. Stalker's playing a bit more cleanup, but man, it is not looking pretty over here at all. For Harstem and Lambo, just Lambo again taking a bunch of damage early and now struggling to really recover. And again, Maru and Zaun are just heading into this dream army. Sky Toss plus Mech is such a powerful combination. Like, there's just no way that this doesn't end up kind of going well for you. To me, when we were casting a lot of 2v2 a couple of years ago, before players were kind of playing more frequently the 2v2s like they are now, this was like such a dream situation to get into. And you haven't seen it as much recently just because I think players have been getting better at denying this stuff and being a lot more active as they're playing more 2v2, but this is something we're just going to get to here as Maru and Zaun, and like I say, I do not know if Harstem and Lambo really have a way to break that at all. I mean, Harstem is basically going to play Zealot, Stalker, Dark Templar, and Lambo's going to be playing Mass Corruptor, Ling. Like, those are just two very different tiers of armies. That's like a tier 1.5 army from both the Zerg and the Protoss and Lambo and Harstem's side versus some tier 3 tech of Zaun and Maru. This is interesting. We can knock through those rocks. Maybe it's open up the back door, can give you some harassment possibility. Actually would be kind of a cool way to maybe drag you back into this. The barracks is going to see it though, so Maru is aware that these rocks are going down. So there should be some preparation. Some units already moving into position It's still nice to have the rocks down, though, because it opens the possibility of nothing else. Hellions are going to get through. They are going to go in after these drones. Just going to be seeing a bunch of those drones going down. The Hellions coming back over again. Zaun and Maru looking to force us over to an ace match here. As the Hellions get rid of another couple of Zerglings. The Spine Crawler getting active as well. Also going to get feisty. Those Hellions continue to escape down that bottom right-hand side. Again, just escaping out for a couple of moments. Thor's still on the way through. And a couple of factories still being added on. The Stalkers get back to the Watchtower. It is going to be... I mean, Zaun and Maru are not maxing out yet. Obviously, it's going to be a slow max because they're building very expensive units. I can only imagine we're going to try and backstab and so, but this is such a split map kind of map as well. Like, it's large, it's easy to defend just your left or right side, depending which one you are. To say, you're going to see Harstem stay very active with these Stalkers and try and backstab and just find an opening here or there if possible. Phoenix Carrier Mothership into the middle. Just going to come through. The Ling is going to run around. A couple of cancels will come back. TT gets picked off the Prism. Going to get the Warp in, but man, there's so many units here. Are we even really loving these Zealots just running into the Hellbats and the Thors? No. We're not. We're going to kill like 2 Hellbats for like 10 Zealots. No. That is definitely not efficiency, as this is not efficiency either. The DTs walk into such a wall of cannons that they go absolutely nowhere as well. So Harstem just kind of flunking on the offense, top and bottom portion of the map. Stalker's actually getting underneath some of the carriers. I don't know about blinking into all of them. I mean, I guess Stalker Corruptor right now just going to dive everything. While Maru is out of position, you're essentially 2v1ing the Protoss army. Lambo and Harstem with some good movement here. And we're going to see the Corruptors able to continue through. They completely wipe the floor with Zaun's army. Unfortunately, Harstem blinked on top of the tanks, and that went very badly wrong. Like, they actually had a great start of this, and then Harstem was like, right, let's go, and the go was not good. Like, jumping onto those tanks was absolutely a mistake right there. So that part, slightly, you know, mildly disastrous. Zealot Stalker still looking to play cleanup on a couple more of these tanks. The Thor's back around the bottom side. Again, Macfield Accelerator continuing through for the Cyclones. A few more Stalkers blinking away. This was such a good start to the fight, but man, they did not capitalize on it well at all. And I don't know if they really had a better way to fight this mech army anyway. That did maybe feel like it, right? Tanks trying to get in position. The problem for the mech army is that Lambo is so focused on the Sky units. That was great against Zaun, but that obviously is having no impact when it comes to playing against Maru. So that really kind of adds the complexity into this. That's kind of how this played out. Those Corruptors still lingering. The Thors and the Hellbats will get into position and put some work in as well. Off they go. Those carriers still flying through. A couple of Thors getting jumped on. I mean, do we have a Great Aspire at least? No, so we can't even make these Corruptors anything. I guess there's still carriers in production from Zaun, so as long as that's the case, the Corruptors still have, you know, weight, and so they're going to go into the main base. Harstem and Lambo need to eventually figure out an answer to this army, though, and I'm kind of waited with not so bated breath, because I'm not really convinced still there's an answer. I've been saying this for 5 minutes or so at this point. This mech Skytoss army, even though it's not a little bit less Skytoss right now, it looks way too good, and I think specifically the mech right now just looks way too good. As Harstem and Lambo are losing bases. Harstem 144 supply. Lambo max with some Ultras and some more Corruptors and Lings on the way. I can only imagine we're going to try and send this soon. There is going to be an observer, so the DT that walks in gets detected and removed immediately. Does absolutely nothing. Carriers get through after the rest of the pylons as well. The pylon gets picked. The Stargate depowered. Those intercepts come back over. We're going to see the Cybercore and the Gateway getting picked up. Now the Corruptors are going to get jumped on. The Thors are going to come back through. The Corruptors are going to get in after the carriers. Just going to come straight through for those. We actually are going to win the fight on the Corruptors versus carrier aspect of this. Can these Ultras showing up get rid of these Thors? I'm really not believing so. There's so much of the supply that remains for the Tropify Rebellion is in the sky, in the Corruptors, and like I say, that's just not going to cut it. We're just going to be seeing the Thors continue through, the DTs stay at work, the Thors continue to fall, and that is going to be, I think, at some point soon probably, GG's on the horizon, because there just ain't a way to, again, get rid of the Thors that just sat in your main base. Meanwhile, Maru's reinforcing to the bottom side of the map and putting work in over here, clearing out over in that direction too. So, yeah, it's difficult to really tell this as any story than what it is, which is an ace match. So for us, amazing. We get to go to the ace match here. We get to go to one more game between Onside and Shopify Rebellion. Maru and Zaun looking formidable in a 2v2 where they just took advantage of a big defensive defendable map and got into their kind of mega armies very quickly. So yeah, we will be going to Game 7. How about Cyclone Thor pushing through Corruptible Caustic Spray onto the Planetary Fortress? This Orbital will have to shift over. Corruptor's still there. Missile turrets are going to fire. I mean, again, the Corruptors, of course, control with the Caustic Sprays across the map. It's just... like, if these Thors are still in your main base, there's only so much we can do. Voids and Carriers probably actually just win the fight against the Corruptors this time. GG is called. Onside winning both the 2v2s to help get them to the ace match. Gonna be massive. And like I say, Maru will be available for that ace match because of the lineups that were used by both teams so far. So let's get the ace players confirmed. So we'll get that set up. It is going to be White Rabbit for the ace match. But we don't know. It's very likely to be Central or West. Central, West. It would be Central for the Rebellion if they are Europe versus Korea here, which pretty much has to. Well, Cristiano is nice. I don't know. Cool. I'll just take a moment, guys. And like I say, get the ace players set. A little bit of discussion between the teams. Take a moment or so. We will go from there. After this, guys, we do have the Villains of SC2 making their Team League debut against Polish Power. It's going to open up with MaxPax versus Elazer. That's a very strong team, the Villains of SC2. They're the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed based on our seeding system that we used. Solar MaxPax is just a very powerful core combo, and Percival as a third is absolutely killer as well. So, yeah, that series is going to be MaxPax Elazer, MaxPax and Solar versus Geralt, Percival versus Elazer, MaxPax Percival versus Elazer Geralt. There will be no Spirit games in that one again, so it'll be another series where we just get 4 games a day. Again, we'll catch up on that at the weekend, very likely. And then, after that, Shopify Rebellion play the Villains of SC2, which features ByuN versus Solar, and Scarlett versus MaxPax, and Lambo versus MaxPax as well. I think that's actually going to be a lot of fun. It's kind of nuts, like Villains of SC2, when you have that ability to kind of play double MaxPax, and if you get taken to an ace, you still have Solar there. It's like, man, that feels so good, no? That just feels so freaking good. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. Alrighty, guys, we are waiting here for, like I say, the ace players to be determined. So a little bit of discussion, figure this out, get that ready to go. Just a couple of moments, hopefully not too long. And yeah, we'll dive on into this, guys. Dive on in for a little bit more SC2 before we get into the next series. Coolio, coolio, coolio. All right, I have one ace player selected, waiting for the other. One team continuing to discuss. Will be the case awkward moment where we're just sat waiting for the ace selection. I'm like, this reminds me of the World Team League days where it's like, it's ace match time, and then you sit for like 10 minutes until they pick ace players and get them in game and set to go and everything. I guess this is one of the things which is a little bit more, a little bit longer to get into, I suppose, because obviously, like I say, teams do want to discuss who they're going to send out on the ace as well a lot of the time, so definitely a factor. Again, ByuN cannot play the ace from Shopify Rebellion because he played twice already. Onside can send anybody because Onside have used each of their 4 players once. So they didn't repeat anyone, so no one is locked out from playing the ace match, so it is open to be played by anybody right now, is the situation. That's who we are waiting on to pick their ace team, their ace player. Is Maru playing in this ace? If he plays, onside wins. I think they're in a favorable position if Maru plays, but like at the same time, it's not impossible. Like Maru lost to Lambo in a best of 3 recently. You know, he did come back and then beat him, but like in a best of 1, anything is possible. Sarah lost to Nikarak yesterday, guys. Reynold lost to GG Machine yesterday. I'm sure they're not going to love me bringing that up for the entire season, but it's a great example of that anything can happen in a 1v1, be your best of 1 in, you know, team match, you know, in like these kind of conditions. So, you know, it's a great example that was set on day 1 that we will, like I say, continuously bring up throughout the season, I'm sure. On Wikipedia, what does DNP mean next to a player's name? Does not play. I think it means did not play, but obviously that's because teams have not played already. So like it's like basically just saying this is their roster, but this guy didn't play yet. So yeah, it doesn't mean like all the players on the roster are eligible to play. DNP just means like they didn't play, and eventually, if they're still DNP, they just didn't play the whole season. So yeah. But it doesn't mean they're locked out of playing in future matches. It just means it's just tracking that they've not played any games yet, basically. Give them a nudge. Ooh. Ooh. All right, guys. I'm making interesting sounds. It is not going to be a Terran in the ace match. It is going to be ZVP. It is going to be Lambo, which I think was the fairly obvious choice from the Shopify Rebellion. The one I'm surprised by is Zaun coming out from onside, especially when, to me, I felt like Lambo was the obvious choice, and Zaun already played Lambo and it did not go well. Right? I find that, like I say, a little surprising, perhaps. Zaun needs a moment. Gonna get ready to kick off into this. So, Lambo versus Zaun will be the ace. Revenge from the regular games, perhaps. Coming through here, possibly. Yes, almost definitely. Very exciting, guys. All right. Alright, Zen ready? Everyone else ready? We are good to go. Let's head into Lambo versus Sound, guys. So, into some ZVP here for the ace match. Isn't ByuN a better choice for Shopify Rebellion? ByuN can't play because he was played twice in the main games already. That is the risk of using your better player, arguably, in the first games twice. You can't use him as in the ace. So basically, the entire league can be played with 3 players. But if you play all 7 games, you can't revive someone for you can't use someone 3 times. You have to use 2 players twice. So by the rules and the situation of how the series had already played out, Lambo being the ace kind of makes probably the most sense from the Rebellion. He does get server preference here as well. The way the servers worked out, he had server preference versus Down originally. They had Zaun and Maru had server preference for the 2v2, so server preference swaps back over to Shopify for this ace match here. They won the coin flip initially. As we do have in the top right, Lambo. In the bottom left, Zaun. As we get into game number 1 of this B01 ace match, because there's only one game in an ace match, guys. At least in the best of 1 ace match, there's only one game. Lambo and Zaun getting to business here, like I say, B01 to decide who gets their first series of victory in the Team League this season. Again, after this, we've got the Villains of SC2 against Polish Power, and then Shopify will be back in an hour and a half or so against the Villains of SC2 as well, which is going to be another big match in this league. It's going to be a big determining match in the league in general, just to see where people are at, where players are at. It's going to be a lot of fun, I imagine. So, kicking this off, guys, we're a bit behind schedule because we had some long games, typically. Let's see what happens here. Raynor with the raid. Hello, everyone from the Raynor stream. Hope you guys are doing great. I've definitely not mentioned that Raynor lost yesterday 2 times already today. Ignore that if you heard that previously. It didn't happen. We love Raynor and would never bring that up again to haunt him for the rest of time. There you go, guys. What's up? We do have our Broby moving around. Catch guest pool coming up. Just gonna see the Overlord on the way in. Queen in production. And the Cybercore building alongside a Nexus as well for now. So we get a lot of this up and running here. Couple queens, link speed building by. It's going to be having that drone coming about. The Adept is going to chrono boost for a couple of moments as well. It's just going to bring that along nicely right here. And Overlord just setting overhead on the natural. Chilling for a little bit. And yeah, Stargate building into the main base. The Nexus is about to finish. Probe and the Adept continue to come through. Again, those couple lings will go after. And a couple of bits and bobs for now as well. So just get a bit of that up and rolling right here. Going to be seeing a couple of units going down at the moment as well. Adept is going to continue to shade out, and away we go. So, making some moves out to the other side. Again, Ling's coming up, that Ling speed coming down. Just going to be seeing the Queen on the way through. Big game. Like I say, I'm sure Lambo was somewhat prepped for Zaun already because of the fact that he played Zaun in that earlier match of the series as well. I have to imagine is definitely kind of on the minds here. You see there's a couple of Adepts getting gathered up. Just going to be seeing the Ling speed, like I say, finish in a few moments. The Oracle and Warp Gate part of this. And very much so getting ready in these next few moments to see where we are at. Couple probies and depth building. And again, the Oracle and the Wolf Gate all coming by. The couple of Queens halfway done. And just see our Nexus finishing up on the third base as well. So, and then position, a couple of Depths will sit tidy. Those Lings are going to make a bit of a play forward. Not going to do too much just yet. And yeah, Queens and Drones still build by for a couple moments. Another Ling going to sit at the front. Nexus. Twilight Council. Continue to come into place. The Wolf Gate will continue by. Them Oracles I'm going to be cruising then. They head up that right-hand side. I'm going to be moving in position and seeing if they can zap anything down in these next couple of moments. Nothing too crazy just yet. Set up at first and just, like I say, a bit of build-up to see where we get to. Resonating Glaives is going to be added on as well, so bring that Glaives up. And that's going to be Zaun's way of mixing up the opener here. Now, Lambo, Rotron just started. I feel like that's going to be Stargate into Glaives. I feel like Rotron is at a fine time right now. We do have the Queens already in position to push the Oracles back. So I feel like Lambo's pretty prepped against Zaun going into a Glaive follow-up. Let's see how many Roaches he builds. Obviously, positioning of those Roaches is going to be very important too. Just needs to make sure he builds Roaches immediately as well. If he doesn't build Roaches right away, he could be in trouble. He's at 58 drones, 59, going to 10 more. It's a little scary of a drone count. He is stacking gas. Like I say, he can build Roaches quickly when the Rotron is ready, which should be in the next moment or so. Shouldn't take as long to get there. Here come the Adepts, though. Like I say, it's going to be go time in a moment. First Roach starts. Lambo gets 5 Roaches on the way. It's going to be a decent amount of Adepts is the problem, of course. So we'll see. And those Adepts all gather together, and the Oracles move across. Join with those as well. Another little Revelation just coming straight down here. There is going to be that Stasis Ward dropping into place again. The couple Queens still sitting tight, figuring out where they want to go to. The Adept's going to fight. Full wall off obviously helps a lot. The Roach is kind of stuck on the wrong side of the wall. I wonder if he'd like to kind of free those out if possible. Right, get the Roaches out and actually be able to fight the Adepts a bit more easily. Now the Adept shade is on cooldown. That's when he cancels the wall to let these Roaches out and be able to chase those Adepts. Actually very nicely done. Overlord speed building, Roach speed building. Both those coming up. The Overlord's on the way through. Oracle trying to activate for a drone or so. You can see the couple of Oracles back into that upper right side. Gonna turn around, drop a little Revelation down. The Adepts still move. Again, the extra Overlords from Lambo. So he's gonna have a lot of Overlords here. He's pretty much ready to spam units. This is a good defense. Does he have enough momentum to kind of get across the map and make things happen here? Continuing to go. I think that's actually going to be the really interesting part of this. Do we just have enough to just sort of send this and just go, go, go? I mean, he obviously is going to try to make that be the situation. Templar Archives will finish. We're a long way off Storm. Maybe Archon's going to be very useful. These Adepts do not commit. There's Lambo ready to go. There's a lot of batteries on the way, so the stack defense is already building from Zaun. The preparation from him to try and deal with this is readying. There's just something more akin to what I thought we might see out of Lambo in this kind of game against Zaun earlier. Of course, it was Mothership, maybe not well designed towards some of the Roach aggression. He believes he can get it done here on Right Rabbit, though, as we push on forwards. Roach speed finishing. Blink just finished up. Lings are important. They need to set up the Stasis Ward, so there's not too many units getting caught in that. First Orc is taking some damage. First Archon morphing in. I think the third base is a bit of a bait for Lambo. I don't think he actually wants to go fight there, because there's a lot of stack defense on the third. Maybe the Natural's the better position. He runs down this ramp. Corrosive Bowels onto the cannon. Going to soften that up. It's going to eat a lot of battery energy. Kills the first Archon because there's no Prism to micro here. Is kind of a big factor, right? There's also no Immortals because there's no Robo facility in production. So we've got no Immortals and nothing like that. We're losing drones across the map. The Adepts are putting in work. But Lambo is swarming the third base of Zaun as we speak. And that third base is absolutely taking a bit of a beating right now. So that is a big factor, as we are going to be seeing this base, like I say, taking a lot of damage. Lambo is down on workers, but he's going to kill a bunch more probes here before we're done. Oracle gets a bit more energy back. There is still a couple of Queens in the background. They have transfusions available. We're going to move those in to try and deal with the Oracle that's active and trying to put some more damage in as well. The Adepts are still doing work on the other side of the map, by the way, so that is still ongoing during this. Lambo losing 28 workers, but he's 80 to 20 army supply. Turns around, kills the Stalker. The battery's in trouble as well. Those Ravagers still firing away. The Stalkers will step over a Queen. Gonna have to micro up, micro down, trying to do everything it possibly can. Here, Ravagers still trying to fight. We're going to turn back over to the left side. The Roach is coming over too. This is not looking good for Zaun. Like I say, the supply just is not there for him. And even though he killed a bunch of workers from Lambo, he needs a lot of rebuild time. Lambo obviously going to turn his attention to the Natural. I do not hate this. I love the target of the Cybercore because everything in this game for Zaun depends on the Cybercore. Warp-ins, especially, like everything you can warp in that's useful is Cybercore dependent. No, I guess High Templar's morphing into an Archon, and killing the Cybercore has the double effect of obviously breaking through into this base. It's now 54 to 22 army supply, but like I say, Zaun will have much worse warp-ins than he had available to him previously. Lambo streaming across the map with reinforcing Lings. The Roach Ravagers still doing their job. Stalkers are dying. A couple of Zelds that warp-in are just not doing very much. And the Queen's still in the background as well. We're starting to lose some of the gateways as well. There are a couple of the Zelds trying to work forward, but it's not enough. Lambo gets it done. What a showing from him. 2-0 in his 1v1s, enabling him to take this series for the Shopify Rebellion in the ace match, and an upset in Group B at the start of their journeys in the Team League Season 10 by WardiTV, guys. Lambo getting it done against Zaun for the second time on the day, and he will take Shopify Rebellion to that first match victory. All right, we're going to hop on over to Europe as we have a pretty Europe-heavy matchup coming in next year, which is going to be MaxPax versus Elazer. And the Polish Power versus the Villains of SC2. Most of the European heavy, because MaxPax is going to play a bunch, is kind of a fact. I guess we just go Europe and then we're going to actually swap to NA again. So it's not that crazy. And it's like you say, MaxPax, Elazer coming up, which will be on Winter Madness for the first game here. So we're going to get that started for a couple of moments. And we'll get this ready to go. I'm going to need to take a couple moments break here, though, guys. So we'll be right back with more StarCraft 2. I'll see you guys any moment. And, yeah, I'll be 2 minutes while we run some ads and stuff and get ready for this next best of 7 starting up now. Welcome back, everybody, as we are heading to our third out of 4 best of 7s today. MaxPax Elazer is the opening game on this one, and we are ready to begin. Let's send it, and we'll take it into play right now. Let's get this started off. All right. Alrighty, guys, let's count down into Winter Madness and get this ready to go. What's up, Mob Mental? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. You love Call of Dragons? Well, you can play Call of Dragons now and support the stream for free. Amazing. We'll talk more about that later, because right now we are ZVPing it up. The players are ready. We are ready. Double checking Twitch chat. Are you ready for more StarCraft 2, more Team League action? Oh, it's so nice being back doing the Team League. I don't know if 4 best 7s a day has been a bit overkill, actually. looking back on it now, I'm like, maybe this schedule was a bit overkill. We're 3.5 hours in, and today we even skipped a couple games as well. We also had some long games, and that's not guaranteed every time too, to be fair. So there is definitely something worth mentioning there too. As we get up and running. In the top left-hand side, our blue Zergy is going to be Elazer, obviously representing Polish power. MaxPax representing the villains of StarCraft 2. And definitely having that kind of villainous taint to them already. Some teams were like, really? They're allowed to play together? That's so OP. So, yeah. They are a strong team. They're the #1 seed in this Group B. Going to be a big one for Polish power today. See if they can get off to a good start here across the course of this series. So we got this best 7 up and running. Get this on the way. See what'll happen. Jump on the indie cam for a little bit and get this ready to rumble. What's up, Master Tom? Great to see and hear me. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for dropping by. Hello, hello. Yeah, thank you, Mob Mendel, for the sub as well. Appreciate you as we get into this. I can say opening game of some ZVP fresh series. Big games continuing through. So we set up again, a couple queens coming about, the drone coming by, a couple lings coming through, Cybercore coming up as well. Get set, we get ready, we see where we're going. Couple drones in the probe, gonna transfer open for a little bit here already. Again, Queen's Lings and Link Speed coming by, Stargate on the way. And then Adept just gonna be chrono boosting for a couple of moments, popping an Adept out of that gate already. Nice little starting point just for now. Alright, probe steps over. Again, Stargate and the probies. Ready into rumble, into some action here. Trying to figure out what our plan's going to be. Obviously, MaxPax, big favorite in this one. Elazer has beaten MaxPax fairly recently in some games. I remember some WardiTV Monday wins for him. So he can do it. But let's see if he can make it happen. Obviously, Elazer beat Cristiana out a little earlier on today as well. Already worth mentioning that result is kind of a factor too. I think that's an interesting one. So, yeah, some interesting situations for sure. As the Queen's gonna fight with the Adepts for a little bit, so we scrap on for a little while. And again, the Queen's there to help push those Adepts away for a little while. And again, just chase that back. Let me reset a little. Queen gonna hold out and come back through. Adepts gonna shade once again. Queen, Hatchery coming through for a couple of moments. Bringing this into play. Seeing where we go. Well, yeah, trying to see what else we do. Yo, Master Tom, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member on the WardiTV Gold tier. Appreciate you big time. Thank you so much for membering us up. Appreciate it. It's so cool to see the YouTube membership still getting so much love lately, guys. It's the numbers have been pretty solid on the YouTube. Viewership has been very solidly at 200 to 300, which is such a nice addition to the Twitch. And then, yeah, you guys are getting involved in all the ways of support as well. It's just great to see. Thank you so much, guys. As we do have the Adepts getting in here for 2, 3 drones. Oracle shows up as we clean out the Adepts. The Oracle didn't actually add much else there. Took some damage, lost some shields. Still active, but there's nothing to kill on the natural. Oh, I tell a lie, there's one drone. It becomes a Spore. The other Spore coming down. Oh, we let the Spore die. Should have just got the cancel, obviously. Would have been a little neater. The Oracles do peel away. The other Spore burrows up. The couple drones pop out. They're going to die instantly. They just rallied too far away from the Spore, obviously. And oh no, these drones! That's not great either. So Elazer ends up losing, what, about 7 drones in total? To 2 Adepts. Lost a couple Lings along the way as well at the moment. Hey, what's up, Thug Sebi84? Thank you so much for priming and sub as well. That works too. Great way to support the channel. You've got that prime sub available. Get it used, guys. Helps us out massively. Does so much. We super appreciate it. Thank you for priming. Thank you very much indeedy. All right, the Oracle comes through. Another creep tumor over on the side. Just going to get a grab. Again, the few drones still coming by. Just going to see the left finishing. Again, a couple gates. The blink and the +1 continue to come online. You can see the Stalker there able to help zone that Overlord away for a couple moments too. Continue to push that out for a couple more seconds. Yo, Barnacle Bob, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Just gonna come in with that as well. Cheeky one, I like it, thank you. Because they're getting those Primes ready. Appreciate you. Alright, +1 missiles, the Lings and the Overlords all still coming up. That lair still producing through. The couple Oracles will be there to go join with these Stalkers. And we've seen the Stalkers jumping onto a couple of the crew tumors already, so some of that damage being done as well. The Lings trying to get over, not quite going to succeed there. But again, just going to test the waters and see if there's any opportunity for anything else to maybe be done. Again, so far the answer is not really. And so on we continue. For the moment, those Oracles will continue by. With the Stalkers now to poke onto this 4th base, and this is some of the pressure you just got to be able to deal with here as a Laser, otherwise this game just gets away from you. Sorry, that's not the 4th base, it's the 5th base. But that's going to be a cancel. The Laser does have the left side up then, so he does still have a 4th. But has to cancel here, loses that drone. MaxPax onto the tech structure moment of this game. Block Eyes and Robo, 2 big tech structures for this matchup, both coming through at the same time. Elazer also, though, about to hit his Hydra Den. You can see he's stacking money. So the moment this Hydra Den is done, I imagine we're going to see a surge of Hydras, and then he's going to spend a lot of that in cash, which has been kind of floating in his bank account for a little while. So Ling's going to try and make the 4th base difficult here. Will go down, though. Actually, Elazer is still holding down the drone key, so he's going to decide not to go for the... he's going to decide not to go for the rest of this just yet. Still got the Hydras coming through, +1 missiles coming up, the 11 Hydras coming by. Muscular Augment still building to place. The missile upgrade continues to come about. Yeah, those Oracle's going to pull back down to that bottom right side. Just going to be seeing the Stalker's going to join back up there. It's going to see the missile upgrade, the Storm, the charge, continue to come through. You can see his Stalkers continue to blink back. The extra Zealots and the Archons continue to build in. Again, charging the Storm finishing soon. Ling Hydra gathering together. It's a bunch of Hydras, a bunch of Lings coming over. Muscular Augments coming by as well at the moment. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade and the Overlord speed. Continue to produce through for the moment. Again, Zealot Stalker looking to try and just get straight into action with those few Hydras. So looking for that fight, looking for that bit of an engagement. And we're just going to back it off. I thought MaxPax might be kind of looking to send it. Honestly, I don't think there's any reason he's particularly looking to hold back and not fight, I guess is my way of appraising this. Like, I mean, you have a Storm and stuff. Like, I guess maybe if you think a Laser's going to attack into you, then obviously attacking onto the map into him gives him the opportunity to kind of take a better fight, right? So, in that regard, it would definitely make sense if you're feeling like that's about having to hold back. You just see the Zealots dropping in, and this works too. If a Laser attacks into you, you drop the counter attack on him. It's a nice Storm. A Laser's distracted, so he just eats the Storm full in the face with these Lings. My words are really filling me in the last few sentences. Prism into the main, so MaxPax will keep the pressure going. 15 more Hydras producing through already, 20 additional Zerglings. Those Zealots are going to get straight in after those few units there. I mean, I like the Drop Lord, but I feel like we need a little bit more to kind of get going here from a Laser. Does kill the Prism. Uh-oh. That's why I said maybe a little bit more, because now, this is just an easy defense because we're just fully focused on it. Oh, this is a disaster. Laser loses a bunch of units. Drop Lords that were full. Other units as well. It's going to be seeing the +2 attack upgrade coming by as well. And Hydra continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers gathering up. Let's see the Storm coming down. continue to come through. See what else is going on. It's going to be seeing the Hydra's going to shoot. We're seeing the 14 pros going down. Nice little drop in from Elazer. You actually getting to see a bit more damage this time, but I still feel like MaxPax is just cleaning this up, and he just cleans this up. Gets into a bit of a better position. A couple Hydras going to get jumped on as well. Those Lings are going to come back over. Going to get through there as well. I'm just going to see the Lings able to get a grab, and you're going to see Elazer just going to push once more, but with Tempest out, this army teched. MaxPax has just been improving while obviously cleaning up Elazer's army kind of a little bit on repeat. It really does feel as though this is going to be a very difficult situation to work your way out of. The Lings and the Hydra still pushing through. The Archon's going to get jumped on a few moments. Nice little storm coming down. One Archon blasted away already. Another storm onto a bunch of these Hydras. Still getting a little bit more done. Yeah, I mean, just again, Elazer's not doing enough with this. It's been one of those games where obviously the damage was done a bit early. Elazer got slowed there, and the first waves of aggression from Elazer just didn't do enough. They didn't pack enough of a punch. MaxPax was able to kind of stand through them. And in this case, MaxPax is able to take the first game of this series for the villains of SC2, who will go up by 1. Again, guys, Spirits games will not play today, so we will be hopping over to the next game, which is going to be played today, which is going to be Solar versus Geralt. So the 2 Spirit matches, the 1v1 and the 2v2, will get reset to the weekend or so. Unless Villains just 4-0, then we'll just cancel them. Because I'm not going to make people reschedule for a couple of map score points. So that is the situation of we're going to skip over MaxPax Spirit and the 2v2. If the Polish Power do take a game in this series to make it not a 4-0, we will obviously visit those over the weekend when we get the chance to get them played. Like I say, just in the interest of keeping the schedule together, we just let that, or decide that would be allowed instead of rescheduling everyone over 1 player. Now, with that said, we go to Mothership for this next game. Very fun. Mothership Solar Geralt. I need a coin flip. Coin flip. Villains, heads. Polish Power tails. Heads. Villains get it. West to start. Mothership on West. Cool. Drag people around a second or two, guys. Try and double check all the casters again. We're changing numbers because Solo was watching from the player from the spectator point of view. So I was I've like gone up a guy, then I've lost a guy. Oh yeah. Alright, the players are ready. We're very happy to keep this going and move straight into this next one, guys. It is going to be game 2, Mothership. Like I say, a couple of Spirit games will be delayed, but otherwise we continue through this one. So there'll be 4 maps from this best of 7, and then we'll be into our last best of 7 of the day, which actually feels like it's kind of flying by. I guess when a best of 7 can take 2 hours, so it's not necessarily flying by. Geralt needs 2 minutes. All good. This is funny, this is kind of the captains of both teams as well. Sola was the captain of the villains. Geralt is the captain of the Polish Power. And when I say captain, they are the guys that contact me to split the teams, so they are officially the captains. So yeah, this is kind of captain on captain action here in this next game. And like I said, Percival Elazer after this. And then the 2v2 will be MaxPax Percival versus Elazer Geralt. Kind of interested to see that. MaxPax is usually very good in 2v2. See if him and Percival have a good bit of teamwork with them all together. God, my brain is not getting all the words today at all. I am getting halfway there with half my sentences. I didn't sleep well last night. Just, I woke up, I was so tired this morning. It was really windy, and I just think it's kind of noisy this morning, so I don't think I slept well the last couple of, I don't know. Ah. Alrighty, let's kick this off and get this running. We have in the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player is going to be Solar, his team getting the first game win, as MaxPax obviously put them up a point already, so it is going to be Solar for the villains to try and trade a 2-0 lead against Geralt and the Polish power on the bottom side of this map. Wardy lives in Wales? I don't, but thanks for assuming my location, I guess. Hey. Oh no, I just doxed myself. They just found out I'm not in Wales. Ah! Huh. Alrighty, we have a PvZ starting up then. Let's see where we go. Hey, Geralt played a heck of a game against Maru earlier. Like, he had chances in that PvT. Didn't quite come through in the end. Maru a bit too good still, but it was very fun. Wardy not in a whale confirmed. I'm so glad we're hitting the important parts of the important discussion parts today, guys. Like, I'm glad we're getting through this together, you know? Good job. Good job, team. Proud of us. I'm proud of us all. Alright, hatch gas pool coming up. Drone building, cyber on the way. Not much going on. Mothership. Big map. Actually intrigued to see what Solar does on this map, because Solar we're so used to being such an aggressive player. So I am genuinely very curious as to whether or not he kind of shows that aggression here in this series, despite it being, like I say, a bigger map that you may not typically expect to be as kind of potent in that regard. So I think that's going to be, like I say, kind of an intriguing part of this. Cybercore Nexus both building up, and that Stalker coming through as well. Keep that going. Couple Queens, the link speed building, couple dronies coming about as well for a moment or two. Nexus coming down, the pylon dropping into place, and that Stargate is just now starting up as well. And link speed coming through, the drone and the hatchery building up. Add an overload on. Stargate, the probes, the warp gate continue to produce. I'm just going to see the overlord. Going to go and take some steps, heading down the bottom side. And then we drop that gate into position for a couple of moments. Stargate still producing, gate on the way. Probes in the adept building by as we rally one probe to the natural. And yeah, the third hatch coming up as well. Bring that straight through for the moment. I'm just going to shoot. Probe will take a couple of shots of damage, nothing too crazy just yet though, so just scouting around, obviously trying to establish a third base here already as Geralt, as you can see. It's just going to try and get that straight up and running right now. They're still going to hit that overload, take some shots, and we'll have ourselves the overload will go down. So Solar will lose this, and that Stalker is good to get that overload killed. The adept just going to be there, blocks a couple lings out, just going to push those back the other way. The Stalker continues to fire, and again the lings will take a few more shots. A bit more damage being done again. They're building through. The extra drones coming over. Creep Tumors and this extractor coming over. The Lings will step around, trying to see what else is happening. And those Lings move about. Oracle going to grab one drone. He's going to be seeing the drones and the Lings still build up. A couple of Depths just going to go shading through. It's going to be seeing the Oracle sitting overhead. The couple of Lings going to be taking some damage. Again, +1 and Blink all building about. Second Oracle comes down as well as those Lings escape out over to the left-hand side. Yeah, +1 Blink all coming up. The Adepts are going to go shading, heading to that upper right-hand side. Things will get a little wrap around. The Stalker's already taking some shots there. First Stalker going down. A couple of Adepts are going to fire onto a few of these drones. Yeah, this is obviously a big moment where Geralt tries to get some damage done. Get damage here coming a lot. Hydra Den coming up from Solar. Potentially Ling Hydra aggression on the board here in the near future as the drones will continue through. Adept will finally go down, so there's going to be a cleanup eventually. Just took a while to get there. Muscle Augment's still just on the way. Add those Hydras in. And Solar 62 drones. Adds one drone. We'll see if he adds any more. Or if he really is just going to focus on a lot of unit production here. Well, the Lings come over with a couple Oracles and Stalkers coming through. Move about. I'm just going to come across for a little bit. Just going to see the Hydras coming by. The Muscular Augments coming in. Temple Archives and the Gates all building. Blink and the +1 producing. Our Stalkers step back over. There's going to be a little bit of movement over here from the Stalkers. They just blink across, take a second. And otherwise, we have ourselves a Ling Hydra attack that's still setting up. Solar did really just sit at... He added like one more drone from when I last talked about it, but he is just sitting at that drone count, and he's sending Ling Hydra, guys. He's going to hit before Temple Archives is done, so we're going to be way before Storm. And we will see whether Geralt can muster a defense. Like I said, I'm wondering what kind of aggression Solar might bring on this map. Geralt missed this completely, which is the worst thing. The Stasis is going to catch a few Lings at least, but hey, the Twilight's in the frontier, so that means Charge will not finish. I mean, a couple of Gates going down in itself is bad. I think actually one of the big issues is just the fact because we don't know. Like, we're just going to lose the wall before we even do anything. So the wall goes down without the Stalkers able to kind of fight onto it, and that just gives you access to this natural kind of forever. Hydra's almost getting rid of an Oracle already. Stasis Ward's catching a couple of Lings, but only a couple so far. Solar looking very good right now as continue to try and press on through these Hydras, these Lings, trying to put some damage out. We are going to go into that mineral line, chase down the rest of those probes into that far right corner. And yeah, probes dropping, Solar with plenty. GG's, game 2 goes his way, and he takes his team to a 2-0 lead in this BO7 for the moment. All right, we're going to go Percival Elazer, going to be for a map number 3, guys. As like I mentioned, skip the Spirit game, so Percival Elazer will be Ruby Rock. This was going to be map 5, like I said, skip a couple games. We'll touch back on those if we need to over the weekend, but for now, it doesn't look as though we do. We'll see what Percival Elazer looks like, as this one will be central. So give some Elazer some server advantage here. And get ready to go on Ruby Rock. Alright, move everyone over. Get set to go. Ready to begin. Who else are we missing? Everybody still, basically, is the answer to that right now. Make you a spectator. I'll run some ads, I guess, guys, just in case we get a long TVZ. And if we get a short one, it means we don't need a break before the TV2, so just playing it careful. But yeah, we need a Elazer, would be useful, and a Percival would be very useful as well. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, Percival being great over the last few months where Elazer has been. I actually think Elazer struggled a bit in ZVT lately. He had some cool builds though. It'll be interesting to see what Elazer goes for and to see how comfortable he's feeling in the matchup, because I think that's going to be a big part of how this looks overall. That's yeah, we're just missing, and no one's joining the lobby, guys. We're missing a caster, we're missing both the players. Yeah, here's me trying to keep it quick for the players, and who's holding us? The frickin' players. Good, we take a couple moments. Alright, Elazer joins us. We just need Percival. Alright, Solo, if he's got his players under control, if he needs me to step in and give them a nudge to get here. We can take a moment though. There he is. Perfect. Alright, Percival joins us. Percival versus Elazer will be momentarily ready to go. What's up, TKL? Thank you for the raid. That makes sense. That's why you're not joining the lobby. As, yeah, Percival's here. He ready. He's waiting for Elazer just to give us that little go-ahead signal as well. We can kick off into this, guys. Ready. GG. Go. Perfect. Oh, no. I need Elazer to go. Yeah, Elazer down. There is Sola saying GG, go. I'm like, Sola, you're not the player here. You're not in the player slot right now. Your GG and go is of no use to me. Yeah. I go convey. I know you just started based on this. I'm just waiting for Elazer to ready us up. And kick this one off, guys. As the villains of SE2 definitely been villainous so far. 2-0, not being stopped just yet. Get this underway. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, there you go. Yep. Cool. All right, let's jump into this, guys, and get ready to roll. Elazer Percival. ZVT coming through right here as we're going to be heading into Ruby Rock for game number 3 of this series. The villains are up 2-0 and looking to continue capitalizing on that situation as we get into game. Countdown good. Let's send it. Elazer Percival as Elazer tries to dig Polish power out of the dirt and into this series by at least a map. You know what? You win this game, you win the 2v2. Bam, it's 2-2. Spirit gonna have a tough time against MaxPax. Maybe they have a shot in the 2v2 again to maybe force an ace or so. Not impossible. Not impossible. As we get into game number 3 of this series then. Elazer bottom right and Percival upper left. As we get into this one. yeah, the rank the players need to know. Obviously, Percival will be the 3rd seed on the villains. Obviously, MaxPax and Soul are just extremely good. Would you put Elazer as the 3rd seed on the Polish power team? Probably. I actually think the Polish power team's got a very similar kind of power strength across their players. Like, we see Elazer maybe the least. We don't see Spirit as much anymore, to be fair, either. We see Geralt the most. Maybe typically Spirit's the strongest player on this team, and then Elazer, then Geralt. But then, more recently, I'd say Geralt's maybe actually stronger than some of these guys. Like, it's actually a really weird team to kind of place. I was just thinking about, is this kind of like the 3rd member of each team kind of fighting each other? And I don't really know. Because, like I say, I think it's very difficult to differentiate the Polish power guys amongst each other. I mean, especially compared to, like, you know, the villains, where it's very obviously, like, you know, MaxPax and so are definitely the top dogs in this team. Percival is that 3rd member to make up the roster. But a very, very solid 3rd member at that, right? Definitely someone that can go a long way and get a lot of work done, you'd imagine. So, yeah, it'll be fun to see how this plays as we work our way through this. Reactor commands into orbital, all building up to start us off. Initially, get things on the way. Get this under control. There's the barracks coming down. That reactor coming through on that first Rex as well, so Percival going to play a bit of a 2-1-1 opener, which I actually think could be really cool. We'll see if that's something that Elazer can deal with. It's actually probably very good against what Elazer likes to do. Elazer likes to play a lot of... he likes to play a lot of, like, 2 basey openings, and 2-1-1 is very good there. If it's fast mutas, you got a lot of Marines against the mutas. If it's fast roaches, you got a lot of Marines against the roaches. You have stim early enough to help you defend. It's really only some of the super fast roach attacks and all-ins that would really give you some trouble where you don't have, like, a factory to produce to kind of help you out or anything. Then you can get into a bit more trouble, but typically once you get towards stim finishing, like, these Marines are really beastie and can really kind of blast back opponents if necessary as well, so... I think it's actually going to get across and kill an SCV. A little delay on this command center. We'll lose the Lings to the Marines. There was just 2 Marines that were out. I think Overlord hunting gone wrong, as they're obviously out of position to catch the first Zerglings there. So we lose an SCV. Elazer instantly drops the Roach Roaring down, just because maybe no Reaper makes it very difficult to scout this Roach Roaring. So it's very possible that that's kind of is part of his kind of momentum towards, okay, no Reaper, straight to Marines. Yeah, the Marine part of it I don't love playing into, because obviously the Marines do kind of have good damage output and potential as well, so that part's maybe a bit interesting as the Overlord is going to take a few shots, is going to go down, so the Overlord drops there. It's picked off for the moment. Yeah, the Roach Run's about to be done. Elazer can make 6 to 7 Roaches pretty much immediately, so 7 Roaches start up. Ling speed will be finished soon, and we can get a bit of a Roach Ling attack coming across the map is going to be the plan. There's that combat shield, by the way. So it's combat shield first. It means that instead of stim, we're not relying on the medevacs as much, and you're going to get that combat shield soonest. Every Marine will have plus 10 HP for any fight that happens, which might be happening soon. Percival is kind of stepping a little bit onto the map, trying to step forward for a little bit. A couple of those Lings moving around. The Marines are going to be there, ready to help push these Lings back the other way. Again, the Overlord building up as well. At the moment, as a few Marines will step over the Zerglings, the Roaches, to move their way into position. Just going to step up this ramp already. And looking for the chance to jump onto this army. You'll see a couple of these Marines, like I say, just out of position. At least they have combat shield. First Roach becomes a Ravager, saves itself. The SCV is fighting the Lings. You kind of need it. If the Marines are behind the SCVs, that's so much better for you, because then the Lings go down a lot faster, and then the Marine count against the Roaches is probably fine. Percival loses 12 SCVs. His worker count's still fine, honestly. I think he's okay here, because Elazer is very committed to this. The issue is going to be the extra Lings that are reinforcing, and also Ravagers coming up become quite a problem as well, because that's kind of an expensive group of units that are going to be very powerful. You got to imagine that they're going to, like I say, cause some issues in the grand scheme of things on this one. Bunch more SCVs going down. The Lings running through, being that kind of front line, and now Percival's going to retreat up into the main. I still don't hate it for him. Like, you don't need to defend the natural here. You can defend the main base and be alright in this long term, because Elazer is so committed. He's only just starting his 3rd hatchery. Percival's going to pull his orbital back. The one downside of Percival is no triple CC build order here. But once he gets Stim, he's going to have a significant tech advantage in this game. Stim Marines plus Medivacs. He's going to have so much potential to deal damage. The pressure is really going to be on Elazer to play defense and to make sure he does not take damage, because those Marines are going to be extremely, like I say, dangerous to him, and it will have so much potential to get so much done in the near future, more than likely. Marines trying to unload, a few Lings going to run in again. I just don't think the Lings will kill too much here with the Medivacs available healing as well, and seems to be fairly true for the moment. Is Maru going to play any more games today? No, Maru's team is done for the day, so Maru games are finished. We have the rest of this Elazer, first of all, Polish Power versus Villains matchup. And then we have Shopify Rebellion coming back. They're going to play the Villains of SC2 as our closing series of the day. 2 SCVs going down, by the way, there. Just a couple more kills, but first of all, still only 10 to 11 workers behind. You consider he's on double mule throughout this. Like, I really don't think his income is terrible. Elazer is only just starting to take a more significant income lead now. And it's right at the moment where Percival is going to be able to come across the map and apply pressure himself. So he has a way to start putting a shutdown basically to this economic lead. Is going to be the plan. We'll see the Ling's running in. The SCV takes a little bit of damage there. The Ling's going to run through, jump onto the tank. The tank is going to get killed already, so that tank falls down. The Marines continue to fight. We continue to try and clean this up. Now a bit of bio through on the bottom side as well, trying to push forward. The Overlord is going to go down. The Queens, the Lings, and the Ravagers would like to step through as well. Just going to be seeing the Marines taking a bit more damage. The Medivacs load up again. Marines unloading once again. Couple more Zerglings getting picked up. We do see the melee upgrades continue to come through. The Ravager's going to fight. The Bio stepping away. The Ling's still running through here. The Queen trying to be there as well, trying to do a little extra. And the extra Lings and the melee upgrades all coming by. The Lair and the drones come through. Marine Marauder Liberator is the production at this point of time. Continuing through that at the moment here as the Medivac boosts out over to the edges. Gets a little bit of movement going. Well, this game will settle. I mean, I really felt like there'd be more opportunity for Percival to be aggressive himself, but Elazer starting to get some good creep on the map. That's a good kind of step forward. There's still these drops from Percival, which I do think need to stay on the map as well. There's not a good way for Elazer to deal with these drops right now. Honestly, this bio can continue to trade very efficiently while the tech of Elazer is somewhat non-existent still. Like, we're still waiting on the Lair to finish. Man, Bailing Nest isn't even done yet either, so as Lair finishes, we're not even going to be able to start really anything off the Lair, maybe a Hydra Den. But we're going to be a long way off the Bailing speed, which is kind of a big deal. Like, not being able to start Bane speed immediately, we're going to have a massive timing window for Percival to still try and take fights without that Bane speed. Not that he even necessarily needs to. He has tripled commands under Terra now. Still a bit behind in workers. I would have liked it if Percival had been able to do a bit more on the worker denial front. Like I said, I can't really complain because I still feel like his position's alright considering he was very unaware of what was happening early and ended up in a bit of a weird spot. I think Percival can't ask for much more. It still feels like a very playable place from him. Yeah, the economy's a bit of a problem, and the Ling run by being a success is a bit of a problem when you're already hurting for economy, and then you're going to hurt more. Maybe this Liberator can do some damage, though. Obviously, these drops are not doing anything. They're very passive and kind of hanging back for a lot of this as well, to be honest. There's a Lib going to fire a few more shots coming through. And then a few more drones going down initially. So we got about 4 drones making up for some of the damage. A bunch of Ravagers show up here. I'm not really sure if they can actually make a successful dive forward on this. I'm not sure if that's going to be one of the smarter choices we go for right now as those Lings come wrapping around, looking for a little extra. Just going to see a couple corrosive bars coming through. The Medivac's going to unload back to the high ground again. So it's going to move straight up over there. Yeah, that bio will join up. Ling Ravager going to move through. And see where we go. Just going to try and break this natural. Supply is not bad for Percival. Just does he find a way to get enough? Corrosive Bars in that first tank is going to be massive. The other tank, a bit far away in the main, is still getting some shots off, though, so it's not a complete waste. It is finding some of the damage we're looking for, maybe. More biles, depot burning, and the front door opened. Obviously, Percival not having a third during this, and I think this pressure is really starting to be the kind of be-all and end-all, because at this stage, it feels like Percival is not dealing well enough with what Elazer is able to do. I really felt like his army was going to be more successful. I really had a lot more belief in this Percival army than what it's shown us. And Elazer still only just now started Bane speed. Again, he's so late, just so much of his tech, and yet Percival has not found a window to take any advantage in that at all. I guess because in the end, the deficit has maybe been just too large anyway. Just Like I say, I'm a little surprised. I really thought there was more potential, more opportunity here for Elazer, like I say, than there has been, unfortunately. Fire will unload and get ready to send it up across the map. Get ready to get some of these troop tumors killed. Percival is rebuilding SCVs 3 at a time. Couple libs on the way as well. Got another run by hitting his third though, and obviously he's out here trying to do damage. So the run by is going to instantly find 3 or 4 more SCVs. It's just so much more damage done. Now a bit more desperate from Percival. He tries to get into the main base. These medevacs going to get in there, going to unload. Going to see the Spore Crawler burrowing up toward the front as well, just to try and be a little bit of a zoning factor on these medevacs. The Lings are going to run through. The couple Queens are going to be there. Well, like I say, Elazer's done a great job of just ensuring that Percival's attempted aggression has really been minimal. It's a corrosive bile here, but the rest of the units are showing up, so there's not even much else we can do at the moment still. Medevacs pulled back. Roach Ravage is going to be back on the map as well. As soon as Elazer cleans up that pressure, bam, he's just away once again. Setting himself up into position and getting ready to try and capitalize on this state of the game. Even if he doesn't go all the way across the map, like, it just feels like there's so much potential at any moment for him to get something done. It feels so dangerous. Tutu about to finish from Percival. We'll see the Lib still building by. Ravager Bane, Roach gonna come through. Bio will step back against those Zerglings. Medevacs loading up already. Just gonna be backing away from there. Deciding to get out of that one. Extra Bane's obviously just going to come rolling through as well, so a lot of that just coming straight about. The Ling Bane going to hit hard. 16 SCVs going down. Elazer now up 30 workers. And again, the army supply, I think, to really kind of back this up as well. This game continues to trend further and deeper into Elazer's favor. Step by step, fight by fight, Elazer looks to put Polish power on the board. And like I say, you win this as Elazer, and then all of a sudden, maybe you win a 2v2, and it's a tied series ahead of Spirits matches at the weekend to try and maybe bring this one home. Well, the Orbital Command will be trying to replace itself here, get back in position again, but it is just such a tough scenario. Hive is on the way up. The drones, the Lings, and the Infestor coming about. The Bio will stem up over a couple of these Lings. Going to come running straight through. The Banes are going to chase. The Ravagers are going to chase. The Medevacs load up once again and just escape out of there once more. Elazer obviously has a great base setup behind this, so his economy is absolutely booming. And again, you would find it hard to pick fault in Elazer's position. Yeah, maybe the Hive could have been a bit sooner, maybe some of the tech in general, but... yeah, you could also say maybe a higher drone count, but like, based on the game that we're playing, I think it's absolutely fine. And you can see Elazer just crashing through here. This time the Orbital Command has a decent shot at going down. Oh, the Orbital flew toward the Ravagers, so it pulled the SCVs into the bile position. Just to rub some salt into the wound of Percival here. More damage taken. Painful moment, unfortunately. Adrenal Glands, Ling Bane still all producing by, bringing a lot of that up and running here. We will try and just see Elazer just take advantage of the Hive tech in the simplest way possible. Adrenal just is an immediately effective upgrade advantage to what you currently work with. GG says Percival. Elazer will take the first game for Polish power in this series. GG. So Elazer able to take that one. And sets us up into some 2v2 action, guys, as it is going to be. MaxPax Percival versus Elazer Geralt. I was mostly checking that up. Oh, Gem Garden, god damn it. I will have to run some ads. Just because I really think Gem Garden's one of the bigger, more passive 2v2 maps, so just in case. What a Call of Dragons install. Yo! The Sebby84. Thank you so much for the Thug Sebby84. Thank you so much for the install on Call of Dragons. Appreciate it. We get paid. Everyone that installs the game, the guys, !COD in the Twitch chat if you would like the link. So !COD in the Twitch chat. And yeah, install. You play through a few levels as well. You level your base up. You do also support the channel. It's a great free way to support the stream. We're going to be playing it on stream next week. We're probably going to do an hour on Monday already. So if you enjoy the stream and you want to support for free, that kind of thing helps us so much. The sponsors come back because you guys get behind them and support them so much. It really goes a long way. We really appreciate it. I did not host with the mod. Brain off, doing too much, talking to chat while hosting. Cool. Cool, cool. So it will be MaxPax and Percival versus Geralt. Elazer. Let's get everyone in here, get this ready to go. 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 I think Elazer might be in the replay or so. Oh, you really enjoy this format? It's a nice shake-up from the usual 1v1 tennies. Yeah, I'm loving it as well. It was about time we had a Team League. Obviously, World Team League stepped away, so we had Team League action before, which is why WardiTV Team League has been on a pause. But yeah, WardiTV Team League coming back because World Team League is unfortunately no longer a thing at the moment. So yeah, take a pause. We return. As we just have MaxPax join us, just get him to swap over to orange. We get Elazer here in a couple of moments as well, guys. Perfecto. If the guys are ready, we can kick this off. Perfect. If they're ready, we're ready. And go into this game and see what happens. Beautiful stuff. MaxPax needs a second. All right, him and Percival maybe strategizing. Big game, honestly, because like I say, so again, just to reiterate, Spirit will not play his games today, guys. So this series will end after this game, whether it's 1-3 or 2-2, doesn't matter. It will end and it will be concluded over the weekend. I will update you guys on that when we can. So it'll be concluded over the weekend, and as it concludes over the weekend, obviously that means that it'll go on pause. But if you go into those weekend matches, the last couple of games with a 2-2 scenario, I really feel like at 2-2, you can almost always get an ace match because, yeah, like the 2v2s feel volatile enough to absolutely swing things, So it's definitely adding a lot of excitement into this so far. It's already GLHF is called. Waiting for Geralt Elazer to start. Still keeps saying go, go. It keeps throwing me off completely. I said he can't go as a caster, but he's saying he's going as a captain. Yeah, I can't really argue with that one, I guess. So, yeah. Waiting for Elazer and Geralt to be ready here, guys. So, oh, they just need a minute. No worries. So give them a minute, and we'll get this sorted out, ready to go. Beautiful. All right, so yeah, we just give Elazer a moment. No worries on that one. We'll be right back out on track. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, stretch it out. We have yeah, really cool series after this. The villains versus the the Polish, the villains against Shopify. I'm really looking forward to, especially Shopify getting a win already. Puts them in a cool spot in this group. Do, 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 do. Yep, just waiting for Elazer and Geralt here, guys, to reconfirm, just double checking a couple of things. Did this stream element mods delete a message? Frick. I'm gonna beat that thing up. Gonna beat it up. Ay, ay, ay. Play's ready. Alright. Let's send it. As we get ready to go. Go, go, my friends. Alright, let's send it, guys. Let's jump in game. And we are going to start us off with Gem Garden in this B07. So like I said, this unfortunately will be the last game we play today of this series. We'll not have a result of this series today. Like I say, just a scheduling issue that we'll work through over the weekend and get sorted out and be able to go from there. Don't jump in the game. Maybe the game will feel pain. Well, I mean, better than jumping on the game, maybe? Questionably? Possibly? Huh. Yeah, a reasonable point. I'm not sure if I'm gonna allow it. So, just gonna be set up, Rax gas coming through. We take a couple seconds. And see where exactly our 2v2 game will take us as we start here on Gem Garden. Like I said, big 2v2 map. The 2v2 maps, each individual 2v2 map will not be seen a lot throughout the season. So, worth mentioning that each team will play once on a unique list of maps for each of their series. So, teams will play, there's 7 different collections of maps that can be played in a series. And each team will play on all of them once, or apart from one, once. There's only 7 because it's easier than actually just trying to... It's easy to make an extra one than actually trying to make everyone just line up perfectly and play perfectly across 6. It just doesn't really work, so... Well, it probably does, but doing it myself, it doesn't. So there's 7 different unique selections of maps. So Gem Garden, I think, is actually only in this selection of maps. So we'll see Gem Garden probably a few times in this first week or 2. First week or so, and then... I'll probably not be seeing it too much else after that, honestly, so it'll be interesting. Ripper, Serpico, next coming through. Again, just going to see the link speed and the Queen's building, the Adepts and the Wolfgate coming about and get settled in right now. Take a couple seconds and see where we're going to go. Just going to be seeing the assimilator steel. Oh, that's cute. So the reason you build a gas for your teammate is because if you build the gas, it doesn't cost you a drone. So it is more efficient to give your teammate the assimilator than for them to build the extractor. So I believe that is what's currently, that's what's being used there as a little bit of tech early in this game. So a little bit of 2v2 tech for you nerds out there if you want to feel cool. Maybe something you can do. Bayonet's coming up. Feels like Geralt and Elazer might be getting aggressive again. That's what we saw from that 2v2 earlier against the onside squad. This kind of one-base Protoss, kind of Ling Bane all-in Zerg. Now, the question is, MaxPax is playing an expand. Percival is on an expand, but not on the low ground yet. So, big part of this from them is going to be identifying what's going on. We do see the batteries coming up from MaxPax, so that's going to be a big step in the right direction. We've seen the Reaper going down. Adept's going to take some damage. Extra Bane's coming about. Just going to be seeing the Hellions, the Stalkers, the Sentry coming over. And it's going to be the Hellions obviously getting some few free shots in, essentially. Got to be careful. Yeah, I don't want to let things get surrounded by those Lings, of course. So trying to be very careful on that, I'd imagine. As it's going to be seeing a couple of Hellions firing back a little bit. Back and forth, a few Stalkers coming over, just going to be seeing the Lings looking to make a dive in. There's a lot of battery energy available here. These Stalkers are going to take some shots. Banes might blow up on them. Yeah, the Bane's trying to get through, not really doing enough just yet. It feels as though Percival and MaxPax, for the moment, are making a good bit of a hold for themselves. So it feels like that is a defense being made. It's not over yet, though. The Lings are still streaming through. There's an extra warp in his Stalkers. The extra gates from MaxPax obviously massive. Percival with Banshee. More importantly, perhaps cloaking on the way. That cloaking maybe something we can't really deal with easily as Geralt and Elazer, but it's not going to be done for a while. It didn't start when that first Banshee started, so that might actually still be a hot second or two. More hits coming back, a couple more shots going through. Just going to see the Banshee and the cloaking continue to come up for a couple of seconds right now. Oh, Bane's going to go for that second wave. There's a lot of Stalkers, to be fair, from Geralt right now. Isn't enough. MaxPax supply blocked. He's going to lose some supplies soon. Maybe losing a couple of pros would have been good to unsupply block him, but they don't go down yet. There is a Banshee then off to the side, trying to stay alive. Like I say, cloaking is very close to being done. Once Cloak is ready, these Banshees, in theory, will be able to do damage kind of non-stop. If the SCV's pulling in from Percival, I feel like they're still surviving for the moment, though. Looking okay right now. These Stalkers going back the other way. The Lings get picked away at. Chipped through for the moment. Extra couple of barracks coming online. The Ling Bane still producing. The Banshee firing back onto a bunch of those Lings. Extra Banes come through again. I mean, at this point, the Stalkers started target fire down these Banes and they're killing them before they reach anything super meaningful. Obviously, up close and personal and in a clump, the Banes can still be effective, but it's just not really being enough. And like I said, these Banshees cloaked up can't be shot back at now, and they are just going to put mega damage onto the Stalkers. That's where the difference, I think, is really going to come from in these latter stages. Just those Banshees able to sit there and do so much work without ever being halted. It's going to be very, very tough. Well, they get halted if they run out of energy, of course, and one does go down. A little bit of misplay from Percival. Just going to see those few Lings still trying to run up. The Stalkers going to hold their own. MaxPax and Percival holding to make this a 3-1 advantage, it would seem, in today's game. Very cool. Stimpak, Combat Shield, and company continue to come up as well, so bring a lot of that through at the moment. As the Stalkers coming around, bit of the extra bits and pieces coming over as well, so bring a lot of that through right here. It's going to see a couple of Banes taking a long way around that force field. Yeah, at this point, MaxPax just had 58 supply. Percival 52. Like, again, always combine the supplies to get a rough idea. We're at like 110 versus 75 or so. That's not going to be good enough. Polish Power will be down 1 and 3, which means that realistically, Spirit would have to beat a MaxPax best in one of the games at the very least for them to get to an ace match, and they'd have to win the other 2v2. Again, those games will be played out at the weekend. So for now, we're going to move to the Villains versus Shopify matchup, which is going to start on Korea for the first couple games. Which the nice part about that is that series is going to be seen in full. I like these ones that get seen in full without issues, you know. These ones are very nice. So I'm a big fan of that. Once the series gets fully complete, I get to delete it off my list, and it's really satisfying to see the list go down before it grows by adding more series that I prep for in a few days' time, so... yeah. Cool. Alright, we'll get on over to the Korean server. Because, yeah, first up is going to be ByuN Percival, and after ByuN Percival, we're going to move on into the ByuN Solar game before we have Harstem Lambo versus MaxPax Solar. Then there's going to be Scarlet MaxPax, Lambo MaxPax. It's funny, we actually only have server preference for the 2v2s. That's kind of wild. Alrighty, let's just relog a couple times because logging into Korea is not simple. Cool. Cool. Alright, what's that starting map for this one? 10,000 feet to begin the ByuN Percival map. Let's get that ready to go. And so ByuN's going to play a couple in a row again. Shopify's choice is obviously to play ByuN a couple of times in the main games, try and avoid the ace match. And then, you know, get as many points on the board without going to an ace as possible, it seems, to be the plan there. Percival joins us. We've got a few people to join us here, guys. I'll take a moment. Should be able to get going and get this underway. Alrighty. Shout out all the players. They've been very effective at showing up today. We've had very little downtime, honestly. Considering that it's a bunch of best of ones, usually there's a bunch of downtime here or there as different people log on, join games and servers and stuff, but it's been really, really kind of solid today. So shout out to all the players. They've been making this a very easy day so far, so that is a major positive. Alright, last best of 7. I'm actually going to go turn the light on, guys. I'm going to treat myself to some light. Give me a sec. Don't know why, just never turned the light on today. Just enjoying sitting in the dark for a while, apparently. Alright, ByuN Percival, going to be a bit of TVT. Ready. Let's kick off into another series, guys. Like I say, we'll wrap up the couple Polish Power series over the weekend at some point. I'll let you guys know when we get a chance to do that. But for now, we're going to move on into this Shopify versus Villains series. It's going to be our last matchup today. Get that ready to go. Cool. Alright, one more best of 7. Let's do it, guys. We're, what, 4.5 hours in? Hell yeah. Honestly, 1.5 hours per series isn't bad. Obviously, we have skipped a couple of games, so we're kind of artificially at that point. There is definitely a bit of a factor in this event where where 4 best of 7s in a day can definitely go very long, so yeah, I guess I'm kind of playing with a little bit of fire when it comes to the scheduling on that, but such is life, I suppose. We'll see how we get on as we have ByuN in the bottom right, gonna look to kickstart this series for his team, Shopify Rebellion, taking on Percival in the top left, our Red Terran. Hope everyone's feeling great and doing well. I appreciate you all. Hope you're all having a great time today and enjoying the games. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for hanging out. And yeah, if you got any feedback or anything, please let me know. I don't know if you would have any feedback, but maybe you do. And if you're enjoying, then yeah, say hi in the chat. Let me know what's up. And if you really enjoy, most importantly, like and subscribe on the YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Come back and watch more SC2 in the future. We've got Team League again. I'm actually off tomorrow. But I'm going to be back Saturday and Sunday for double Team League action over the weekend. So going to be some big days over the weekend. And then next week we have WardiTV Mondays and loads of Team League games. So it's going to be a fun week of SC2. Really looking forward to it all. And yeah, hoping, like I say, we're going to have a bunch of you guys here for a whole bunch of that as well. This format seems to make very exciting series. Yeah, honestly, so far it's been pretty great. I think the 2v2 element And like I say, I think the big thing about the 2v2 is that you can't just play the same guys in 2v2 back to back. So you actually have to, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it adds a very volatile, anything can almost happen in the 2v2 aspect, which really shakes up the matches a bit. And I think in general, 1v1, best of ones, in a preparation format as well, really makes for a scenario where upsets can absolutely happen, right? Underdogs can absolutely prep and you know, come out with things. Winning a map is not easy. I'm not trying to say it's an easy business, easy peasy, anyone can do it, but like, you know, the underdogs are not bad players, and with some prep time and an idea of what they need to do to win a game, there's definitely chances for that to kind of happen, right? So, yeah, I like it so far. It's been very cool in that regard. Very, very cool. Commencers are going down, factory coming into place. Take a couple of seconds here and get set to rumble. Seeing where we take things. Reaper's going to shoot, a couple of SCVs going down, Marines and a Reaper coming back over. Shots coming in, just going to see that Reaper chase back the other direction for a few moments, so pushing that out of there just for a couple of moments there, and on we go. Starport commencing to coming over, SCVs coming through, Reactor Tech Lab coming up. Two Reapers and that Hellion just going to get back down to the bottom side of the map here. Cyclone the Marine still building through. The Hellion coming across as well. We got a lot of that on the go for the moment. Orbital going to float over as well. Going to try and shoot. A couple of Reapers and the Hellions joining together. Everything gathering in for a moment or so. Yeah, a couple more shots coming about. We are going to see Percival with this early pressure right now, able to pick a couple units. It's not free. He's losing a little bit of himself. Lost 2 Reapers for Hellion and Marine so far. He's going to be the first to Raven. Instantly gets that Matrix upgrade. I mean, who doesn't get the Matrix upgrade? It's so freaking good, obviously. So most players are going to be going straight to that. So obviously, it would be surprised if ByuN was not. He's just doing it a little bit later on. Was getting a Cyclone a bit earlier. So a little bit of the difference in the build order is kind of showing. But the general consensus of what you're doing in this early TVT, aka get Ravens, is shared between both of them. Festival of ByuN has been a really fun TVT series. The last couple times I've seen it, there's been a lot of kind of big dueling into the later stages. They're both a bit more kind of on the aggressive side of playing TVT as well, I feel like. So while we saw ByuN Maru earlier be this real defensive slog from Maru, where he just was kind of ahead and controlling the whole time and just very commanding, I actually think Percival and ByuN are more likely to have those kind of dives across the map. The Marines hitting the mineral lines, the awkward drops and so to deal with and so on. Like, I feel like a lot of that is very likely to kind of come through here in the end, so I think that's actually kind of going to be exciting to follow through as well. The last couple of times, they play some long games, these guys. This is going to be a very interesting starting point. ByuN actually has a lot of power in his hands in this series, because if he beats Percival, then he beats Solar. I do think ByuN puts Shopify into a really amazing position in this series. If he can just get those 2 wins, then they only need a 2v2 to get an ace match potentially. That alone is very doable. Obviously, the MaxPax games later are going to be very interesting. They're going to be a lot more difficult to win, but not impossible, I would say. Yeah, cool series. Like, I think the best part is because it's best of 1 each individual game. It's like it really does. I'm like, well, why couldn't Scarlett take that game off MaxPax? Why couldn't Lambo take that game? You know, yeah. If I put them in a best of 3, I'm going to really maybe not feel it because I'm just big on MaxPax, right? But then in the best of 1, it just feels like so much more potential for the upset is there. That's great matrixing. And ByuN gets both of his tanks caught, unable to play defense here. I'm singing ByuN's praises of what he could maybe set Shopify up for in this series, but it's not looking like a pretty start. Those 2 tanks go down, and now Percival will siege the natural, pressing through. ByuN's 3rd commencing in trouble. And, I mean, the next tank along from Percival is very far forward, so this natural is in trouble as well. And a couple of Ravens hanging about. Just going to be seeing the orbital lifting back off for a few moments. Still got the stim, still got the +1. Continue to build by. A couple moments right here. tanks firing through, a couple of SCVs dropping. We are just going to be seeing the tanks still swinging at the orbital right now. So orbital going to be taking a bit more damage. The Ravens are going to try and turn back through as well. And those tanks put themselves in a good position. Is it 3-1 in favor of Percival? No, this is a fresh series. This is a fresh best of 7. And again, 1-1 upgrades coming about. Stim on the way. Marines in the barracks coming over. We are going to see ByuN is actually able to step forward again now and chase a couple more of those units away just for a moment. So a little bit of a pushback on that. Get ourselves out of this little kind of hitch. And on we continue. Let's see upgrades all continue about. Stim already done from ByuN, so he does have that advantage. I will say, I actually thought this was going to be a lot worse for ByuN than it was. In the end, Percival backs away before ByuN finds like a stim-based fight. He had access down to this low ground, so yeah, very respecting play out of Percival, and I think actually just leaves us in a pretty okay position. Still Percival, a bit of an army lead, but ByuN actually has the upgrade lead, and like I say, maybe some chance to really be active out on the map here. It is Stim versus Stim right now. ByuN has those couple of Ravens, and they're obviously going to look at the opportunity there as that army shows up. He's not going to commit to anything. He does say, if you're out over here, I'm going to try and drop past you. Yeah, instant scout from the Ravens. The Ravens poised just off to the right. Do see the attempted lift up, so Percival gets to see what's going on. The Marines are going to Stim over. Reaper in the Cyclone. I'm going to fight through. 4 SCVs going down. 2 more Marines in the center. Just going to fight the Marines going back the other way. Few more shots coming down. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield. About halfway done. Looking very respectable at the moment still. Tank the Marines. Continue to come through. The armory about to complete. Marine tank still pulling back toward the middle of the map now. Again, another command center into the middle. ByuN going to place that down already. He's going to get that CC into place. A couple medevacs in the tank will continue to come through. Again, those medevacs join up. They're going to go boosting down the right side. Marines looking to intercept. They do not get the medevac there, so the medevac will live. Gets in, so Percival going to be in position, and ByuN has to obviously deal with this. So nice to actually just get in, right? If the drop gets in, it causes so many more issues than otherwise. And you'll see the other Marines pulling back over, getting ready to handle this, trying to push these medevacs back. There's a lot of SCVs going down. Percival once again the play to strike and to deal some damage. Put himself into pretty good position early on in the game once again. Does lose that medevac on the way out as we actually take a fight down here. ByuN matrixes a couple of tanks. Anti-armor missile as well is going to help a lot. His tanks aren't really in range to fight, but his Marines sweep the floor with this army. Matrixes plus the anti-armor doing a lot of work here now, and as we pull back, tanks get involved. The other Marines reinforcing from ByuN from the high ground, and ByuN ends up taking a magnificent fight and cleans the tank count of his opponent out. Percival being chased. That tank will go down. The Vikings are going to have to turn tail and run, and the Marines of ByuN will continue to chase over as the Marine Viking force will evacuate out of there for the moment. Alright, we get the rest of the Marines and the Vikings all gathering up together. CC setting up, 2-2 upgrades. The vehicle weapons coming through, add those medevacs into play. Factory and the missile turret continue to produce as well. And yeah, a lot more of this Marine tank. It's going to continue to step through for a little bit here. A couple scans coming down, trying to see what else is going on. Gonna start fighting. Marines are going to trade. A bunch of SCVs going down. The SCVs pulling into this are going to take a bunch of damage as well. 20 workers killed. Oh, ByuN is not getting broken here. He's going to be able to keep moving through. There is 1 siege tank. Okay, nice save on that medevac as well. Going to give you 2 tanks defensively on this base. ByuN is just going to be able to swing elsewhere, though, and that's going to be extremely tough to handle. Tank sieging. Marines are going to fight. A couple SCVs coming through as well. 25 workers going down. The depot is still getting hit. Just going to see that orbital command is going to lift off the SCVs. Still trying to do some repairs. Just going to again see the tanks firing up. The SCV's getting absolutely blasted, by the way. And yeah, this is going to be ByuN in the end. Ooh, bringing this game back. This was a very scary start of this series for ByuN, because I actually thought he was going to be in some trouble. Again, when those first 2 tanks got matrixed and died, felt like Percival had the kind of the ball in his court, but he is Well, maybe he did, but ByuN really just found a fight in the end that really equalized things. I mean, this is still a 4-base Percival, but with significantly less workers and significantly less army supply, it's going to be extremely difficult to see him truly fighting back and into position on this one. So this one's going to be tough to recover from realistically, as you see those Marines getting underneath. They're going to chase the orbital wave for a couple of seconds too. Tank's still firing. I mean, again, just ByuN has so much at this point. It's hard to go wrong with just breaking through onto the SCVs and just kind of forcing fights and forcing trades at this point. It really is difficult to do wrong in this kind of situation where there's just so much set up for yourself compared to your opponent. GG says Percival. ByuN will take a game number 1, and the Shopify Rebellion get off to the best start they could here in this series with a 1-0 lead. And ByuN will play again. So again, this is not all kill, it's Pro League format, but ByuN has been selected to play twice by Shopify, and they are allowed to play him in back-to-back maps. We don't say that you have to do the first, you have to play 3 different players, then the other guy. None of that matters. You can go back-to-back if you want to. And that was the case here. He's going to play Ruby Rock against Solar. So let's get this hosted up and ready to begin. Hosted up and ready to begin. Solar joins the lobby, says, good luck, go ready. There is nobody in this lobby apart from me right now. Like, he is so far ahead of the meta right here. Yay. Alright, ByuN joining us. We got 3 casters still. Man, the casters have been dropping like flies today. We started so strong. We had so many people here originally. They've just been trickling down and trickling away. Unbelievable. Where's the passion? No one's here for 6 hours of Team League anymore, huh? Unbelievable. They probably had excuses. Alright, ready up from ByuN and Solar. Which means we go, guys. Big game. Like I said, I think a 2-0 lead from Shopify Rebellion is huge. But if Solar can win this, and that's very possible. Solar and ByuN trade maps all the time, and I would maybe even say Solar's the favorite lately in ZVT. Solar's extremely good lately, honestly. So in that regard, yeah, it's going to be kind of a big game. I think this one's going to be a banger. It usually is. I tell you what was very interesting to me about ByuN. ByuN, I feel like, always performs better in team leagues. Maybe not better per se, but I feel like ByuN always plays his peak best games in team league. I really do. I think there's something about representing the team. ByuN always steps up a level. I always felt like this was the case in WardiTV, in the Cast of Civil War, for example, when he was a Stasis Wardy. In fact, he was Stasis Wardies alongside Solar. The Stasis Wardy's first 2 picks here, battling in another kind of team league. But yeah, just I kind of noticed it then, and then when I kind of looked back, I was like, man, he really has always just been like a little better in team leagues, I feel like. Maybe it's just like the format, maybe it's just the preparation, a single map or so, but like, it's kind of interesting. Obviously, I mean, he's been the highest of highs. He's a world champion. But, yeah. So wild. Alright, Ruby Rock. Coming on through. As we have multiple racks onto the low ground. So we're going to see multi-racks Reaper as a starting point here for a game. Game 2 of this series, sorry. That will be our beginnings. So we'll start with the multiple racks. Reapers will be on the way, some pressure initially. Alright, one Reaper just on the way through. That Orbital Command coming by. Just going to see the hatch in the pool on the way up. Drone on the way. Getting settled here. Looking good for the moment. Alright, so the 2 Reapers come about. Just going to be seeing the Overlord moving by for a little bit. Coming across for a little while. And yeah, Overlord is going to move over this little fan, get a little bit of updraft on its tentacles. Always a happy Overlord when they get this kind of ledge to sit on. As we'll see the drone moving back for a little bit. And obviously the first Reaper about to arrive, and we'll see extra Reapers coming. Feelings building from Solar to get ready to play the deflect on these Reapers. And that first Reaper shows up, and a couple Lings begin to take some damage. A couple Dronies coming through as well. Yeah, Reaper and the Lings will go back and forth. Drone's coming over. And we'll see how much ByuN does. Obviously not really expecting this to do too much. Reapers are here to pressure, they're not here to win the game necessarily. There's not going to be too many Reapers in total, as we actually do bring that other Reaper back in. Trying to only come back in when the Queen attack is on cooldown and make sure that you can preserve the Reaper and put it in absolutely zero danger. And yeah, obviously one thing we are going to achieve here is kind of delaying the third base. No drone out on the map just yet, so these Queens are going to have to combine together, maybe even wait for Ling speed. So we actually jump in over here. We're going to get ourselves a Ling, and then we're going to jump into chase. The drone did move out to the top side, so the drone gets away. There is a fourth Reaper. One more grenade. I was going to say that's a little bit too tight on that other Reaper, and it does go down in the end, unfortunately. Cryptonicus comes back around. You see the factory, the command center all building through. All SAV and the Marine and the Stim building as well. Again, a lot of that on the way in straight away. Just gonna see those Lings gonna work their way to the left-hand side. Alien, Marine, and the Stim pack building up. Command center producing. Refinery and the reactor building as we go. And we sit tight here for the moment early as not too much crazy is happening just yet. A few Reapers there to poke. A couple of Zerglings back the other direction, so the Zerglings will be chased back over here for just a couple moments. Fairly reasonable starting point. Let's just have, orbital command coming up. SCV's on the way, Marines on the way, Starport on the way. Very cozy beginnings. So yeah, we take a moment or two for some peace to kick in. Wait to see what's maybe going to happen here. ByuN's going to have a Stim shortly, so will he be able to do anything with the Stim? I mean, I guess we get some Medivacs out, and we can maybe start moving onto the map a little bit already, so then yes, we probably would be able to do something with the Stim. Queen's just sitting tight for a moment or two. Alien, Reapers moving over. Putting us in the spore still building. Oh yeah, a lot of Marines. I mean, Solo's got to be prepped for this. No Bane Nest yet. Is Solo going to be okay here? He needs enough Lings and Queens together to be able to deal with this. I mean, this is just kind of a 2-on-1, so should be fine. Like, this is definitely holdable. See the Marines get underneath. The Overlord goes down. First Queen in some trouble. Transfusion comes through. Protects that Queen. Gonna see the second Queen going down. This is bad because as you lose Queens, you lose some of the damage output on this army, right? And that makes this very scary to then commit onto with the Zerglings because the Queens are a big part of kind of doing the damage you need to clean this up. Good micro in from ByuN. Oh, we're gonna let the hatchery finish. I don't really agree with letting the hatch finish, honestly, from Solo here. I think there's no way in which that ever survives. Like, well, you're gonna hope that ByuN just doesn't think to right-click it before he leaves. I mean, maybe it forces the leave because of the Broodlings. Is that worth the money instead of just canceling it, pulling the drone back, and then rebuilding the hatchery and having that fresh at full HP? To me, absolutely not. Yeah, to me, absolutely not. I'll just see a few more Banes morphing in. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming through. Racks in the armory coming up as well. The Marines will stand up. Hatchery is killed. And the Lings would like to make a bit of a play forward. Queens and the Banes will settle in to try and push through for a couple moments. Hydra Den still building. The Creep Team is coming up. A couple of moments now. And yeah, a couple more Banes morphing in. Another hatchery coming down already. You see the Reapers, Marines, and the Hellions will step through for a moment. A little bit of a jump or two onto a couple of those Queens, so we get a bit more damage done for a moment. Extra Bane's going to finish. The Lings gather up and get set and ready to finally maybe probably push this away, but ByuN definitely taking an edge early. As Solo works towards his upgrades, his 1-1, his Hydra speed. You do see this game developing for him, so we'll see a little bit more of where he's trying to really end up at the end of the day. See if that's something that can succeed for him. Again, those melee upgrades are a big part of this right now. Wisco Augments, the Banes, the Lings, very much so building through at the moment. Combat shield about to come into play as well. Marines and the tanks just pulling back across again. The Ling Bane all gathered together here. The Reaper's going to step through. Ling's looking for the wraparound, and the Bane's going to crash it. I mean, to be fair, not a lot of units there, but still definitely better to just evacuate than to let things die, right? So, could maybe getting a little bit smoother. These the Marines are going to step up. That hatchery is going to get cancelled, and that's going to be a KO as everything else goes as well. And again, a little scan around. No 5th base for Solar. ByuN controlling this well. This is what Solar ended up doing a lot of over the past year or two, where early to mid game does not maybe go great for him. He ends up in a little bit of a difficult and rough position to start off with. But over time, he's able to kind of hang on in there, and he's so good at just not dying. Eventually, bam, the lurkers are on the map, and the game just flips in an instant at that point. So I always say, Solar is so good once he gets to lurkers. Just getting to lurkers was always a struggle. We've actually not seen him struggle getting to the lurkers as much lately. It feels like he's actually somewhat solved that problem. It's not been anywhere near as difficult as it once was for him. So in that regard, he's actually kind of fixed a lot of the problems of his ZVT. Now he gets to lurkers a lot more comfortably, a lot more of the time. This game might be one of those times where he has to try and hang on in to get the lurkers up. ByuN building a 4th command center, more tanks, more Marines, still playing into the tanks. Seeing the Hydras, thinking tanks are going to be his play for this run rather than switching in toward the mines. So making that choice on the splash damage. As the Credence will throw some creep jimmers down over to the right side as well. A bunch more creep will go down. As we set up over to this far right hand side as well. So we continue through this creep into place. Wings continue to step over. Again, the 2-2 upgrades coming about. The Hydras coming around. The Lings come over. The Hive on the way. The Marines will just step through, just going to go after those Lings, push them back out the way as well for the moment. Gonna have our Marine tanks still gathering together for now. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Tanks, Marines, and Marauders continue to build into place just for the moment. And see the Lings running down this ramp, but the tanks are going to take an absolute blasting at that army. That was not what you meant to see. And oh no, Solar's so focused on the left, he's not ready at all on the right side, so that attack's going to go massive. It's going to be a ton of damage there. The Hydra Den is there. The upgrades are there. The Evo Chamber is going to be a prime target. Solar is going to get here too late to deny one of the upgrades going down. ByuN leaves with everything intact. Oh, disaster for Solar. Melee upgrade may finish. Now this hatchery's going down. Solar is just not, he was just not ready for this at all. He was not split up. He was not prepped for an attack like this one. And it is very quickly falling apart for him right here. As you can see, it's going bad real fast right now. Real fast. Oh no. That is a problem. Medivacs maybe get caught. A bit of reprieve for Solar at least. Something to kind of help push us a bit more in the right direction as we're going to see these Marines pulling back. The Ling Bane Hydra still trying to step through. Marines pulling back a little further. Tanks still firing. Banelings do get a connection on some of the Marines. That's the sort of thing that helps Solar to not quite die, to stay alive. Ultra Cavern on the way, so he's not going to try and survive to Lurkers. He's going to try and survive to Ultras in this game. Is that something he can maybe pull out right here on this one? I mean, maybe. Ling Bane Hydra still coming through. Just going to be seeing the main Marines, the Medivacs loading back up. Going to retreat back around for a couple of moments here. Just try to see what else is going on. Going to be seeing the Hydra Den is actually low over here. Oh my goodness, finish it off. The Marine does get it. He drops one back in. The Vipers abduct both. Medivacs go down. But the Hydra Den does fall, and ByuN is able to just about finish that off. Well, +2 Carapace studs. Carapace is the more important upgrade, by the way. When he flipped the coin flip on which Evo Chamber to kill, he killed the Carapace, and that is obviously the better upgrade because Carapace is something that's going to benefit you massively as the Zerg player with those Ultras. So missing a Carapace upgrade makes them a lot squishier for a lot longer. See how ByuN does get into a 5th base. That might be his next kind of challenge, but it probably isn't going to be too challenging because Solar doesn't have a lot of map control or units right now. So maybe one of the things you can just do here is ByuN move towards your 5th. He sets up to work through this bottom side, and again, looking to aim at this hatchery. Very methodical setup here for ByuN at the moment. Queens will be in some trouble, starting to go down. We see 3 more Ultras in production at the moment. This Bio Army stemming through. Ling Bane Hydra looking to get a jump onto this. The Vipers coming over. Parasite Bombs, Blinding Clouds. No Parasite Bombs, just Blinding Clouds. Going to try and force the Bio really far back, but I think ByuN really cares about pulling back because he's playing with, he's playing with the tanks back there. Going to drop into this position. He's going to lose a Medivac with a Marauder inside. Just going to try and force units into the main base as he tries to keep reinforcing elsewhere. He's still pushing units out over here. And again, Solo doesn't have the units to split effectively. Now, Ultras are on their way. Can Ultras start to make a difference? No Chitinous just yet. It's still in production. So can that non-Chitinous Ultra setup work out? A couple of Ghosts showing up as well, though. Their snipes are going to be valuable with these Ultras showing up. These Ghosts went low. Going to snipe a couple Hydras down. Solo just keeps dropping in supply. He's down by 50 at the moment. And the villains are going to be down by 2 as ByuN shows up strong at the start of this best of 7 for the Shopify Rebellion. He gets sent out in back-to-back games. He wins back-to-back games. He's done his part of this series. He will play no more because he's not in the 2v2s, and he is not set to play in the... he's not going to play in the 2v2s, and obviously he can't play in the ace match because he's already been played twice. So, with that said, guys, it is 2v2 time, which means we switch to NA for Solar MaxPax versus Harstem Lambo. And we get that ready to rumble. Alright, Shopify won the coin flip, so they will get the central on this one. It will split pretty evenly. It does mean they'll probably have a server preference for an ace match as well, to be fair, though, if we get there, which is very likely with the way things are going. Let's host on the correct mod this time as well for this 2v2. Cool. Alright, Solar Lambo joining us very quickly here, getting in position. Get front Ellison in just a moment, guys. Get this ready to go. Get this ready to kick off as MaxPax. Drag him down to play with Solar. Lambo up already, just waiting for Harstem to come join us as well. Love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, mate. Keep on watching. We'll keep up the StarCraft. It's as simple as that, as usual. It ain't rocket science that we're making over here. It's just StarCraft. Is MaxPax the best 2v2 player? I think arguably he is probably the most successful 2v2 player, right? I mean, won a lot of U-Thermal stuff last year, won the whole thing last year with Spirit in the end. So, arguably, yeah. We'll see how he plays with Percival and Solo over the course of this event. I think it'll be very interesting because obviously there's a bit more of a communication barrier there as well. So, there'll be a couple things for us to kind of watch for in that regard. Yeah, it'd be cool to see. Be cool to see. We're counting down, guys. Loading in soon. Harstem is BRB. Once Harstem's back, we're going to be away into this 2v2. And away we'll go. Kicking this off into more. You can't be the best 2v2 player. You need to be top. You can be top 2 because you need a partner. That's not necessarily true because the way that U-Thermal's event worked, it forces people to play with other people. So then if you win the most, if you have the biggest win rate in 2v2, while switching partners, surely you are the best, right? If your partners do not see as good win rate with other players, surely that can make you the best, no? Alrighty, Harstem just logging over and get him invited in. There's 2v2s ready outside of Harstem being here. Alright, ready Jeff from Solar and MaxPax. We're just waiting for Harstem and Lambo to confirm that they are good to go as well. When is the next big event of StarCraft, like Championship? Yeah. Great question. The next big tournament announced, realistically right now, is Home Story Cup. But I think you guys might hear something else soon, to be honest. I think there'll be some some announcements shortly. It's that time of year where everyone just suddenly is like, shit, should we just run massive StarCraft tournaments? Bam, 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 bam. Let's all do it in the same month as each other. It's that time of year, so, you know, we're not far off the 2 months of just non-stop everything. You remember I said that? Well, I mean, your event's after Home Story Cup. Which is what I was truly building towards. Unbelievable. Pulled out in every step. In the bottom left, down 0-2. Kind of need this win in the 2v2 right now to keep themselves cozy in the series. It is going to be Sola and MaxPax. They take on Lambo and Harstem. It's before Home Story Cup. No, wait. When your finals when are your finals? I thought it was in the summer, but maybe it's earlier summer than I thought. I guess Home Story is in July. That is before Home Story. Ugh, I've got my days mixed up in my head. Ay. June. Amazing. Super curious if GSL will do more. I think almost definitely they will do more, no? I don't think there's a world where they set up a little exhibition-y thing, but then don't do more when they've been claiming a bunch of Patreon money. So I think there'll almost definitely be some GSL stuff at some point. Yeah, Lambo and Harstem both going to throw the expansions down. Solo will throw the expansion down. MaxPax will be a bit more cautious about things here. No second gateway or anything though. Just sending it into a much slower expansion than what Harstem did. So Harstem a bit greedier. I say, what an opportunity for the Rebellion. You win this game and you're on match point already. That puts you into a really good position, honestly. Star Zagora in June. Didn't Star Zagora literally just announce that it's not happening? Got cancelled. Turns out throwing thousands and thousands of dollars at a tournament no one shows up to is not profitable, unfortunately. Especially when you're partnered with the city and they're funding you and you're meant to drive tourism and then 7 people show up in the crowd. It's a bit awkward. Yeah, so unfortunately no Star Zagora this year is what I just read on Twitter. I guess I only read that on Twitter earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Very unfortunate. Thanks for coming down. Just gonna ping about a little bit. A couple of players thinking about what's going on, trying to communicate, using those pings. I actually really love that we get to see the pings. If we were really try hard in this event, maybe we could get them to. You have to use the in-game, the WardiTV Team League Discord, and then we could maybe listen in on them a bit. But that gets a bit chaotic as well. But I do like seeing the pings and seeing a little bit of the communication and pointing out things to each other. It's very fun. Ling's going to chase after in a depth for a moment. And the Stalker will be there as well. It's just going to chase that all the way out for now. Entry. Continue through for a couple seconds. Just going to be moving across. A couple Ling's going to be out. Trying to chase some bits and pieces around. Not much going on. We'll see the Oracle arriving from MaxPax. A few Banes on the way from Lambo across the map. So are we just going to send this? Yeah, maybe we're just about to send this a little bit. I mean, I'm going to commit through on the other side. The Ling Bane going to run through. The Stalker's going to be here as well. So Harstem, powerful. Going to shoot down the Oracle. Oh, MaxPax didn't know about this at all. He's not prepped. MaxPax is building a Void right here. Solo doesn't have a Baneling Nest yet. He's going to try and defend with these Queens. But obviously the Stalker's combined so well with the Ling Bane aggression because they can shoot what the Ling Bane is not effective against. This is pretty brutal. Lambo's out of Banes though, so maybe there's a defense on the cards. We need to try and get rid of these stack defenses before the units are here. But now Solo's Lings are going to show up. It's actually going to be big defensively. The Stalkers of Harstem start to take some damage. He maintains them for the moment, pulling them back nicely. Actually keeps a couple alive and low HP. However, there's the Void Ray. That's why I feel like we had to get rid of that static defense when we had the chance, because now there's a Void Ray that's going to be a problem if it's got batteries on it. We're going to see the Stalkers are super low, remember, so losing a couple of those is going to happen very quickly. I'm going to pull back, man. We can't let this Void Ray just keep on swinging at these Stalkers, surely. Another Warp in from Harstem going to come right into the front here. The Void Ray going to take a little bit more damage. A few more shots coming through. Just going to be seeing the Link still chasing in. That Void Ray is going to be able to stay alive with the battery healing. This is a defense so far from Solar and MaxPax. It was very scary at first, but it's going the wrong way for Lambo and Harstem now. I don't think it's good enough. There's one more Baneling to get rid of. Maybe then Lambo can get his Lings a bit more activated, and the Stalkers need to get through to get to that Baneling. Great zoning. The Void Rays stay. They zone out, though they hit the Stalkers from coming forward to target down the Bane. Great teamwork there is. We're going to be having the Oracle of MaxPax is apparently just AFK overhead. That's pointed out between the two players, as you saw with that ping. And this settles down into... like I say, it definitely feels like a defense. Supply is down from Lambo. Supply is down from MaxPax, but I like his units better, having some Void Rays out. Both MaxPax and Harstem will go towards a Twilight Council now. Lambo tries to drone, but he's already under attack. A few Lings on the other side are going to cause chaos, cause trouble, and get into some fights already. Just a couple of fights going through, a couple of Lings. Continue after those drones for a couple seconds. Little bits and pieces pulling through. Those Lings continue to come through for more damage as well. And just see those Stalkers are going to come back around. I'm just going to see that blink coming up on both sides. The melee upgrade and the drones continue to come back into play. And the Oracle just drops the stasis ward down, but this is well responded to at least. Harstem still ahead on supply versus MaxPax, and they're both going to basically on blink Stalkers. It's just Lambo is down on supply versus Solar. Not really an easy way back in that regard, is there? He's just down like 12 drones, so he just needs to drone to try and get back into this, basically. Canceling the third is nice, but it's not like we have our own third base to take advantage of. Hey, Blink's ready for MaxPax. It's not quite ready for Harstem. Soul's building that Spire, by the way. If he gets some meters, it's going to be very scary. Lambo and Harstem staying on the offensive. See the Overlord taking some damage. You've got the Banes to back up these Stalkers against the Lings. It's a very interesting combination. Ling Bane Stalker versus Ling Bane Stalker. Obviously Blink available. Gotta try and keep the Banelings to be used well, but without kind of giving them up on the Stalkers too easily. The Void is doing mega damage right now. That prismatic alignment is just chewing through the Harstem Stalkers. You can see those Banes again looking to try and come in. Lots of dancing to be done. What a fun matchup Blink Stalker Bane is. Very fun back and forth. Obviously the Lings would love to get on the Stalkers and help out, but they can't as long as the Banes remain from the opposing team. And then the Stalkers are the best way to clean out those Banes. They have to step forward aggressively to try and do it, and that's not exactly easily done either. So through and through, just a very entertaining situation. You just see a few Lings going to get chased around a little bit as well. Got the meters coming up from Solar. The Stalkers suppressing through from Harstem. The supply of MaxPax has been catching up though, so it does feel like he's gaining a little bit and catching on Harstem at the moment as the Stalkers continue to try and escape out of there. A few Banes trying to escape out as well. The extra meters coming online. The Stalkers of MaxPax continue to shove through at the moment, punching their way along, trying to get in place. Void Ray active, going to go after a few Stalkers as well. It's just going to find themselves going for a little extra still. I mean, this is going to be some DT action across the map now. So we're going to see Harstem with some DT is going to cause some trouble, at least cause some chaos, and that might actually be a success story overall. Fun to see how that tracks as the Void flies through. Like I say, mutas on the map from Solo are going to be a big addition compared to what we've had before this, so be interesting to see pan out here. Stalker's going to blink up, couple Lings going down. Lots of pings from MaxPax pinging around the watchtowers. Trying to say, let's take some vision maybe. Let's kind of make sure we see a little bit of where these attacks are coming from, because they do keep coming at us, and that part's very true. They have kept on coming at them non-stop. Couple Bane's going to get jumped on here, so a little bit of a grab happening. Bit of a fight breaking out into the middle of the map. It's interesting because Solo's meters in the wrong position can obviously end up in a bad place, but in the right position they can do so much as well. So much of this is going to be very positionally focused. And to reposition back around right now, again pushing forward. Love the Archon. The Archon is great against those meters. Splash those down, absorb some Ling Bane as well, could be great. Unfortunately, we lose it now, and Lambo's supply just still isn't there. Again, this was Harstem and Lambo. Because they committed early, they were a bit more all in, and because of that, without really doing significant enough damage, they've just fallen short of the mark throughout the game from that point. Like I say, Harstem's supply was good for a while, but Lambo just didn't have the supply to really back him up to truly break through at any stage. Gonna be seeing the unit still in the center. MaxPax moving around. Lambo trying to dart around for some counterattack still, but this game feels like it's gone out of their reach, and it feels like the villains are about to put their first point on the board. Which is big, because the next couple of games are going to feature MaxPax, and if the next couple of games feature MaxPax, that's very likely going to be very good. Looks like a Stalker shooting, a couple of Lings going down. Stalkers will make their way onto a set of rocks over here, opening up this space in the middle. Five more meters coming through, a couple of Stalkers being chased, as it goes down. I mean, Harstem's supply is still very good. It's just, it's funny because like they have okay supply, but they don't really have enough support. And because Solo's playing the mutas, the supply maybe doesn't show up in these fights so much. It's probably one of the better fights. The Stalkers fight the mutas, and then the Lings from Lambo and the Stalkers have let MaxPax keeping them busy. But that can't last forever because again, Lambo doesn't have enough Lings to really make it happen. He's kind of out of units over here. GG's going to get called. Harstem taps out. The villains will take their first map in this series. So MaxPax will take a game. And we'll start a fight back in this BO7 matchup, guys. Alright, well, we are going to be jumping into Scarlet game up next, if I'm not mistaken on my order here. I believe Scarlet MaxPax is the next one, right? Yep, Scarlet MaxPax up next. Guys, get into that in a second. I'm just going to run some ads. I'm going to be 2 minutes, and we'll come back. Scarlet MaxPax and the rest of this series on its way. Alright, thank you guys for putting up with me for a second there as we get back on track. We get ready to go. Not possible to see how many workers each player has in this UI? No. Unless I bring the unit tab up, which I try and do here and there. Yo, what's up, ByuN TV? Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And here to support this StarCraft. Hell yeah, thank you so much, man. Goes a long way. Don't run these events without the support, so thank you very much for subbing us up. Like I say, much appreciated. Thank you as we get ready to go. Into White Rabbit, my friends. Let's kick this one off. Alright, countdown's good. In the top right-hand side from the Shopify Rebellion, team still has a 2-1 lead, but this is where it gets dangerous because a very scary player sits on the other side of this. This is going to be Scarlet, and the very scary player on the other side of this is MaxPax. So yeah, this is definitely where it gets dangerous for the Rebellion, because MaxPax now plays these next 2 games. First against Scarlet, then against Lambo. And so the next time they get to a 2v2, the Rebellion could find themselves having gone from a 2-0 lead to a 2-3 deficit, and match point lies on that 2v2. So that'll be interesting. We'll see if it gets to that point as we set up to start. And see where we take things. Alright. Drones coming by, assimilator on the gateway coming about as well. I was going to shoot onto the hatchery, damage being done, Cybercore on the gate, continue to come about here. That hatch will be taking some damage. Again, the spawn pool coming about, the couple hatches on the way still, extractor coming over. Drones will produce. Let me just continue to hit this hatchery for the next couple of seconds here, so some damage being done for the moment. A nice little proxy hatch to block things off. I like it from Scarlet, right? Taking control of this game early, trying to take MaxPax away from his game and get him to play a bit more of her game. I think is something which Scarlet would absolutely just benefit from here. So that's the right kind of idea in my eyes. I like the idea of that initially. So far, so good. Alright, Queens and the Lings continue to come about. Just get this on the way. And again, the Ling speed coming through as well. Next is the Adept and the Bat Warp Gate all continuing up. So you bring a lot of that through. And those few Lings gather together, the Queens and the Ling speed continue to come up as well. So nice little bits and bobs for the moment as we just have the setup continuing. Seeing where we can get things to turn out as we take a second and have a couple of Lings going to chase about. The Adept's going to move over. Just going to settle in here and a couple of slices and dices being done. And then the Adepts will gather together once more here already. This is 4 drones already though, so MaxPax on the counter does a bunch of damage early. And this is a Scarlet who is only just now going to start her 3rd hatchery up, obviously invested into that proxy hatch initially as well. Not really an ideal start already from our Zerg. Like I say, MaxPax has got to be a favorite here. We definitely know that. So, yeah. Just trying to see that coming through. Oh, just going to see a couple of Adepts coming around. Get this on the way. Just going to be seeing the Ling speed and the Stargate coming up. The couple of Adepties continue to shade through for a moment or so. The Queens will be there to try and fight back a little bit. And again, the Oracle and the Probe still building. We do see a couple more Stalker and Adept warping in just on that natural expansion. Unit's going to gather together. The hatchery still building by. Creep spread coming up as well. So continue to get that straight into place at the moment. Get that on the way. The hatchery about to be done. The drones and the Lings building up. The Queen is producing. This Oracle still moving off to the sides, and A bit of a venture, as you just see the Adepts are going to shade their way around once again, looking to pressure. Lings get a catch, and the Adepts cancel the shade. There's just not a lot of Lings. The Oracle going to activate, looking for the Queen. Two Queens together, going to get the Oracle low, but not low enough. The Oracle gets the Queen kill, and we get out. Those Lings trying to help push back onto this. Scarlet's just going to go back to that droning scenario. Get a few more drones up and just try and settle into a better and more comfortable position of this game. Currently, Oracle's joining on the left side. We set that up. And again, drones, the Evo Chamber, the Queen. Going through for a moment or so. A couple of Oracles gathering together right now. Queens will shoot. Oracle will take some shots. Spore will fire. A bit more damage being done at the moment. Things will come straight out. Just kind of surrounding these couple of Adepts. The pylon obviously going to block them in though. We're going to kill one. Can we kill the other? Yeah, we're going to get the Adepts, which is nice. Worth committing for the pylon? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say probably not, right? I mean, you don't really want to be committing. I mean, we don't kill the pylon, so obviously not in the end. So yeah, no, not really worthwhile there. So unfortunately, a few more Lings going down, but the drone count is better now for Scarlet than it was. It just took, like I say, a while to really establish that lead. Again, we get that blink and the +1 both coming through. The melee upgrade still coming up as well. Bringing into this as much as we possibly can right now. And the Stalkers and the Adept just going to join up. We'll take a moment or so and settle this. You see again the melee upgrade, all of that coming through, so some bits and pieces coming about as well. Just gonna see that coming about, and yeah, melee upgrade coming up, +1 in the blink coming through. The Stalkers will gather, so that is going to be MaxPax's setup for the moment. See the Stalkers and the Adept still moving around, looking for a jump onto this hatchery on the right side. Stalkers will fly through, just going to be seeing this hatchery taking some damage. I mean, Scarlet's going to show with a few Lings. They might have a melee upgrade. That will help. Obviously, Blink not done just yet. Spire going to be the follow-up behind this. We do see the melee upgrade about to be complete. Extra couple of stasis wards coming straight down there. And the Queens will be shooting back. The Lings looking to get the wrap around the Stalkers. Run into the corner. They don't have Blink just yet, so this is your chance to get some kills. Going to get Blink just about now. Too many Lings, I think, caught in the stasis in the end. A couple less, a couple more on there, and maybe a few more Stalkers fall. Scarlet still banking up the money because she does want to build the mutas when that Spire is available. That will be her next port of call in this game. Get into that Spire, get into those mutas. Trying to play that out. Gross Papa for the 43-month resub. As you do see our Stalker still pushing up, and the Ling going down, the Queen's pulling back. Is looking for the wraparound. I mean, this is what you want to do, but then there's a stasis we can kind of jump to. Knight's pulling the Lings, kind of pulling them toward where the Stalkers were about to blink to a moment before they blinked, so good understanding of when MaxPax was about to, like I say, pull away from that one, has blink back off cooldown, so it's just not worth fighting when the Stalkers aren't going to die. You're essentially fighting each Stalker twice, because as you get to half HP, it blinks back and it continues to deal damage. You won't touch it for a long time, so it's very difficult. That's the +2 melee, the +1 flyer attack upgrade continue through. Ling Muta, both still building. Gonna add the +2 in the Storm into that as well. The charge is also on its way currently, so again, we get an idea of where we're going. We get an idea of where we're taking this. Stalkers and the Archons going through. The Oracle's going to activate onto a bunch of those Lings, just going to help to chase those out of there. So I'm going to push those straight out. Again, the +2 in the Storm continue to come by. We are going to see the Stalkers and the Archons, the Zealots, the Adept coming by once again, making a move at the moment. Just going to see the recall, as the Lings will get there for the surround, but we killed a hatchery. And obviously, we do have mutas popping, and we do have another hatch topside from Scarlet. How effective can these mutas be? Phoenix production from MaxPax has already begun, so we're going to have some anti-air kind of set up against this pretty much from the starting point. The mutas will come over, they're going to look to dive into the main if they would like to. And they go, a couple of probes obviously going to be in trouble pretty much straight away here. How long will stream be today? This is the last best of 7 of today, so however long this takes. We do play all 6 maps, no matter what, so we're guaranteed this map and 2 more. We might get an ace match, but that is it. We've already been live 5 hours or so. And we are going to see Scarlett actually swarm in the main, swarm in the natural. Can the mutas do enough here? They're going to get rid of a couple of those stalkers. The oracles nearby might be in some trouble. Scarlett is doing some serious damage here. I was going to say, these mutas after the oracles would be nice. A couple of them did chase some oracles down. Only one died, I believe. Mutas continue to do some work, depowering gateways, depowering the forge. Gets another oracle that just flew over a bit too close to the mutalisks. And right now, Scarlett is going to have a little bit of momentum on her side. I say a little bit of momentum, probably quite a lot of momentum, really. This feels very good for her. You can see the unit's going to continue to try and come back around, fire up a couple more shots. We see the Archons, obviously good to help push them back, but very slow moving, so it's going to be difficult for MaxPax to get on the map. What's interesting is MaxPax is a 4-base Protoss while this is happening. Will MaxPax be able to sustain on 4 bases throughout this? I think that's going to be kind of tough, as the Lings are going to try and jump onto a cannon, put some work in. The Archons, the Stalkers will be there to turn the mutas away again. Again, the +2 flyer attack coming in as well. 2 more Phoenix coming up. +2 is still denied. It's obviously still on the forge. It's just currently depowered. 2 Phoenix at a time obviously goes a long way to helping. That puts you right back on track to where you want to be here. It's going to see the Lings still running by onto the Zealots. The muta's going to try and grab a couple of these kills as well. And a little bit more done right away. And we just get a few more probies. We evacuate out of there. Going to turn around onto the Archons. We believe we can fight these. We kill 1 in 2 shots. Which is, yeah, pretty powerful. Again, the muta's definitely showing their power right now. Scarlet double expanding upwards to get toward a 6-base setup. Still 77 drones and lots of Ling muta on the way. +2 melee. It's going to be up against the +2 attack shortly. That forge is finally going to be repowered and able to get back in play in the next couple moments. That's a game right now. She's building more mutas. I wonder if because of the Phoenix production, we should maybe take a moment to think about going a few Corruptors. It loses some of the real setup of the mutas, but at the same time, you're still able to do very well with the Corruptors tanking the Phoenix shots. We're going to kill the Zealots off to try and let the Lings in. We decide the rest of the army's maybe a bit too close, though, so we run away afterwards. Just took a moment too long. Double Zealot there actually really helped out as... it's a bit ugly. The Muta's going to take a bunch of damage. We depower the Stargates, though, so Phoenix are not currently producing. Mutas are turning and fighting where they can, but are they just stuck in a corner? It feels like, yes, a lot of these Mutas going down. We're still trying to fight it. It's a disaster. Oh, no, the Phoenix will kill every single Muta, and Chi gets called. No, Scarlet. No, because I was believing in the underdog. I just about believed in... sad. I was like cheering the underdog on, and I felt Scarlet had a good opportunity there. It was a lot of Phoenix, and she obviously took a fight onto the mutas, which I wonder if she felt like she needed to take the fight on the mutas, onto the Phoenix, or if she just felt like it was a good fight, because it kind of looked okay at first. Like, you know, maybe turn onto them and it's like, okay, get out, but like, you started to get chased down. That was going to be rough. There just wasn't the fight in the end. So yeah. Unfortunate. MaxPax against Lambo is up next, guys. So we're going to see another ZVP as MaxPax is able to now bring this series back to being tied up. So we get to 2-2 between the teams. MaxPax versus Lambo and a 2v2 left on the day. And an ace match if we get that. So we're going to hop on over to Europe and get MaxPax Lambo ready to go. Alright, guys, we will be on... Need to double check the map. Because I'm not smart and didn't do that one. I had it open. Be on Celestial Enclave. Oh my goodness, what map. PVZ. Oh, that is actually interesting. Alright, drop the lobby down. Get everyone in here. Take a moment or two, guys. MaxPax straight in to join us. Lambo here, and we're just missing one more caster. Go, GLHF already being called from Lambo, waiting for MaxPax to reciprocate, and we can go into Game 5. Tied up, 2-2. Looks like we are good, ready, and GLHF getting called. Let's kick this off. Let's get started. To join us for the second day, first full day, proper day of the WardiTV Team League. Yesterday's game was awesome as well, though. If you missed that one, I can only recommend going back out and checking it out. It was actually very, very fun. So definitely go check yesterday's game out. Basilisk against Stalny Balls was actually really cool. So yeah, been a great first couple of days. And obviously, this one's not even done yet. And again, we'll be off tomorrow, guys. We're back Saturday and Sunday for more Team League action. So, full day off tomorrow. And then, like I say, Saturday and Sunday for even more Team League action. How freaking exciting. Love it. Absolutely love it. Top right side, MaxPax. Has been able to even this up. Can he bring this to 3-2 for the villains of SC2? Or will Lambo continue his ZVP winning streak today? 2-0 against Zound in the earlier match against Onside. Can he take that momentum from there, swing this into a game against MaxPax, just one map? He's going to go for a very cheeky proxy hatch across the map to start us off with it also. Hatchery into the in-base expand of MaxPax. I'd be kind of surprised if MaxPax didn't scout this at all. Boosting that Nexus. Yeah, no scout of it just yet. He's no scouting altogether, actually. So, MaxPax is playing a very greedy starting point, and that definitely feels good if you're going to be cheering on Lambo here at first, because... Oh, sorry, he's not no scouting, there's a probe there. Blech. Sorry, guys. Long day. I didn't see the blue on the map. I didn't see the probe on the mini-map. Man, I don't see the pathway he took, no? What was the pathway he took? Oh, he already scouted the hatch as well. Oh, God. Okay, he just scouted the hatch, though. He just moved over to here to scout now. Okay, let's get back on track. Ay. Alright, well, it's scouted, so we'll see what the response is. To be fair, sometimes you don't even necessarily need to do too much in this scenario as Lambo. You're just looking to kind of throw your opponent off a lot of the time. You know, and to be fair, it's so hard to know the exact response to the exact kind of proxy hatch that's going on as well, which is quite interesting. Well, there's a Cybercore probe coming through, the Lings and the Queen. Be building up on Queen, producing on the hatchery at the moment. So we got that started. The Lings and the drone chasing after the probe. Battery gonna come down. A couple Lings going after the Zealot. Chasing straight through. And there are the Spine Crawlers. 3 of them on the way right now. Lings and the Queen building as well. Deb's still chrono boosting. Bringing that straight over. Just gonna be seeing the Queen gonna fight. Zealot gonna take some damage. And we'll see the spines will come online. We're building 4 spines. It's a pretty serious amount of spine crawlers. MaxPax is already working on the stag defense on that high ground, but he's only really got a couple of zealots at the moment, so what are we going to build next? A couple of zealots and a deb. Not really a lot of high damage outputs against the spines. Spine crawlers set up, sieging. And actually, this is nice because the creep reaches to the high ground, so you can get a spine toward the mineral line. What's really amazing about this is you're going to apply so much pressure so quickly. Like, you've got to respond to this. The Zealots are stuck. They can't hit the Spine Crawler for so long. The batteries are out of energy. Uh-oh, MaxPax is in trouble as the probes have to pull in. The transfusion comes down. We'll recharge the battery. This Adept on the left side was hurting. We're already losing 8 probes and counting. This is a disaster. 4 spines on the high ground. Robo on the way from MaxPax. But will he have economy left to build anything from the Robo? Probably not. He has no Nexus on the low ground anymore. And this is a very, very troubling situation for MaxPax. You cannot mine because the spines are on his mineral line. He can mine like 2 patches. He cancels the Robo. He's going to have to evacuate, but evacuate to do what? He is losing his Nexus. And yeah, there's just no way to really do anything from here. Lambo is going to get it done with the spine rush up the ramp into the mineral line. Not a single spine went down. And Lambo is going to put the Shopify Rebellion on his back again today and put them up onto match point with a 2v2 about to be played to determine this series right now. MaxPax and Percival versus Lambo and Scarlet. As we're going to hop on back over to NA for that one. And yeah, it's this 2v2. I kind of love it. It comes down to the 2v2s. Like if the 1v1s go evenly. That's I think it's very cool. I'm kind of vibing with the format. Like Like, I made it, but I didn't, you don't know how it's gonna work until you see it in practice and you see the games, right? But like, vibing with the format is the TLDR of how I'm feeling right now. All right, potentially last map of the day, guys. If this is not the last map, then the game after this obviously will be the last. As we get ready for Scarlet, Lambo, Zerg combo. I imagine, is Scarlet going to play Protoss, I wonder? I think that's actually a very genuine question. On Rohana. Interesting map. I wonder if they maybe looked at the map and said maybe this is a Zerg map for a particular reason as well. That is a possibility because it's a split base map. So it is a split base map, so that's kind of a factor. No, wrong freaking mod again. I literally thought to myself, host with the right mod, as I hosted it with the wrong mod. God, I'm good. So smart. So smart sometimes. So yeah, Rohana for the final game of this series, unless we get to the ace. Shopify Rebellion. Man, if Shopify Rebellion beat the villains and Onside on the same day, what a freaking crazy start to the group for them. They are the two of the higher seeds than Shopify in this event, and that would put so much... It's going to make Group B fascinating if Shopify get 2-0 on these matches. That's going to put them in a great position. Great position. All right, just waiting for... everyone to join us here. All right, are they going to stick to Zerg? If they do, I really feel as though we're going to see kind of an aggressive kind of thing that takes advantage of the map. Go get Scarlet. There's Lambo. Ready as well. We are. Let's see if the Shopify... Okay, Scarlet's just switched to Protoss. That makes a lot more sense to me. To me, that makes a lot more sense. She's going to switch to Protoss. We know Scarlet's offer has been good in the past. She had that infamous moment where she switched to Protoss on Frost against DRG in the middle of an MLG. She's had her moments with the Protoss, and she is going to play it here because Zerg is not a good combo. Zerg is not a good combo. Zerg Protoss is a better combo. And Scarlet is absolutely adept enough to pull off some aggressive stuff, I would imagine, here as well. So I wonder if that's kind of the vibe. I wonder if that's what we go for. All right, in the top left, it will be Percival and MaxPax in the blues. They take on Lambo and Scarlet in the red and the orange in the bottom right corner. As we kick off here into this game.
Game paused.
And a pause from Scarlet. Scarlet pauses. Lambo says PP. Look how in sync their teamwork is, guys. One player pauses, the other types for the pause. Hopefully nothing serious. Hopefully we get this sorted in a second and we get resumed.
Game resumed.
Bam. Alrighty. Well then. What do we expect to see here? Actually not sure. Actually not really sure. It's a very curious series. Very curious game. Just full stop, I guess. Let's go, Scarlet Lambo. Thank you so much for the stream. No worries, mate. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you guys all tuning in today. Guys, just as the last game of the day, I just want to take one quick moment to mention the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. We push the Patreon so much because the Patreon is the foundation of our prize pools. Without the Patreon page, we would not be able to run the events that we do at the way that, or the prize money, or with the prize money that we run them at. So if you enjoy the stream, if you want to enjoy the tournaments and you want to support them further, definitely checking out the Patreon page. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. Alright, thanks for listening to a little sellout as we get up and running. It's going to be having Cybercore Gateway coming through, Hatch in the pool coming about. I'm going to see our Hatchery coming down the low ground here, the drone coming around. and get settled for a few moments. And yeah, there's going to be seeing an Overlord, a couple of Queens, a couple of Lings on the way about right now. A couple of Stalkers coming about, Warp Gate building. And that Ling Speed building from Lambo as well. So we get that all started up. The Nexus building through from MaxPax at the same time. So we got that Nexus on the way. The battery continuing to produce. Bring a lot of that into play at the moment. And Sentry in the Warp Gate will settle. Bit of pinging around. This is an aggressive map oftentimes because of the layout of the separated bases for each player. But no aggression being jumped on just yet. No one diving on the opportunity right now to maybe try and do something about that. So, yeah, obviously once you get the natural up from each player, it already kind of expands to that point where it's like, well, if everyone's expanded, the aggression to kind of punish the separate main bases is not really there anymore. So, again, MaxPax is a bit of a 2v2 superstar. Lambo's had a lot of 2v2 success lately as well. Actually, this year he's one of the stronger players in the U-Thermal circuit, if I'm not mistaken. Winning some of the cups over there. Let's just see if we can get some info on that. Ah. Oh, I finally found what I'm looking for, the standings. A little bit of poking coming through. So far this year... Nope, that's last year's. Ah, gosh darn it. Whoa. Aha, I found the actual right button this time. Yeah, Lambo... So MaxPax is has the most points in the U-Thermal 2v2 segment with 23. Lambo has the second most points. But they also played together in the February-March Cups, which they both won because they played together. So, so there's a little bit of like an asterisk there, I suppose, if you want to call it an asterisk. But yeah, they've been playing together. So actually, that's kind of funny that MaxPax and Lambo might actually somewhat know how their opponents are planning this game out in this scenario too. So that's also very interesting. Let's get this one underway then. Robo Facility and a Twilight Cancel from Scarlet. We are going to see the Stalkers here not going to have a good time against that amount of Hellions. That's just a few too many. And that Stalker will go down. Lambo currently building into an Evo Chamber, looking for probably a melee upgrade. The Ling heavy style from the Zerg as a support to the Protoss. Has generally been a very powerful way of playing lately in these 2v2s. We see the Stalkers here going to be in good position to fight off the Hellions. I wonder if we're going to... I guess we're going to be moving into barracks, so we're not going to have consistent Hellions here, so the Lings are definitely going to have their chance to kind of shine. It's a lot of Stalker pressure right now, and a little bit worried. Scarlet does not have as many Stalkers as MaxPax, and so MaxPax is in a bit of a pushing position at the moment here. Lambo trying to come through to support, but not quite able to get there just yet. A few more Lings coming around, the Stalker splitting off. We do see the Lings continuing to produce through. Hellions going to come across here. There's Queen in a little bit of trouble as well. The Lings are going to try and wrap around. Hellions and the Stalkers and Sentries going to get caught. That's a much better surround from these Lings. And now the recall comes down, but very late on MaxPax's units. We kill off a bunch of MaxPax's army. What a catch that was in the end from Lambo. Necessary, because it felt like they were really the ones to be bleeding out initially. Now we power through. Scarlet on the way to her Blink. MaxPax on the way to his. So Blink from both the Protoss players. Biotank from Percival. Lambo with the double melee upgrades is the kind of the scenery for this Game 6 Shopify Rebellion. One map from a double upset on the day. The Villains of SE2 one map been giving us our second ace match on the day and the third in the tournament. Out of 3 tournaments that actually got finished so far is kind of ridiculous as well. Is this going to be an ace match tournament where everything just goes to an ace for a... Probably not. I mean, there's some teams that are definitely weaker eventually, but man, the first days have been bonkers. Well, let's see what happens. Still, obviously, this game has a long way to go. Scarlet and MaxPax similar supplies. We're going to compare them throughout the game because of the Protoss players in this. Gives us a quick way to kind of guesstimate where this game is at, right? Compare the Protoss players, compare the Zerg and Terran to each other, and kind of roughly guesstimate there based on, usual games. It's not, a perfect science, but it's a good, like a way, say, to guesstimate our way through a little, so. Plus round combat shield building from Percival. As he is starting to take a base right up top as well, by the way. So base right up that top side. Scarlet stepping around. Needs to be careful. Blink available. Gonna get the probe. We are really playing with something right here. These Lings. Oh, Maybe just waiting for this. The Marines, are in the medevac, so actually going to be in a difficult position here. The Stalkers get surrounded again. Lambo splits a few lings off to jump on the Marine tank portion of this. We're going to see Scarlett blinking through to keep dealing damage. The lings right now of Lambo putting in work. They are 1-1 against no upgrades from Percival, yet the +1 attack not done. Lambo and Scarlett pushing through into the natural as the Shopify Rebellion are looking really strong. The tank goes down. Lambo is going to continue with the lings. They're going to flood in on reinforcement waves as they just push straight through. What are we going to be able to achieve here? Is the defense going to come around? Scarlett and Lambo kind of just combining right now. The SCV's pulling in. Scarlett micro on that right side. Lambo zoning the reinforcements of the Terran away. I'd like to see a few lings of Lambo maybe stay to the right and help Scarlett Stalkers out. They've obviously taken a massive supply lead here. They're going to back it off for a second. Scarlett's warping in 7 Stalkers as slowly as possible from this pylon. Slow warping. Meanwhile, there's a Prism actually on the other side of the map to help. A little bit of an awkward moment there for sure. That's going to be seen. The Prism actually goes down, so Scarlett can lose her warping point. It's a little scary, but the Ling is going to get rid of the Nexus top side. So MaxPax loses the 3rd base. Scarlett will start her own 3rd off that Nexus. That means she can indeed get those Stalkers to warp in a bit more quickly despite the Prism being gone in that position. Well, Medevac's coming back through, the Bio coming over, Widowmine's on the way, Temple Archives and the gates reducing through too. Lambo 127 and Scarlett 96 supply versus the 80 and the 77. Those are 2 very different numbers in the comparisons I told you guys to make. And it is because Lambo and Scarlett are absolutely killing it right now in this Game 6. They are looking amazing. They're looking absolutely spot on. 2 melee upgrades continue to come by. We are going to see the Lings running through. The Medevac's going to lift off and retract away for a few moments. The Lings will continue to chase down, though. Out to the bottom side for a few moments there as well. So they're also going to look to get across, get involved, see what else can be done. Medevac getting shot at by the Queen. It's a lot of Lings running up the right side. Going to chase the Zealot Stalker down. The Zealots and Stalkers trying to retreat out of here just for a few moments. Couple of Widowmines burning up. Hey, some Widowmines would go a long way right now. There's a massive Widowmine connection potentially. Oh my goodness! It could not have been bigger. That Widowmine gets the 30-kill detonation. Lambo eats an insanely huge Widowmine. 30-kill Widowmine unburrows and survives after as well. Well, if there's a way back into this game for Percival and MaxPax, mine shots like that will definitely help push you in that direction. As we are going to see the Lings looking to get out, looking to get active. Holding in the center of the map here for a few moments as well. I mean, like I say, that would have I could kind of see it coming. Lambo, unfortunately, did not. Otherwise, this would have been a much nicer scenario. Scarlett's fighting on her own right now. Not sure what Lambo's plan is. These Lings get spotted at this point. They've got a bunch of units back at home. Like I say, Scarlett's kind of getting bullied back. Maybe they just want them to run super deep or to allow this to happen. Another decent Widowmine shot. Once you get this deep, right, it's going to be very difficult to pull away. That's a lot of Archons. Scarlett kind of needs to take the reign on this one, get these Lings away, get the Stalkers after the Archons instead. Would probably be the better way to go about this. Another big Widowmine shot. Lambo is playing west here, by the way. This is a server preference to Percival. As we do see a couple more Widowmines coming through. Stalkers holding out. So that might just explain some of the micro against the mines, because I feel like it's a little bit worse than I'd expect from Lambo. So it might just be kind of an excuse, but a reasonable excuse. And we're going to see those Lings continue to gather up. The Stalkers join together. Lambo's supply really has plummeted. These Archons are going to be an issue as well, as we see the Lings not able to get through. The Stalkers on the right side going to go for the 3rd base of MaxPax again. A couple Liberators defensively there, obviously just not far enough forward. Nexus goes down. There's going to be a drop back over here. They had a lot of units left at home before to deal with the drops. Maybe not quite the case now. Scarlett, the leading supply in this game at 136, playing the off race. Because Zerg sucks. And Zerg Protoss is definitely a whole lot better. And we're seeing definitely some of the power of that Zerg Protoss combo right now as well. Gonna start moving through, gonna start getting aggressive again here. Lambo's still just playing the Lings on his way to Adrenal Glands. What a massive upgrade that would obviously be for him. Scarlett gets some Zealots out just so she can join in. Prism from MaxPax still get the warp in off. The Zealots and the Archons are just such a good combo against Lambo's portion of this army here. So I don't love the Lings. Would I like to see a Baneling Nest maybe? I don't know. I get it. Lambo's just going big on the Ling production, but I mean, they're still massively ahead on supplies. So it's probably okay. Obviously, a lot of it's Stalkers. There's more tech units out from MaxPax, but the Stalkers right now are trading well. Again, you're just using these Lings to kind of tank for the Stalkers. It's just that goes a lot better when the Archons and the splash damage isn't here. Percival's going to retreat away, but MaxPax is going to stand and fight because he's just going to say GG. The villains have been defeated. Lambo and Scarlett are the Shopify heroes today, taking out the villains and getting it done in the 2v2. And what an opening day for the Rebellion in a group where, again, based on the seeding system that we used, they were seed 4 in Group B. They have just taken out today seed 1 and seed 2 in an absolutely massive start to this league for themselves. Barring a complete and utter falling apart from the Shopify Rebellion, that may just guarantee them playoffs down the line. It's not going to guarantee them today, but those are the wins that were going to be make and break for playoff run. That's very likely going to make the difference when we talk to them, talk about them a couple weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, when a lot of these group stage games are wrapping up and it's like, well, the Rebellion got those got those wins on day 2. And that's going to really be what probably pushes them forward. A 4-2 victory here. The villains will fall. And that will wrap us up for today. Obviously, a couple of matches that didn't get concluded. I will just touch on those again. The Polish Power games, Spirit couldn't play today. So he will play those games over the weekend. We'll try and get caught up on them ASAP so you guys can see how they went and get those results posted into everything else. So that is what's going on there. I can delete another channel from my Discord because we got another game done. Love to see it. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, guys. Alrighty. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an awesome day of Team League. I hope you've all enjoyed and had a good time. If you have, again, like, subscribe on the YouTube, follow here on Twitch. All of that goes a long way to helping as per usual, obviously. If you really enjoyed and want to support us further, obviously consider subscribing on Twitch. Prime a sub if you've got a Prime sub available. We're trying to get that sub count back towards 700 at least, if possible, guys. It helps us out so much if we can stick around there. So trying to get that sub count up. Obviously, a big shout out to Crate Entertainment. They are the reason we have this Team League. They sponsored the entirety of the prize pool of the Team League. So you can check out Crate Entertainment. I'll throw that link into the chat as well. Thank you to them, the makers of Grim Dawn and Farthest... Can't talk anymore. Grim Dawn and Farthest Frontier. Some awesome games. Check them out. They just love StarCraft and they wanted to support this, so they put the entire prize money up. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it is. So go give them some love on their Steam page, or check out their games, or play their games. ByuN approves. ByuN is waiting for the Grim Dawn expansion. He sent me a message of this recently, saying he was very happy that Crate were sponsoring the tournament because he loves their games. So he said he loves their games and he loves them sponsoring Team League. So thumbs up on both accounts. And obviously, guys, one thing I always mention is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of everything on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. It is the best way to support our prize pools and our tournaments specifically. If you want to see money in the pockets of StarCraft 2 players while getting entertained on the stream, the Patreon is the place to be. We're so close to $2,000 a month on the Patreon. If you can help us keep pushing towards that and tickling over into that area, that would be amazing. So you can exclamation mark Patreon if you want to check that out, or head on over to patreon.com/WardiTV. Grim Dawn's one of my favorite games I recently finished. How rad they sponsor StarCraft 2? Yeah. They've been sponsoring our stuff for a while. They every now and then they throw some money in. Last year we did the Boomer Bash was a Crate Entertainment tournament as well. Lambo second place in that one to Hero. So yeah, it was very cool. Very, very cool to see them come back and want to do the Team League. And they just reached out because I mentioned I was casting with Harstem one day and I said, how do you think the Team League would go? Wouldn't it be fun? And Harstem was like, yeah, that'd be fun. They just reached out and said, let's do it. They just sponsored it on the spot. So, yeah. Super crazy and super awesome. All right, guys, I appreciate you all watching. Like I say, support if you can. We're going to run some ads on the outro. Once the ads wrap up, we'll be obviously offline. We'll host someone up as well. And we'll be back not tomorrow, but on Saturday. I'm off tomorrow, taking a day out, trying to stay away from any burnout or anything. Well, we don't need to shove StarCraft on every single day. So, taking the day out tomorrow off, and I'll be back Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday look a little bit like this. So, what we are going to be casting on Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday, we're going to be staying in Group B. And... No, sorry. On Saturday, we're going to be going back to Group A for No Ace Jinner, SOS Creator and Rogue, taking on Art Fiant and Iba, and Let Alex from the Platinum Heroes. Platinum Heroes will play back-to-back as they take on Stanley Balls, who look to capitalize on what was some good matches from them in that previous series. Not quite able to necessarily get all the way through, but able to do okay in the end. So against Basilisk. So that will be the Russians coming back in against Platinum Heroes. And then Exeritus, first team that will be playing from the qualifier. Eggs, Cham, Special will take to the stage, and they will play against Creator, SOS, and Rogue before we swap on through over to the Styling Balls Exeritus matchup as well. That is on Saturday. On Sunday, a couple of these matches are being played, but we're not casting those. We're going to be focusing on Bonkers versus Old War Machines. The two teams that got first and second place tied in the qualifier never played each other. And then we see the entrance of the Musketeers. Classic, Hero Marine, and Showtime will enter against Old War Machines, and they will follow up with a matchup against the Shopify Rebellion, who are red hot in this tournament right now, 2-0. And if the Rebellion win that one, well, they are in an absolute dominating position. So, what time on Saturday? It is 1 day, 18 hours from now. So that's 1 p.m. European time. It is like, daylight savings is on right now for America, right? So it's a bit different, but take 18 hours from now and then add a day to it. Or 6 hours ago from now on Saturday. 6 hours. If you go backwards 6 hours, then you can figure out like that as well. It's also an easier way to do it sometimes. So yeah, that's what's coming up. So like I say, so there's also on Sunday, just to clarify, TL will play Siege Enters. This one, the Siege Enters SB matchup actually moves. But TLDR, these ones are probably going to get casted in some different slots. I'm just working on it. Like, there's a lot of scheduling stuff basically going on as the TLDR guys, so don't mind me. There's just some scheduling stuff. We'll work on it the best we can, and the Liquipedia will try and stay as updated as possible. Obviously, sometimes that's not easily done. There's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot changing at times, so we will just do our best to keep you guys as updated as possible. Cool. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys again next time. I appreciate you all, and I will see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your day. Set VADs on the outro. Supports the stream if you stick around. Appreciate you. I'll see you guys later. Bye.